Hello builders, welcome back. What are we going to build in this video? A Cutroom, a video editor built for AI. It cuts, captions, scores and checks its own work. That is what we'll be building as part of this build video. Let's have a look at how this is going to look like. As soon as we open the application, we'll land in the home view, which is having sidebar and then the main content having the sample project section and the my project section. So in the sidebar we have this account popover at the top, so which shows the details of the account, username, email, and then the plan that they are on, the credits that are left as part of the plan, and the quick way to navigate to settings to give the feedback for any of the section of the app, and option to sign out. And below we have here this new project and the open project, which is the way to create a new project and open any existing project from our finder. At the bottom we have a settings, again one more door to open the setting sections. So here this sample project is the one that we provide as a seeded project to get started with, and the project sections that we have, all the projects that we have created as part of this Cutroom project, and the things that we are working on. On right clicking on any of the project, we have this menus options. Opening just opens this project into editor view, and revealing finder showcases in the files where it is exactly located, and remove from recents, it's just going to remove from this recents list that will not be able to see in our the home view. And this is the option to delete the projects. So that is what this home view contains. Now let's try to get into the project and how the editor view is going to look like. That is where the most of the time what we'll be spending in. So as soon as we open this project, we will have a proper guided tour which helps us to understand where each part sits in. So this is the tour of all the sections that we'll be seeing. Either we can opt for to see what and all steps that it has as part of this guided tour, or else we can skip that. So let's see what and all we have. So first step is the left side, we have the media panel. This is where all our footage and assets live. And next step is the import button. We can import any assets from our finder, videos, images, audio clips, whatever we need as part of this project. The third step, the generate button. All the AI assistants of generating image or video or audio, if we click on this generate button, it's going to help us open that generation panel section. So this is how the generation panel is going to look like, where we'll have the options to generate a video or image or audio, and select the model of our choice, and then give any references, images, or any prompt, and then go unleash your creativity. And this is the section and with upfront showcasing all the credits and all. The center part is the preview section, where we'll be having a clear view of the video that we are like trying to view, or any image and all those things, and proper transport buttons, and then control of like seeking to specific movement or section and all. The sixth one is basically an option to take a clip of the video so that we can use that as a poster or any of the movement that we wanted to capture from the video. This is the thing. And the right hand side is basically the inspector view, where we'll be trying to see the details of the specific media that we have selected, either be it audio, video, or image, and all those things. This is where we have a section to look at. And the step 8 is the timeline, and that is where most of the work that we'll be trying to insert our clips, either video tracks, audio tracks, images tracks, and play with each of the clip and what and all we can do. Or this is that timeline section. And this is the timeline ruler. Basically every hour, minute, and seconds is what we'll be showcasing, and we can just click at any point, and the playhead is what is going to help us to navigate to specific clip or so, to any tracks and all those sections. And finally the AI agent, that is what the core of this product build. So we can chat with our own agent. So whatever we are able to manually, we can just ask it to do it for us, and just delivers the work with all the capabilities that we have exposed as part of the tools. So this is how the guided tour is going to look like with proper help, so that it makes it easier for anyone onboarding to this Cutroom application. And this is now we have the helpers how to set it up into MCP native applications like Cloud Code, Cloud Desktop, Cursor, Codex, and any of the applications, and all the shortcuts that we have as part of this application, documentation and settings and all. So that is the guided tour. Let's have a look at what and all we can do in the media panel. So to focus the panel into full view, all you need to do is just click on the backtick, and it's going to give us the full screen. So this is the media panel, and the first thing that we want to talk about is the search. Search is not just the keyword search, it is bundled with the smart search, that it can also see the visual movements in the part of the images or the video. So let's try to show what I mean. So here I have searched for rocket. So not just the spoken words anywhere that we have in the transcription, but also looks for that specific movement in a clip of the visual representation and helps us to give that movement. So this, you can see it's properly grouped by these movements. So we have 5 movements, and spoken words it has the 8 words, and this gives us the results so that we can properly look at into that specific section on those things. So if I just want to go back these things, and now if I just select that specific clip, we'll be able to navigate to that specific section and exactly in the media at which duration that is the thing. So we can navigate and easily makes us to search among the lot of assets that will be adding as the part of the project, which makes us way easier for us to group the things and try to look for. And so here on the right hand side we have the view button, so which helps us to properly structure the way that we want it. So by default so it's folders, and the thumbnail size is small. So if I wanted to select this flat, now you will see everything, whatever the medias that we have, we will be just showcasing in that flat view. And if I want change it to this grouped view, we'll see the based on that folders. So we have in the library, these are the things that we have, and images we don't have anything, and in images we have one other folder called test folder, and all that we have is this thing. So this way we can properly group into the way that really makes it comfortable to view our medias. And then here this thumbnail size, if I wanted to make this big or small, we can just change that, and just going to help us view more the thumbnails and exactly the media asset that we want. So let me just revert back, and that is this the view for the thumbnails. And here we have an options to sort either by name, date added, or duration. So if I sort it by name, it's going to help us do that. So and the same thing based on the duration, if we wanted to sort, we have that the capability, and also by type, either by audio or video, the image and all. So let's just revert back to default and all. And here basically the filters to just only see the video related media, and if you wanted to see just the audio thing, and so this is the multi selector. You can just filter what and all you need. So let's just by default select that. And if you wanted to filter only the assets that were AI generated using our creativity and our prompts, we can also filter that thing. So I'm just going to clear all filters and showcase that. So that is the header section of this media panel. And here in this library basically we can properly create a new folder and all those things. So if I just click on this, so by default the folder view, if I click on that, single click, it's going to select that folder, but if I do double click, it's going to navigate to that folder and showcase what are the contents that we have as part of that thing. So here I have the one more folder. So that's how properly now we can group into maybe the intro cards, or b-rolls, a rolls and all like this properly, we can just group into that. So that is the library view and also the search section and all. And this is to import any media assets, or you can just drag and drop here to this area and automatically it will be picked up by this media panel and it will add this as an asset. So either way, whichever is your choice, click the button to import, or else you can just drag and drop from any of the folder, any of the media, and we all support that drag drop area. And here we have an option to create a new folder, or else if you have a lot of assets and you are not clear how to group your assets into proper folders, just directly take an help of this organize with agent. So click on this organize with agent. So we create in a prompt and add it to this input section. All you need to do is just click on this thing and it is going to assess every media that you have in the library, and it knows exactly what medias and all it has. It has a tool capability to inspect the medias and all, and it's going to help us reorganize properly. And this is one of the significant usage of the agent help, and you can just do that. Okay, so that is this the media section in this media panel. And now if I go to the caption section, so this captions basically to able to generate the captions for the specific video that you wanted to. So here we can select the source, which source that you wanted to select, and the language, which language that you wanted to use it to generate the captions for the video basically that has an audio. And the font style, you can just choose whatever the style that you want, and we will be able to see this live view here, the placement, how it's going in the section that we have, and select the font type of your choice and all that thing, and the size here, how big that you want it to, you can just tweak that. And the color picker, what should be the color of the subtitles that we will be adding, basically the captions and all, and you can just select and decide which really makes sense. And here this background, do you want a background for your the captions? If so, you just enable, and now here just choose the color for that background and just decide which one really makes sense. And the case, do you want that the case to be uppercase or lowercase or auto, depending upon the video? You can just select that. And here the censor profanity, so just filters the things that you really don't want to see as the captions and all. So here this is the view and the position that you wanted to tweak, so you can just tweak in here, maybe let's say 40, and you will be able to see live how it's going to look like exactly once we generate the captions. So here if we have any video, just select that clip and click on these captions. It's going to process that and add the captions for us. And here this agent mode, basically let's say if we wanted to remove any filter words or fixed names or jargon, maybe add emoji or translate into any of this language, if I just click on this, it's going to add this as a prompt into our agent view, and it's going to open same like how we had in the organizer with agent the folders things. So this is the captions view. We will look at the how to generate these things and all. And the other is the music section. So here basically just the place where we can generate the background music for any of the clip or for any of the range that we select as part of the timeline of any track. And once that is selected, we can select this model to generate and add the sound, the mood that you wanted to generate, and trigger that. So here also we have the generate section, and this basically will be enabled for the clip of for like a maximum duration of 30 seconds. That's exactly that we are showcasing. By default it selects the old timeline, so that is why we see this is disabled. But now if I just select a specific range in the track, it will be enabled. We'll see that. And here this also same agent mode, just select select that pre-default that we have, and here we can select this mode, which is, do you want cinematic, upbeat, or ambient, tense, and lo-fi. So depending upon the model that you select, we will showcase that options that it is supporting, and then you can take in help of this agent and start generating that. So this are the the things that we have in the media panel, and this is the rough walkthrough of what we have in this media panel. And now coming down to this preview section. So here, if I just now focus now, click backtick, and you will be able to see the full view. So here we have the few sections. So at the header, we have browser like navigation to navigate back to timeline, to navigate back to any media source or any clip from the timeline that you have, so that quickly we can add this as a tab based view and navigate quickly using this cursor, or we have this proper horizontal scroll and all. If we just add many tabs, and you will be able to quickly navigate, or else you can just use these buttons to navigate thing. And here this right hand side we have like let's say we have many tabs open, many sources selected from media or from the clips and all. And if you wanted to close all tabs at once, this is the option to help us that. And this is the player, which is going to help us see the image or video or the audio things basically that we have, so that we know exactly what is that source is all about. And here we have the controllers to properly view the specific duration and all those things. You can properly select and view that. And here we have the current duration that the current seek is at, and the total duration of the source that we have selected. And here the buttons to basically go back, or like fast forward to the backward section, standard controls that we normally see as part of any preview container thing. And this button is basically, if I wanted to capture the particular still of the video or so that I can use that as a thumbnail or post or anything, we can just click on this, and it will create a new media as an image inside our media, and it will insert into our media library section, and we'll be able to see that. And this is so to change your view. So if you wanted to see this into the other ratio thing, you can just select this and able to see the different views and tweak and make the video that is relevant to the platform that you're trying to see. And here this frames per second, how many frames per second is something that you wanted to see as part of this preview container. You can change. By default it is 30 frames per second, but you can tweak up to the 60 frames per second. And here the options to view this source in 720p or 1080p or 2K or 4K. So the various resolutions is also supported in the view, and you can see the quality level and make whichever the choice that you wanted to. And this is by default the canvas zoom. So do you want to zoom, like let's say more, so that you wanted to see specific section of the screen or source and all, you can just zoom into whatever level it is. And that is this the preview container, the center section, which is very important to see what are the media that we are seeing. All right, now let's view this, the inspector view. So here, depending upon the source that I have selected in the media section or in the timeline section, we will be able to see their details, like for example the source name and what is its type. Is it the video, is it an image, is it an audio, and the dimensions of that, duration, and all the information that we can have. And we have here one more tab called AI edit. So the options that we can use to enhance using AI for upscale, basically we can upscale the image quality and all those things. And this edit, if we, for example, if we wanted to rerun specific things like that, the media that we have generated using the AI, but something that is not up to the mark, and if you wanted to rerun, this is the option to rerun that. And here the audio section, if I wanted to generate music from my recorded clip, we can just generate this thing. So basically this is going to open us the generate panel and add this as a reference to that, and then we can just add in prompt and start generating. Same for the background music. So this is the inspector view that we have. And now this timeline view, super important. So this is where most of our time is what we'll be spending on. So let's just try to see now. So here we have the toolbar controls. So any actions that we are doing, and if you wanted to undo or redo, so these are the first, so the shortcuts and all, will see that. So command Z normally the one to undo specific action that we have done, and this is to redo, so to redo the undo that you have done. And this basically the pointer that we wanted to, and this is the razor, so that we can cut the specific clip of that, and the one to split at the playhead, so wherever we have, and this is to trim start to playhead. And the shortcuts also you can see it's a W, and this is to add any text clip to any track that we have here. And so here this option now, so basically now to zoom in the specific parts of the timeline, so you can just zoom in now. So this is the big timelines and many tracks that I have, and you can see dynamically now the timeline ruler is also properly adjusting and showcasing the timeline, so it makes way easier for us. So this is the timeline ruler. So basically anywhere on this timeline ruler I can just try to click on it, and the playhead will jump onto that specific mark that I have. So this the timeline ruler really helps us this. And now basically depending on the, like, each track it has a header, so if it detects automatically based on the source that we are dropping. If it's an audio, it will have the options titled as A1, A2 or so, like unique IDs attached to that, so that there will be no conflicts between the names. And then the options to see this, hide this in the view, and so is it linked or not. And then the audio, if you wanted to mute it, you can just click on this, it will mute it. So for audio we'll have this sound icon and all, but for video we'll have this the eye icon, so that should we hide that thing or showcase in the preview and all those things, this is the thing. And here is it linked and all those things. So if you want to delink, for example, video by default will have audio video track as well as the audio. So if you want to delink, you just click on this and it'll just delink that. So that is the specific the headers that we'll be having. Same for image, and for each now the track type will have different color. So for video track will have the color based on the clip type, and for image some other clip color, so distinctly we can properly showcase here. And now let's try to zoom in, and the important things that I wanted to show what and all we can do in this timeline. So if I select this specific clip, so you see here we have the option to add in a fade in or fade out things. So basically, so that so this is an image, so the opacity, so you wanted to control, you can just control that. And now if I just basically right click, so here we have this playhead, so let me just move this. So if I right click here, so do we want that to be linear or smooth? So if I just make it smooth, you can see how it happens. And now based upon the media type, right clicking will render different options. So this is an image, so we have an option to add, and you can directly add it to a chart, so as a context. And this is the AI edit option. So this is image, we can upscale this, or we can edit, or we can create a video out of this image, or else I can swap this media. So once I click this swap media, so it will highlight the media that I wanted to check in our the media panel, and we can tweak that. So that is this for the image. So if you wanted to see, let's just click on this swap media. So now it opens this the media panel view, and since this is the image, so it will just allow me to swap only the image types, and other things it will be blindly blurring it, because that's not compatible to whatever I'm looking for. Okay, so that is the option. And so that's the image that we have seen. So now if I just go on to this video clip that I have here, so let's just here so let's just make this a big screen, and we will just check this out. if I just right click, so now you see this has an options of more things, unlink and save as a media and swap media and AI thing. Now since this is a video, we can generate music and SFX and all those things, sound effects and all. So depending upon the video type, we can just change this, and also this fade in fade outs thing that we normally see. And here for the audio, basically we have the section here to lower the volume or like to reduce the noise of that volume, or to minimize the volume for that specific section. We can just tweak that and move however you want it to. So like how we have the visible fade in fade out, same for audio will be like, you know, smoothly sound change that we have. So that is this what and all you can do in this timeline. So it's a standard whatever we support in premium editors like DaVinci Resolve, Final Cut, Premiere and all those things, we'll be able to see. Okay, that is the timeline that we have and all. And normally you can just play that specific thing and have a look at it and all. And here in this the specific preview container, you can do a lot of things. So for example, I can just crop in using the directly the canvas and just move it here however I want, so wherever I want to do position. So not just now, so inspector, like I said, so now I selected this clip, and this now it's giving me options to transform this like position, do I want to change, and here add in the keyframes, the animations things, and the scaling thing, rotation, opacity, and the options to crop. So how should I crop, and the option to flip to horizontal or vertical. So I can just clip that thing, and to change this frame and the keyframes. So once I add in this keyframes, basically if I just expand this, so for specific thing I can just add in. So if I click on this keyframe, so now it adds this keyframe, and now I can just move on to here and change this some position and all, and then click on adding this position. So now basically if we wanted to like move the position, normally the motion graphics that we add depending upon changing these positions, scale, rotation, opacity, crop and all. So very important to add this animation effects and all. So that is this keyframes view, and so I'm just collapsing that, and let's just go back, and here this audio, again you can control the volume, how high you want, how low you want, and the fade in and fade out controls and all. Here also the keyframes again, and AI edit options. So here, do you want to replace that clip source or use trimmed portion only, and the AI related things. So this is the scope related stuff, and AI the upscale, edit and all, and the AI audio sections that I wanted. Since it's a video, now I can just generate things and all. So that's this the options for each and every sections detailedly supported and all. So for example, now let's try to check how to generate a few things. So I'm just going to minimize this thing. So let me just move this playhead to this at the end of this thing. So here now I wanted to showcase you the agent capability. So major sections that I wanted to cover, it's already covered, and generations and all. So for example, if I click on this generate button, so I'll just walk you through this a bit. Here, depending upon this image, you can just type in a prompt and select the models that we have we support, and select this model, and then click on this thing, and here the options depending upon the model that we select, what and all it supports based on the models that we have. So do you want the aspect ratio to be 16:9, 9:16, 4:3, or 3:4, and select how many you wanted to generate. So if you click on 4, it just generates 4 and all those things. And here we'll show basically upfront what it's going to cost us based on the params and the model that we have selected, so that we'll be way aware before we are trying to generate. So it's just a caution for us, like how much credits it's going to consume. And if I wanted to generate a video, here I can attach a reference of an image or the things how I want as part of the first frame in the video and all. So depending upon this models that I will be selecting, so what should be your first frame, last frame, and whatever it supports, we will be just trying to showcase that. So Okay, fine. So VO3 and all those things, and here to generate any audio, and you can just select the models, the music or audio and all. So you can add the other options like lyrics, style instructions and all those things, and how long it should be, durations and instrumental also. So depending upon the model that you select, we will show that the options dynamically, and this is the section that you will use it to generate and unleash your creativity and all. Okay, so and we have an options here to export. So once you are done basically creating and all everything, so once you click on this export, so now you can select the format. Is it the timeline in the XML, so that you wanted to import into your already using editors like DaVinci Resolve, Final Cut Pro or Premiere and all. You can just export this as XML or Cutroom project, so that you can load in the Cutroom project of other device that you are using it and all. And here this codec format that you want, and the resolution is, should it be 720p, for 1080p or 4K, and all frame rate, what should be it. And here you will see basically the view, and you can just click on this export, and it will just export the video or any format that you select. So that's the once you are done making all edits and cuts in your the timeline and all. And now let's try to see the generation of, like, let's say I'll ask some random thing. So let me just position here somewhere here. Okay, I'll just ask, can you generate a video of a farmer and a robot collaborating on a farm, on like for like trying to sow a seed or like a spray pesticides and all. So I just asked this randomly, so I have not specified any details and all. Let's see how it's going to behave. So now we have whatever we can do manually is all exposed to agents as a tools and all. It should be able to directly navigate the steps like we normally do. So it used this get timeline, and it understood what and all we have in the timeline, and it tried to list the models. So I asked to generate a video and all. So first it tries to understand, do I have any models that will help us with the generating video and all. Then it's confirming and asking that it can use this VO3 model and generate duration of 8 seconds and all those things. So if I just say, yeah, let's do it, just go ahead. So if I just say that now, so basically now it should help us generate that media. So as soon as it starts generating, you can see generate video. So it will showcase in here, and I'll be able to see that in the media's view as well, and the status, what's happening and all. And we can also select that to view how it's going to look like in the preview container, and just see that. So let's just wait for it to generate. And also I can just parallelly ask like, and also generate 4 to 5 images of something related to this farming fields and different crops and all that stuff. Okay, so I'm just asking this. Now it should again list the models, and now it knows that it needs to use models that can generate the images and all. And so it is generating this exactly. I asked like 4 to 5 images, and it's making this 5 calls, and we can see all in the media library it is generating, and we'll be able to see once they are generated and all, and exactly everything that we have. So if you see the status of this video and all, it's just generating. So if I see this, and let's just close this basically, and this is what it generated, the images from all. And so if it's AI generated, we'll be properly seeing that AI tag and all. So these are the images that I just asked randomly. So basically the more the tighter the prompt and better the prompt, the images is it's going to be so good. So let's just wait for the video to work, and we'll also generate some music as well. Can you also generate some small soothing audio, like background music, cool calm background? Okay, I'm just asking some random stuff. Let's see how it's going to again tries to list the models. So whatever we could do manually, I'm just trying to show you the same thing generating through the agent. So just highlighting that no need of just coming to the UI and doing this. And of course this failed cause okay, this has failed thing. Let me rerun this. So I'm just trying to click on this rerun. Okay, let's just close this, and so it is generating this audio. Let's just wait for that too. And so okay, let's show you here this generation. So I'm just trying to generate some video and all. Can you help me generate a video of the robot and farmer collaborating on a farm to do chore activities of a farm, like sowing seeds, spraying the pesticides, and unloading some related equipments to farming or something on those lines? Okay, so here now basically you can select the durations and all, and it will see how much it's going to cost us and all, and you can attach the frames and all references. But let's see, so it's going to cost me this of 450 credits and all. That's fine, and let's just close this one. And here now we see this is generating, and let's just wait for that. And here we have okay, that is generated. Okay, so I reran, right? So it should now basically yeah, this is something vague thing that it has generated, but that's the thing. So now you can generate in the same way through agent capabilities. And now let's look at the menus that we have. So here the file all that you can trigger from main menu. So open a new project and open recent, and any project that you can just add in, save, duplicate, rename, and try to share, import media, and edit. All the operations that we normally see do in the timeline and all, you can just do that here. And view, for example, if you wanted to hide this media panel, you can just click this command O, or this select this, and it will just hide those things. And the layout, do you want to be media or default and all? So if I just select this media, so it will have this view thing. So if I select this, let's say vertical, and it will be the vertical view. So to your comfort, the way that you want in the layout, any options, basically it's the editor that's made not just for us but for also the AI to work collaboratively. And here this tutorial sections, if you wanted to see again, you can just click on this and will just navigate to you. And here the keyboard shortcuts, very important. So here all the shortcuts that you wanted to see, it will just open this new window, and you can just see the shortcuts that we normally support, and you can just make it big. So for playback related shortcuts, what and all you see, and for tools, selection tool, and editing, what and all the shortcuts, and timeline, and the file related, the edit and view, and all that you can see. And here this MCP instructions, how to set it up in the MCP native applications, like what is our server URL. By default the build will have a bundled MCP server starting, so you can just select this server URL, or directly one click option to connect your cursor or a cloud desktop or cloud code, anything, or like codecs, you can just add it and then start directly working from that. Already you are heavily using AI tool, and directly talk to it, and all agent calls, tool calls, and all will just organize your media, import your media from anywhere, finder, anywhere location, and create your timelines, and then trim, add captions and whatnot. So basically whatever we can do using manually, it's all supported using the MCP that will be exposing. So let's see. Yeah, this video is generated, and the view, I'll just default and change back to this default view. Okay, so now this is the video. So let's see here. Okay, so depending upon the model's capability and the prompt that we give in, and more clear on what we want exactly, this is going to help us do this. So this is what we will be building as part of this Cutroom. This is very giant one, and you will learn a lot of stuff, and this is going to be a significant way on how to build an AI native video editor, and how to use it, and create the videos out of our own assets that we have and all. Alright, that is this Cutroom is all about. Let's start building. Alright, let's start building this Cutroom from ground up, and first let's try to create a package called the Cutroom for us to get started. So I'm creating here, so open the new folder Cutroom dev in any of your editor of your choice, either Xcode or Cursor or whatever is the one that you use. So let's create here the first file, which is the package dot JSON. Sorry, I'm used to package dot Swift. All right, fine. So in this, let's try to define our package. And before that, we need to add the Swift version that we will be trying to use, which is 6.0. So it is basically a directive telling like which version of the build system and language rules to use. So we will be using Swift 6, like which turns on strict data safety. And more I'll open it up on like when we use @main actor and sendable and all those things. And then now I need to import this package description, and then create a package. So I'm just going to add in here, which is the name Cutroom and platforms version 14. So this basically says that minimum OS required is Mac OS 14, and then we'll try to add two targets. One is like the main Cutroom target, like where we try to keep all our sources file under sources /Cutroom, and then Cutroom tests and all those things. So those are the targets we need to add. So let me just add them, and then close this package thing. Okay, yeah, simple name, platforms and products. The target like depends on this Cutroom. Okay, and now this we are trying to target sources thing and the test folders that we have. So this is the main package .swift that we have, and now let's try to define these folders. So which is the main sources folder, where we'll try to add all the source code related to Cutroom. And I'm going to create here this folder Cutroom, and let's first start with the menu, like basically the macOS menu bar, like where we'll try to see the app, file, edit, view, help, strip, like basically at the top of the screen entirely, and all those things. So I'll try to group this under this main folder, and let's name this as main menu dot Swift. Okay, so yeah, here I'll just try to create this enums just called main menu builder, and then add the private static functions that and all we need for each of the section, like app menu and all, and then try to build it. So I'll just add it and then walk you through about that. So yeah, we are just defining this enum called main menu builder, and just for the namespace, and then the like bunch of static functions, we call that the main menu builder dot like build menu, app menu and file menu whenever we are trying to use, without having to create this instance and all. Yep. So now basically each the private functions that we have here, app menu, file menu and all those things, builds one top level menu and its items and all. So for example here, so this is just building all of the menu. So trying to first get the main menu object from ns menu thing, and then trying to add the items of all of these functions: app menu, file menu, edit menu, view and help menu and those things. And here inside this, trying to create each menu item, and then the menu title, we are giving this as Cutroom, and then try to add the items to that, about and separator and Cutroom, and then try to assign this for this item sub menu as this menu item. Okay, same thing, file, new, open and all those things and all, just the things. I think by now you should get it. So basically each menu item ties a like title and to an action and keyboard shortcut. So for example, yeah, you can see here the selector, you see this thing, that is the objective C that names a method to call, like when an item is clicked. Here the basically this is the system's built-in things bound to this key equivalent of n, o, s, and this save as and all those things stuff. So that's the thing. So here we're just now new and open, we are leveraging this document controller and this ns document methods. So the document system basically handles them for free, and we don't have to handle it on our own. Okay, and the same edit stuff. Now selector is basically undo and redo. A string build selector, like for the this responder chain, undo or redo. So yeah, and for this views thing, again using ns window and toggle full screen, f is what we are using, and this is the help stuff. Yeah, so simple menu is nothing but a title plus a selector and a key, and then AppKit basically routes the click to whichever object can respond. So that's the thing, the main menu that we are trying to add. So fine, so that's the top layer, and now we need to add the models that we would need, for example the clip type, timeline and media asset and all those things. So inside this Cutroom folder, let's create this new folder called models, and then create this first clip model that I need, which is clip type .swift. So in here so here basically we need to define enum which says, like, what kind of media a clip is. Okay, so I'll just add, then you'll understand easily by looking at this. So here, yeah, clip type, this is again we are just defining enum called clip type, and with a like fixed set of named values, which is video, audio and image. So a clip can be exactly one of this, like video, audio, image. And here the annotations we have the string, basically like each case as a string raw, like video, and basically handy for saving. And this codable helps us to like convert it to or from the JSON, and sendable to pass between concurrent tasks and all. So that Swift 6 helps us to do that. And case iterable is basically we just get an automatic the dot all cases list and all. So this are the cases, and now this the symbol name, just the simple trying to map it to this string, film and audio to waveform, and image to photo and all those things. Okay, and fine. And this init is basically just the computed one. So it runs the switch every time we try to read it, like mapping each case to an this Apple's SF symbol icon name that like So that's the thing. All this move mp4 mov will be mapped to dot video, and this to audio, and this to image, and default we are just going to return null nil. Okay, so file, so that's what this is basically indicating, that this is a failable initializer, meaning that constructing might fail. So like given a file extension that user is trying to provide, sometimes we might be able to pick the matching type, or else just return nil in case if something that's unknown for us. So yeah, this is how basically we'll use it to classify drop to file, like whenever user is trying to drop into our media file picker. We will see later. Okay, that's this thing, you should get the intent. Okay, fine, that's this clip type, and now the media asset. So okay, so here this is basically the model which helps us to identify one piece of like that specific imported media. Okay, so that let's actual source file on the disk. Okay, so I'm just trying to define this class media asset, and so this will have the basically representing the actual source file on disk, and the metadata and thumbnail related to that. Okay, so like, okay, so let's talk about this. This is a class reference type, like, and because media asset is a shared thing, so like many clips can point to one asset, so that's why it's a class, and they should basically all see the same thumbnail when it loads and all. And now let's talk about this observable. So this basically it's a Swift UI thing, a macro like that makes the objects properties like automatically trigger UI updates when they change. So like for example, when thumbnail is filled in later, any view showcasing this asset, it will automatically redraw. So that's this observable thing. And here the main actor basically pins this class to main thread, which is the UI thread. So basically the Swift uses this to guarantee we never touch UI state from a background thread even by accident. So that's the thing. And this identifiable just requiring an ID, so just let's Swift UI list track items and all those things. So that's the thing. So now the property, we have this ID, so let is basically the constant that never changes after init and all. I think that should be pretty standard. Okay, then we have this keys fields like ID, URL, type and name, and this variables basically they can change like duration and thumbnail, so that's why they are not let. Okay, and fine, this ns image question mark basically makes it an optional, meaning it may hold an image or be null, just no thumbnail let. Okay, and then this init simply assigns each the parameter to its property, and with default like a fresh unique ID string and all those things. So that's a simple media asset model. And then this timeline model we need to create. Okay, so this timeline that's the main heart of our data model, where it'll, like, we know that a timeline will be having tracks, and then each track will be having many clips inside that. So that's what exactly we need to try to represent in this timeline. So let me just add it and then elaborate on that. So basically this is the timeline and the value types that we'll be trying to nest inside it. So let's try to, so first this timeline thing, here we're trying to make this as a struct value type. So basically whenever you try to copy a struct, so we get an independent copy, like changing one doesn't really affect the other, it doesn't share like class does. Okay, so that's exactly what we need for our document data. Okay, which is the predictable and no spooky shared mutation or so. Okay, and understand what is this codable and all. I think just you know already, so it helps us to serialize to JSON and all for saving and all. And this sendable also already you know what this does. And equatable helps us to compare two timelines like with double equals. So basically it's useful whenever we wanted to perform like undo and change detection and all those things. So that's why we are trying to use. And then this property is frames per second, by default setting it to 30, and width 90/20, and height as 1080, and tracks it's going to be an array of this struct track types. So initially setting this as empty. So basically this the timeline gives us just a sensible empty 1080p or 30 frames per second project. So track again is an array of these track values, and this total frames it's again computed property. What just trying to understand total duration and frames across all the tracks that we have. So you can see it just walks every track and pulls out its n frame, giving an array of ends. Now this dot max basically finds the largest, and if we don't have anything, so we are just setting it as a 0. That's just a call sync operator that we're using and all. Okay, fine. So use the max if we have, or else 0 if there was none. That's what this total frames does, our computed property. So now this track this thing, so this is basically, we know in our timeline it's one horizontal lane, example video 1, video 2, and all those things. So holding an array of the clips that we'll have. So here that's the thing. And the display height is you see it's basically the UI only thing, and resets when reopening a project. And okay, fine. And then this coding keys that we have, it's an enum. It's basically it's how we try to enforce the display height. Okay, so and this coding key is what this display height is what I was talking about. And now talking about this coding keys, so it lists exactly what properties we need or get saved to JSON, because this display height whatever we have is left out of this list because we don't need that. Okay, and again codable, just trying to serialize to or from JSON and all those things. So fine. That's the simple thing. So it has property, ID, type, label, muted, hidden, and clips and all. And okay, and this clip again, this is basically that particular segment that will be placed on a track, and here everything basically will be measured in frames, the integers basically, and not seconds at all. That's a thing. And also because frames are exact and seconds are like floating point and drift and all. And second, basically the media, the references here is just a string. Okay, that's the ID, like pointing to an actual media asset that's like a source on the disk that we'll be having, and not the asset object itself. So just a pointer, and then just the document data stays pure value type and serializable. And that's the thing. And whatever the NS image and all those things, the heavy stuff will just live in separate reference type asset and all. So we have here two computed properties that do just the frame arithmetics things, where the clip ends on the timeline, and then the how much source footage it spans, counting like frames on both ends and all those things. So this pretty much standard, codable, sendable, equatable, and identifiable. And we have this media ref, start frame, duration, frames, time, start frame, trim and frame, speed, volume, opacity, transform. And transform is basically just the left edge and top edge, and then the full canvas width and height of that, so just to crop it and all those things. And these are the things. Okay, this is main things, and it's important to understand the all the models that the timeline, and so this timeline and the timelines will have the tracks, and track will have the clip and all those things. Okay, so and simple, and again transform basically describes where clips picture sits on the canvas in a normalized coordinates like 0 to 1. So it's a resolution basically independent, and so this basically should convey what it does exactly. Okay, yeah, fine. So these are the models for time being to initialize and all, and now add some utilities that we need. For example, to centralize the theming and all across all our app and all. So let's define this utilities folder, and inside that I'm going to create this new file called app theme. Okay, so in that basically we'll define the design tokens. Like I said, it'll act as a single source of truth for all the colors, radius, spacing, font size, and animation timings, and all those things. And okay, so I'll just add this because it's simple and straightforward, just not pretty anything significant. So all we need to do is just use the app kit and Swift UI here. So see, namespace pattern, app theme, we are just, and enum is the app thing, and then all the nested enums, like for example border, text, the track color, then clip fills, and the radius, spacing, font size, animations, and all those things. Okay, so basically then we can directly reference them like app theme dot like text dot then this primary color, and then each color will basically will be defined as the NS color, that is the app kit's color type, with the matching computed dot color property that apps it as like Swift UI color. So now because we use both frameworks, we need each token in both flavors, right? So, and we wanted to make first the palette as the dark mode first, like basically trying to keep it as low opacity for borders and text, and per track type like accent colors like lime, audio, purple, image, and cyan or video and all. You can change these colors if you need, but that's the thing. Primary alpha component like opacity, and primary color, trying to set this, and subtle color for the borders and all. Same for the text and all, the primary, secondary, tertiary, muted and all. You can just check on this, and then primary color we are just using this opacity stuff and all. Okay, yeah, that's the pretty sting. Then track color types, red, green, blue, or just this, trying to get this colors that we want, RGB mixing, and then lime, purple, and I'm just leaving it to you so you can just check this out. Yeah, fine. And here this extension clip type, basically it's what it does, just adds the new functionality to an existing type, like without trying to edit original file. What we do, we are just trying to bolt this theme color onto a clip type, so any clip type can hand back its accent color directly. So extensions is basically a core Swift tool for keeping related but separate concerns in their own files. So here this clip type enum stays purely about media kinds, and while it's a visual color news, like basically leaves next to the rest of the theme. Okay, so that's the thing. So theme color, and then for this video, this is the track color, and audio, this is the thing, image, and this is the thing. Okay, fine. So this is the simple about themes, and I'm just yeah. And now the try to add our first view, which is maybe editor view is something. I'll just name it. So let's define here this new file, new folder, and inside called editor, and inside that I'm going to define this file called editor view thing. And here we need to define the first view, basically that fills the window. And let's just keep this as simple to just get started, at least to have something to showcase. So see, yeah, just a placeholder is something that we wanted to add, and later we will incrementally keep what and all we need. So we're just trying to define this struct, just conforming to this view protocol, and then this requires one property, which is the body. So, and the some view basically return type, like means this, like this returns some concrete view type, and that's what it does. And then ZStack basically helps us to layer its children's back to front, and that's what, like, so here what we're doing is basically dark background color. Here this you can see clipfill.base and ignore safe area. So this sits behind the centered the text Cutroom dot which is the Cutroom is what we'll be trying to show. So, and here this ignore safe area font and foreground style and all, just the view modifiers, like that returns like new tweaked view, applying those properties that whatever we're trying to add. And then, because now you can see every value we're trying to pull it from the app theme, the fill color, the font size, then the text color and all those things, so that it'll be uniform across our whole app and all. So that's the just the design token reference from single source, and just the applying the font size and weight, and then the color for that and all. So this is the simple view. We will see this. We'll try to run this and then see this simple window how it's got to look like. And okay, now let's create the project. Okay, so the project folder, in here let's add this video project. Okay, so here this video project thing, it's important. This is where the document actual, like the object, like where it'll try to own project's data, and basically helps us, it'll know like how to save and load it and all. So let's add, then you will know the importance of this document that we are trying to inherit from. So this video project, subclassing this NS document, what we get now is basically all Mac OS's old document machinery, like opening, saving, dialogues, auto save, recent files, title bar, everything. So we can just use that. So yeah, so you see, first thing, we're trying to hold the timeline and this auto saves in place, returning true. Basically we're trying to opt into auto save and things, and this loaded timeline property is just the temporary holdings part, and this non-isolated is just the escape hatch. We'll just try to talk about that in a moment, but it's holding timeline, and then loaded timeline on auto saves in place is enabled to true. And this the override the function read is basically this is just the loading thing. So we'll have this dot Cutroom document, that will be actually a folder, the package, like we will be containing this project.json file, and that thing. So here now this guard let and this health pattern, basically way of safely unwrapping an optional. So what we are just trying to do is just if a project.json is missing, we just bail out by throwing an error. Otherwise we are just trying to decode it, and then rebuilds this timelines value all the way from our JSON. That's the codable thing, you remember, would help us. And this because this read function can be called of the main thread, we just stash that result into our this loaded timeline and apply it later on the main thread. So that is what this non-isolated unsafe is basically telling the Swift compiler. um, Handle it off the main thread and just uh, yeah, just trying to handle that thread here. Okay, that's the this thing. And now this file wrapper, yeah, this is just the mirror image just saving. So we make a directory wrapper here and encode the timeline to JSON and drop it in as the project.json and add it back. So and then AppKit basically helps us to write it disk. So that's this simple wrapper. So yeah, making a directory wrapper, encoding timeline to JSON, and then dropping it in as project.json and adding it back. That's the thing. And this make window controllers thing. This is what like runs on the main thread and builds the window. Okay. First, what it does, it tries to resolve the timeline, like and apply the loaded one if we opened a file. So that's what it does. Then otherwise, like we try to seed a brand new project with one video track and one audio track. So that's what we are doing here, video one and the audio one. And then comes this now AppKit to Swift UI bridge, so which is this NS hosting controller root view editor view. So what this does is basically helps us to wrap our Swift UI editor view inside an AppKit's view controller. Okay, so which basically we put now inside a plain this NS window. That's the thing that we are doing. And then we set the size and the minimum size, and then the title, then frame, autosave, name, so the window remembers its basically positions and all. And then we are just trying to force the dark mode with the dark QA and center it, and then finally like try to wrap it in NS window controller and register that controller with the document. So this is the thing where they now we're trying to bridge this AppKit and Swift UI. So and then make it render properly on the UI and all those things. So that's this video project, and what's its responsibility and all. Okay, and now let's inside this app folder, let's create this app delegate dot Swift. So this app delegate dot Swift, what it helps us basically with the key lifecycle movements is what it is going to help us. So let's try to add and then walk you through here. Again, so trying to import AppKit, and then this is the class reference type. So again, whenever we try to pass this class instance around, everyone shares the same object, like unlike the struct value which I just mentioned, creating its own copy. And the final here means that no other class can basically inherit from it and all. So because we just don't need subclassing from this app delegate and all. And now we are just trying to inherit from this NS object, which is the root of all classic this AppKit objects, and then conforms to this NS application delegate protocol. Just a protocol is a contract, like listing methods, a type promises to provide and all those things. So here this application did finish launching and all. It's a method basically AppKit calls like one startup is complete. Okay. So this set activation policy dot regular just makes us a normal app with a dock icon and a menu bar. Basically without it, now we are trying to run this as a package and all. So I'll use this Swift build and Swift run thing, and then that Swift run process can basically sometimes can launch as a background agent. So if I exclusively say that this activate ignore other apps, this set activation policy will help us to launch this as an app, not as a background thing. And this ignore other apps too is basically brings our window to the front no matter what app is open and all. So that's this thing. And now yeah, and this, like I specified, this command should be swift run by default. Normally a package.app would really auto open an untitled document for us, but we are trying to launch using swift run and all, and so which basically will have no app bundle, so we need to manually create one. Okay, so that is the video project which we just created document, and then help build it's a window. So that's what, like doc.make window controllers, call that function and thing, and then try to show it. So doc.show windows, and register this with the shared document controller. So the ns document controller shared, add that document. Yep, so exactly, so this comment should be self-explanatory. Okay, and then this application should open untitled file. So we just setting this as true to say yes, like open a blank project and launch and all. That's what we need. And this is basically the app delegate helping us to deal with the lifecycle moment, and then do override something specific to our thing. And this is very needed for us because we are trying to run using swift run, which I'll run in the just in a while. Okay, so that is this app delegate is all about. And now this main file, main.swift. Okay, so inside this thing, this is basically actual program's entry point, and this is going to be just the simple one. So let's add this where execution literally begins. Okay, so in a swift package, usually a file named main.swift is allowed to have this top level code basically that runs like from the top to bottom and all. Okay, so now this ns application.shared is the one global object that usually helps us to represent our running Mac app. And yeah, this dot shared pattern helps us gives us like single shared instance. So now what we are doing is basically getting that shared instance, and then now we are creating our own app delegate and handing it to the app as its delegate. So here app.delegate and those things. So just the standard pattern where one object like asks another object, and that thing. And then we are trying to attach this main menu builder which we created dot build menu, and it's going to add all the menu items and we add it. Okay, and then calling this app.run, so which just starts this event loop. That's the never-ending cycle that listens for all our clicks, keystrokes, and redraws. And after this is run, the app is live until the user quits and all. So this is the main thing. And now let's try to add quickly the resources thing. So here I'm just adding resources folder, and here let's create info.elist. So this I'll just add, and I'll let you know what is this about. Okay, so this is the simple XML describing like apps metadata, specifically the file type our app owns. So its data which is anyhow you see in package.swift, we excluded this plist. So what it does, it's just declares this document type named this Cutroom project with a role as the editor, and tied to like basically custom the uniform type identifier, which is io.cutroom.project, and this ls type is package, or this com.apple.package marks basically the document as a folder that looks like in a single file in Finder. So which is why like our save format is basically directory, if you see, with project.json inside and all. So yeah, and so fine. And then this file name extension is Cutroom, and ns the document class just points the system at our video project class. In short, this file is basically how macOS knows that double clicking a .cutroom file, it should open it in our app and route it to a video project. So that's the thing. And if you want more thing what it does and all, you can just refer and try to learn more on it. But this is what is this thing, info plist. So okay, and then some utilities again. Let's add some constants that we would need. So here let's create this constants.swift, and inside that I'm just going to add all the constants that we would need for our media panel, inspector, toolbar, and all those things. So trying to lay the foundation here. uh, yeah, you can see. So for the media panel, minimum, like just trying to group it by uh, uh, like layouts. So we have this enum layout, and then the defaults, uh, snap, track size, zoom, trim, and all. So these basically they are the dimensions and behavior knobs that editor will need later, which we will try to add later and all. And then these panel widths, min max, toolbar, track heights like default 30 frames per second, canvas 1920 1080, 4 pixels per frame settings, and then snapping thresholds, zoom limits, and trim handle sizes and everything. Basically just trying to same enum as namespace as like we have in our app themes and all. We are just trying to define them, and we'll use it in our timeline UI when we'll try to add that. Okay, so that's this constants all for. And also, like, for the time formatting, some helpers. So I'm just going to add here. Okay, this time formatting, just some helper function, just convert the frame number to time code string and all, because everything is frames in our timeline. So I'm just going to add here just 3 small functions that just helping us converting between frames, seconds, time code and all. So this time code, what it is doing, just turning this frame count into the familiar format, at hours, minutes, seconds, and this display, and this fps greater than 0, and else this basically products against dividing by 0 is what we're trying to do here. And then trying to use standard division, and then reminder frames per by the frames per second is just the whole seconds is what we get. And then this modulus is basically leftover frames. So on up to then the seconds, minutes, and hours is what we are just trying to. And then format, like we're just padding this each part to do 2 digits. And yeah, that's what this does. And the other two helpers just frame to seconds is what we're doing. And then the seconds to frame, vice versa of it. uh, Fine, so that's the thing. And yeah, uh, and if you want, you can just add the tests and all those things. But this is just the foundation that we are trying to lay. Now let's try to basically build this. So swift build. Okay, so ideally it should build with no errors, and then I'll run. Okay, I don't have custom path, so let's define that. So here I'll just define this new folder called this test, and here inside that our Cutroom test folder. And now okay, now it should comply. So let's run it again. Yeah, so it's building now, and ignore the warnings and all that stuff. Okay. So issue with the main menu builder, let's check. Mostly it should be something with extension. Okay, I think here, yeah, wrong file name, so let's rename this to small s. Yeah, now let's try to build this, and it should build, hopefully. Yep. And let's try to run this now, and now you should see, yeah, this is what it is now. Just a simple window with some dark background and then Cutroom at the center. So that is this foundation that we are trying to lay. And now let's try to add some interactive timeline and maybe AV player, composition preview and all. Now before we add logic related to timeline and all, you can even check the menu that we added. So for the Cutroom, so you see we have about Cutroom and then separator and then the command Q to quit. And this is like you can try to save, just save, like let's say if I try to click on, so it just asks to save as what and where and exactly same thing that we normally see. And then the view showing tab bar, and then command F will help us to make this full screen, and the help to search bar, so just the placeholders which we added and all. And these are like by default leveraging the document macOS functionalities whatever we have. Okay, fine. And now in the main menu, let's add the details related to importing and all those things. Okay, one thing at a time. So in this main menu, and now it's built that thing. Okay, fine. So in here, in this main menu, we'll try to add the settings section in the maybe somewhere below this. I'll just add the option for settings. Okay, yep. So in the app thing below this about Cutroom, we'll add the settings section. So command comma should open that. Okay, and yep. And now in this file menu, let's try to add an option to maybe below the save as. Let's add separator and then option to import the media, important. So which will be y to editor actions dot import media, that's command I, which we will add that, but I'm just trying to add this. Of course this editor actions will define below, so trying to import the media, and command I is the shortcut, and we'll attach that import item dot key equivalent modifier mask to this command. Okay, fine. And then add that as a import menu item. Okay, fine, the same thing. And now this edit menu that we had, the placeholder like undo, redo and all those things, maybe let's add after this redo thing, and just like items to splitted playhead, like trim start to playhead, like trim end to playhead, and then option to delete and all. So this all will be tied up to the editor actions, which I'll define in a while. Okay, so I'm just trying to add this, so fine. And okay, splitted playhead and trim start to playhead and trim end to playhead and all this, the functions I'll attach. This shortcuts also you can see command K, command Q, W, and this is yeah, deleting stuff and all in the menu sections. Okay, fine. And now this editor actions that I'll just add at the bottom all the way here. Let's okay, so this is basically the editor actions protocol. So basically this main actor and object C protocol just makes it visible to the objective C, that which is what actually powers that selected actions that we have. So the menu items, if you here see properly, there's no explicit target. So basically what AppKit does, it sends each actions down the responder chain, like until it finds an object like implementing that. So which will be the editor window controller that I'll try to add, but this is just the actions that will be trying to be dispatched through that responder chain, like to reach the active editor view model and all, which we will add. And before when we go there, we need to add some the logics that we need to accomplish that, for example overwrite engine and all those things. So in this editor, let's add this new file called overwrite engine. Okay, so this is the file like for overwrite editing. So how to clear a region. So basically a new clip can ideally drop in, like so that's the intent. So I'll just try to add the code snippets that we need here, and just give you a rough walkthrough about what it does, and also just the pure functions to do the functionality that I just mentioned. Yeah, so fine, just importing the foundation, and just I add comments just to make it clear what it does, like computing how to clear a region so of the timeline, like by removing, trimming, or like splitting existing scripts. And also this enum overwrite engine and the values that associated with the action is basically to removing the clip entirely, like fully inside this, and then trimming end and trimming start. So clip id, new start frame, new trim start, and the new duration. Then this the function to like to split the clip. Okay, and then then this entry point, this is the compute override. So given a region, basically region start and region end, we try to return the actions to clear it. So an empty region does nothing ideally, and then we try to walk every clip and skip any that fall outside that region. So that's what we are doing here. Compute override clips, region start and region end, trying to go through the clips, and if they're completely outside, no actions. And then if it's a fully inside that region, just remove that, and yeah, and split into basically side split into left plus right and all those things. Okay, so in the overlapping left side we trim right edge and all, and overlapping right side we trim left edge and the stuff. Okay, you can just check this overwrite engine. That's the high level what it does. So the four cases that I just mentioned here, basically fully inside, just right away remove, and or else like straddles, like both edges, like split into left half plus brand new the right off, and yeah, overlaps basically any like now here, yeah, overlapping only left, and then trim the end, and overlap only the right, trim the start. So that's the thing. So those are the actions like of this overwrite engine. And now the similar way for ripple engine. So let's create. Okay, so this is again for ripple editing. So the same uh, same, just stateless and like trying to so let's add that. So this basically we'll use to compute how clips shift after insertions or deletions. So there's no state, at least we can test it easily. Okay, so and here first thing, so after we remove specific clips from the track, we need to compute new start frames for the remaining clips that should shift backward to close the gap, right? So this does that. So basically now it returns this list of this clip id and new start time for clips that needs to move and all. So that is what it does. And first we try to sort clip by start frame and find the gaps left by that removed clips, whatever it is, and we try to shift everything backwards and all. And then we try to merge this overlapping or adjacent ranges, and then for each remaining clip we compute like how much it shifts backward and all, and then try to return those shifts. So that's the thing, the merging that we do here, what we just trying to do, and merging those clips based on the start time and gap that it has. And okay, so now this the functions compute triple push. So this is this inverse, like we are trying to push the clips forward on insert. So basically every clip at or after the insertion point, so it should move forward by that push amount again. So that's what the above one was the removal thing, and this is the taking care of the insertion stuff. So we try to push all clips at or after insert frame forwarded by this push amount frames, and we return this again clip id and new start frame for clips that need to move and all. So exactly that's what is happening, and this is just the helpers like merging the ranges that we were using above here, this merge ranges and all. So yeah, what this does, and basically collapses this overlapping or adjacent ranges. So basically run of deleted clips counts as one gap and not several and all. So that's this ripple engine. You get the high level overview of what this does, right? Okay, fine. And now let's add this tool mode. So here this tool mode dot swift, and this basically let's add and then talk to you about. So simple stuff here. I'm just going to add this pointer and razor. So this is the active editing tool. So basically it affects the timeline, click behavior and cursor. So this the basically this V key, that is a default selection of move or trim, and C key is just to click to split clips and all. That's a razor and all that tools that we'll be adding. So that's the simple this things that we need. Okay, fine. And now the Cutroom. So I'll just create a new folder called preview, and there we'll add basically the logic related to AV player. So that's the actual preview, the video engine and all those things. So here let's add this video engine. Okay, and so here this in the preview section we need to add the core functionalities and all needed to this AV player, like play, pause and all those things basically we expect in the preview and all. So let's try to add the code for that, and then I'll just okay. So first we are trying to yeah, so the intent of this the class is basically owning an AV player and assemble the timeline like into one playable video, like with AV foundations composition API. So that's why like we have this AV foundation as well imported. So now let's see that engine shape and all. So first we have observable main actor, and then private set variable player AV player. So basically this private set everyone can read it, only this class basically video engine can replace it is what this specifies. and then this weak variable editor, and then others time observer, composition needs rebuild, and is rebuilding and all, just the boolean variables that we need, and this weak variable editor view model. So basically this helps us to avoid the cycle. So now what it does now, editor holds the engine and the engine holds the editor, so that cycle is something will be avoided with this weak keyword and all. And here in it, so basically we're just wiring up the time observer, so yeah, and trying to set up this editor thing and all, whatever we have. Okay, fine. And this state down, basically cleaning up the observer, so this must be called before we like discard the engine, so window close and all, or the periodic observer leaks and all those things. So if this observer, we are just trying to remove this time observer and set that to nil. Okay, and now the main functionalities here, the plane, which is a playback control. So this is the play thing, like what we are doing is we are trying to restitch the composition when it's stale. So this if composition needs rebuild, we are just restitching all the compositions that we have here. Otherwise we just what we do, we just seek and play, and so that's what is happening. So the time and then seek and this play and editor is playing, we just need to set this to true, and this and all the functionalities and all same time and all from this AV foundation, you can just refer to that. Okay, fine. And yeah, and these are just the pause, toggle playback, and seek. These are small wrappers basically that keeps like editor dot is playing in sync, and convert a frame number whatever we have into frame accurate, which is CM time, like value by time scale and all those things. So that's what this wrappers does, pass and then toggle playback, and then the seek we have. Okay, and then previewing the asset, these are the preview modes. This is the single asset preview. So for previewing one raw file, which basically will be used later by our source viewer, and we're just swapping this player item and all. So that's this preview asset that we have. And then this rebuild composition, the one we were using here. So that's this function that all we need to do, we'll have the timeline, right? Tracks, clips, and all those things. So we are trying to build the composition from the timeline. So this is basically this AV mutable composition is a virtual multi-track edit. And then we try to stitch the source footage in, like without copying the files. So an empty timeline. So that's what we are doing here, for drag in each of the timelines, and then trying to sort the clips, and then compose those things, and then in each track we are going to the clips again, and then trying to stitch them, all of them together. And yeah, and then an empty timeline, basically we just try to clear the player and all. So that's this does all things that we are trying to do. Yeah, simple. We'll have either basically because we know that one composition track per timeline track, so add a video or audio track. For video tracks, we also add like parallel audio track, so clips on sound comes along and all. So that's this is what we do. And here we are trying to like splice each clip in, so framing accurately. So we first try to load the source files track, and then the build the source range from this trim duration, and then insert the empty time for gaps, so the composition lines up like exactly with our model. Then we are just trying to insert the clip and its audio, and this try question mark basically skips any if there is any bad clip and all. Okay, fine. And after everything, so we are just trying to add this composition to the player, AV player item and all. So just trying to wrap it in this thing, and we are just swapping it in, and then clearing this dirty flag and all. Okay, fine. And this is the composition needs rebuild and all, true. So basically this is called after any edit, so the next play restitches and all. Okay, fine. And this setup time observer, the one that we were calling in our init, so this is the function, so it just follows the video with the playhead. So this is a periodic the time observer, like basically fires once per frame, so each tick, so while playing and not scrubbing, so it converts basically the player's time back to a frame and updates this editor.current frame, which helps us to redraw that timeline. So and yep, and this yeah, that's what this does at a high level that we have. And this resolve media URL is just resolving that clips media file, so it's just trying to help us map a clips media reference file name like back to real URL in the in-memory media library that we'll be having. So that's this resolving helper. Okay, so that's this video engine, so it's important, so try to spend some time here. I have in the commit that I'll be pushing the file and understand each piece of what it does and all. Okay, fine. That's this video engine, and now in editor view model is something we need to add, so let's add this. Okay, so this editor view model, this will be the actual brain of the editor. So now let's try to add the logic related to our timeline editing engine, and then the view model related to that before we work on the UI parts of all the components related to the timeline, because we need this as a prerequisite for them. So in this Cutroom, let's create a new folder called the editor. Okay, this one, and inside this editor folder let's add this tool mode dot swift file. So this basically to capture the behavior of the timeline. So by default, like timeline behaves differently by the armed tool. So basically we'll have the pointer which selects and moves, and then the razor cuts. So basically we need to track that mode. So for that we need a simple tool mode, and then later if we wanted to introduce additional tool mode, we can just add one more case and all, and like this we can extend. So that is the tool mode for. And now the drag state thing. So the drag state file. So this basically while the mouse is basically down, we never really touch the real clips. Like basically we just remember which gesture is in flight and how far the cursor has moved and all. That is like delta frames and all. So to capture all of this, the movements of the cursor and all, so that we know what was the drag state and all, trying to calculate that is what this helper is for. So here we have this enum called drag state, where each case per gesture means like what am I currently doing now. So basically is the title, are we scrubbing playhead, moving clip, like trim left, trim right, mark you, resize track and all. And the other, like based on the specific case, what are the parameters that we need. So we are, for dragging we need all of this to track, and for trim drag and mark you drag we all need this. So this is to maintain that drag state is what we need, this enum drag state and all. Okay, fine. And then after that we need an engine to deal with this snap stuff, which is very important. So I'm just going to create this snap engine, and this basically you know like we need someone, like whenever we try to drag an item, basically it should feel not jittery, and should feel precise. Like basically that item in the timeline whenever we're trying to drag should lock onto that useful position, basically somewhere on the timeline. Like it checks, like it should help to check the nearby targets, like the clip edges and the playhead, and it should use those two behaviors to make, like, snapping feel stable. So then sticky snapping, like trying to keep the item like attachable, like once it snaps and all. And yeah, so let me add, then I'll walk you through, then you will understand what is the importance of this snap engine and all. So here, yeah, we have this enum snap engine with the snap target and snap result and snap state as a struct, and we have a couple of here the static functions, so which is very important. So what we do, we try to collect all the clip edges and the playhead as basically the snap targets, and that's what this the function helps us to do. And then optionally exclude the specific clip IDs, for example the clip that I'm dragging and all. So this is the thing, and we have the finding the snap. So this helps us to pick the one that I should basically stick the dragged clip to. Is it to the like left edge of the clip, or to the right edge of the clip, or to the near to the playhead or not? So whatever the closest target that we have in its respective threshold, that is what we do here. So trying to find the snap and so we just like sticky if already snap, then we try to hold until moved far enough, and then we are trying to find the closest target with the type specific threshold and all. So that's this the intention of this snap engine. So and make it feel like editing more precise and less jittery. So if you have checked out in DaVinci Resolve and other editor, whenever we're trying to drag clips and all, if we just move, it will just snap and get sticking to the nearest clip and all. So that's what this snap engine for, and you will get the this real usage when we start to check in our UI and all. So same way we need to add an engine for our ripple handling. So let's add this ripple engine dot swift, and here also I'm just going to add a simple thing. So basically this ripple engine to just let you know what this happens. Like let's say whatever we try to delete a clip in the middle, and like then everything after that should slide left to close the gap, right? And that's like the delete scenario. Like if we insert one, then everything should slide to the right and all. So that's shift calculation, and also something this ripple engine helps us to handle. So that's exactly, so this again this enum ripple engine, so that it can be shared. So we just compute how clips shift after insertions or deletions, so that properly taken care. So this compute ripple shifts, basically after we remove clips from the track, it will compute new start frames for remaining clips and all. So basically that should shift backward to close the gap and all, and it returns the list of this clip ID and the new start frame for that clip, so that they can move to that respective thing. So here this is that thing. So we're just trying to sort by start frame and finding the gaps like left by that removed clips, and shift everything after them. And yeah, and then we're trying to merge overlapping or adjacent ranges. We have this helper here below. I'll just showcase you that. That's a simple thing. And then for each remaining clip we compute like how much it shifts backward and all, and then we're trying to do that. So and yeah, this compute ripple push function, basically it pushes clips ahead or after insert frame. basically forwarded by the push amount frames, like and same thing, this is for insertion thing, and these are the just help us merge these ranges that I just mentioned. So it just folds the overlapping ones, and then each survivor basically shifts back by the gap before it. So yeah, that's the thing, and that's the intention of the ripple engine as well. So you can yeah, that's what you can just check in the comment. And now to handle basically overwriting thing, so to clear the region where I'm trying to drop the clip, so for that also we need an engine. So I'm just going to name this as override engine dot swift. Okay, so yeah, the responsibility of this is basically whenever I'm trying to drag a specific clip onto occupied timeline, we first need to empty the space under it. So any existing clip like relating to that region, like for example start to end, there are 5 ways, like outside, like it's outside, so we just leave it and we're not going to do anything. Inside, basically we just remove it. If it's off the left, we need to trim its tail, and if it's off the right, we need to trim its head, and then or we need to split it. So basically those are all the actions that we need and help, and that this override engine is what is going to help us with. So that's what like how to clear a region of the timeline by either removing, trimming, or splitting existing clips and all. So there are 5 actions that I mentioned. Action to remove the clip entirely, basically it's fully inside the right region that I'm trying to drop the clip to, or else like trimming end. So we're just trying to clip the right edge, like if it's overlapping to the right part, and this is the left part, and trying to split the clip and all, which straddles the entire region. So this is the thing. And this computer override basically now given the region like start and end on the track, it returns the actions basically needed to clear that region, so new clip can be placed there. So that's what we are just trying to take this help, and it just returns these actions. So yeah, that is this responsibility of this override engine. So you can just check that and just trying to handle all of the actions that we have, and so that it can be added handled like basically handed to our core view model later to do all of these actions things. Okay, fine. And now this video engine preview section. So let's just collapse the thing. I'm going to create this preview folder, and here let's create this new file called video engine. Okay, so this basically we know that any edits of clips or any tracks or existing stuff, we do it in our timeline, and now we need basically an engine basically which can help us to stitch all of this, so that AV foundation can stitch into one playable asset. So basically our tracks and clips are data and all, right? So the AV player basically plays a single AV player item, and so that this engine basically helps us to build that composition. So let me add that stuff, and it becomes way easier if I just walk you through what we have in that, in what we'll be doing in this video engine and all that stuff. Okay, so I'm just adding this piece of the code, and don't worry about this interview model, which I'll be adding in a while. So what we do here is basically yeah, for these are the playbacks controls that you will see. Ideally the preview section of the video that we're trying to edit and all, and this is the preview asset, and yeah, this is the main thing, trying to build the composition from timeline for multi-clip playback and all. So this composition, what it does, for each track that we have, it basically walks through the clips in order, and then it basically loads each source and inserts a gap like where there's a delight, and then splices in the trimmed range. So now this every clip that we have, so now this video tracks everything also like make sure that it stitches this audio track and all. So this recomposition is what the main functionality of this video engine. And then once all it is done, we're just going to pass that composition to this AV player item, and then this player will be able to play that as a one asset in the preview section and all. So that is this the video engine is all about. Then others are basically just an examples, like play controls, pass, and toggle playback and all. So just normally the ones that we see to move that backward or frontward and all those things. So these are simple controls: play, pass, seek, and toggle playback and all, and previewing asset and all. So the idea is basically, so let me just collapse this as well. Rebuild composition, and just the setup time observer helper and all. Okay, fine. So this basically, this video engine, what it does, it helps us to stitch that tracks into one AV mutable composition and place it. So this is the basically the preview. It drives, like we'll see in the UI in a while after we complete adding this thing. Okay, so I'm just trying to give you an eye level view, and you can just check the code, what each piece does in the commit that I'll be pushing. Okay, fine. And here now in the editor, and also it's better to organize things instead of keeping it all. So what I'll do is basically, let's create this timeline, and related to timeline, basically the drag state snap engine and all, we'll just move that thing. So let's drag state snap engine and all. I'm just going to move this to our timeline. Okay, fine. And now this add the editor view model, where we have this error throwing because we don't have that. So let's add this editor view model. Okay, so this basically like kind of single source of truth. So every edit basically that changes the timeline, we try to register its own undo and all those things, like basically all the state that's like trying to that's one thing. So the brain behind the whole timeline, like the selection, playhead frame, and undo, all basically will try to keep it here, this editor view model. So let's just try to add the pieces at once, then I'll just walk you through about that. Okay, so we'll close this. Let's okay, so here the first things, that this is observable by main actor class. Basically it owns the timeline, like I just mentioned. So plus this all this transient UI state, that is like playhead, selection, zoom, active tool, and all the Swift UI reads from. So everything, these are all the transient UI states that we try to thing. And then the every mutating method, basically it captures like what's about to change. And then we use the main undo manager here with a closure that helps us to put it back. Okay, so undo, we will bolt this one later. Okay, but it's a part of like each edit's definition, so that's what I'm trying to specify here. And now we are just trying to start with every state, like playback stepping, and then the we'll have this notify timeline changed hook, basically that passes playback and marks the player data after any edit. So basically passing on edit is the standard that we'll try to see. So this the simple state and the steps that we'll be trying to deal with. And now the mutations for our all the tracks is something I need to add, and then that should be simple and self-understandable if I just add and just walk you through. So these are the track mutations. So first one, yeah, same thing. It follows the same capture, mutate, register, undo the in each of the functions. So adding a track here, basically it what we just add it to our tracks list, and then remember it's a remember set to remove it on undo and all. So yeah, and then removing one snapshots the basically whole track. So undo basically reinserts it at its old index and all. So yeah, that's what we are doing here. And this toggle again, what it is doing, so it is recording the previous flag and set an action name, so that basically reads correctly in the edit menu, which is is it a mute track or unmute track and all. So that's the thing. And yeah, same thing for toggle track hidden and all, show track or hide track, which you will see in the timeline, the header actions for the track and all. In a while I'll just showcase in UI, then you will get the you will be able to connect well. Okay, fine. And this setting track height, basically it helps us to like clamp to this min or max, and like cleverly like undoes this by calling itself with the previous height. So yeah, same thing basically. This is the notify timeline change that I was talking about. So if it's playing, its passes, and then it calls this it needs rebuild and all. So it tries to rebuild the timeline of the tracks that it is affected or so. Okay, so yeah, so it's the same pattern every time, so which makes this easy to extend and all that stuff. So that was related to track mutations. Now the clips that we'll be having inside the track, we need to add the mutations for all of that stuff. So let me just add them now. So below here I'm going to add this thing, and of course this find clip helper I'll just add in a while, but that's just a simple to find given the ID and all. But let's give you just the pure the functionalities that we normally do, updating in memory arrays and all those things. So okay, so this basically the mutations related to the clips and all. Then the add clip and move clip, what are they doing? Basically they just route through our resolve overlap the helper, so just to so when whatever the clip that will be dropping on, it never lands on another. So that this function helper I'm going to add, so helps us with and resolves that. And once we get that thing, basically then we just add that clip and sort it and then register that undo action, the same pattern. So same here for the moving clip as well. So finding the clip and then resolving overlap and adding it to tracks list and sorting it and registering it undo action. This trim clip again, same thing, finding the clip. And now the only difference is basically we need to recompute the start frame and the duration frames from the trim deltas like in one place, like so. So that's what we are doing, and then trying to again assign the clips start and end time, and then register the trim clip action and all. This split clip basically it's quite interesting thing. So here what we do, first we are trying to keep the original ID for the left half and mint a new ID for the right. Okay, so here you can see so basically now what undo, why we are doing it like this is because the undo just deletes the right off and restores the original. So that's the idea here it is about. So remove right and restore original clip, and that's why we are trying to mint a new ID for the right stuff and all. Okay, and then the remove clips, what we are doing, just basically we are trying to batch basically the clip and the track index page. So one undo basically tries to re-add them all. Okay, so and yeah, that's the thing, and pretty standard thing to just remove from our list that we have, and then trying to register every action to our undo manager and all. Okay, and this update clip property is just the basically that mutates a clip and trying to modify and trying to update our properties of the clips and all. Okay, so that's the mutations, and I'm giving you high level walkthrough and intention. You can just try to check each function in the commit and understand in way detail. Okay, and now the clip related is done, and now we need to add the mutations related to the playhead. So all the related operations to relate to that playhead, let me add it here. So okay, here so here the playhead operations, basically they are just the thin wrappers, and we'll just use the engines that we added, like ripple engine and all those things. So this is split at playhead, and we just use the split clip above the helper clip mutations that we have by just iterating to with the selected clip IDs and all. And these are all basically the toolbar or shortcut entry points. Basically the split at the playhead and trim start to playhead, and trim end to playhead, delete selected clips and all those things. So what they do is basically just help us, like whatever the current selection plus playhead into calls to that primitives that we have just created about that related to the clips mutations and all those things, what they do. So I'm just that's what we are just iterating to the selected clips and then do that and all. So now this ripple delete selected clips is the basically the first edit that does several things. Okay, so what first we need to do is remove clips here, and then shift the survivors. Basically that's what the thing that we are doing here is we need to first remove clips and shift like subsequent basically clips backward to close the gaps. So that way, and also that we are trying to wrap everything in this begin undo grouping or end undo grouping thing. Here I'll talk about what this. So basically then one command Z reverses the old gesture, and so I'm just trying to walk like steps that we do. So basically it just computes the shifts from the ripple engine, the helper that we have. So that's the like now usage of all the small engines that we have created, ripple engine, snap engine and all those things. So it computes all the shifts from this ripple engine before removing anything, because the removal changes the array and it would otherwise measure and all. So and then we're just going to now remove those clips, and then we are just applying those shifts and all, so that now we properly cover that gap and all. So these are all ops related to the playhead and all, and we need and now I'll just add a function to clear that engine. So let's just clear the region. Okay, so here this is basically the function which helps us to clear the region. Now the override engine, so this is where like override engine's plan like basically gets actual executed, like we are using whatever the things that we added in our override engine against the real this undoable clips and all. So basically this engine basically already decided like what to do like to each clip in that region. So this method just walks that list. So that's what we are just trying to do, walk that list and call that matching primitive. So basically is it the remove clips, or is it the like trimming the clip, or is it the splitting the clip, and this basically the dot split whatever case is just like we are just trying to clip the straddling the whole region has to be cut twice, like once at start and once at end. So basically with the middle piece to remove so it splits, and then find the right half bytes new the start frame, and either splits like end and removes or just removes it. So that's what like we're just trying to do this against this live model and all. So that's the just the actions that we are trying to drive here in this region, and taking use of this overwrite engine which we created. Okay, so that's this clear region stuff. And the other so I'll just collapse this now. So clear region, and now this the ripple insert clip, and then overwrite insert clip helpers. I'm just going to add this thing. Okay, so and short clips and fine clip will just add, those are just the simple helpers. Okay, so these are just the two insert modes that compose the pieces, like we just built into like one group and undoable action. So this ripple insert clip, basically what it does, it just asks this ripple engine dot compute ripple push for the forward shifts, and then just applies them, and then basically then drops the new clip in the gap it just opened and all those things. Okay, and yep, so that's the simple thing, and you can see clearly I added the comments and all what it does exactly, and you can just check that. And this overwrite insert clip just calls this clear region, the above function, to just empty the space, and then drops the clip on top, and yeah, and then trying to wrap the sequence in an undo group, so the multi-step edit reverses as one. And yeah, so and then we just trying to resort the clips so the array stays start frame ordered and all always. So that is this thing. And now this helpers for sorting clips and all those things, let me just quickly add, and now we'll just close the all the errors that we have. Fine, so yeah, mostly no more errors. Okay, just the helpers. Finding clip just locates by the ID across all tracks and returning null if we don't find anything. And the sort clips just keeps each track ordered by the start frame, and so drawing and can basically resume order and all. And this resolve overlap basically is the collision resolver. So what it does, it pushes a clip forward until it no longer basically overlaps a neighbor. So that's the thing. So which is why like we can never draw up like two clips on the same frames and all. Okay, so that is this helper. And this remove clip internal is just the ID only removal used by this undo closure, so that must not like themselves register undo and all. So this is the editor view model. And yeah, and now let's add the timeline geometry stuff. I'll walk you through the importance of that. So timeline geometry, so so the pixels and frames basically there are two coordinate systems. Like for example, let's add it, then I'll just give you an idea of what that is, so it makes more sense. Okay, so this like I mentioned, the pixels and frames are two coordinate systems, so we need to give the conversion like, and so now we need to answer like, you know, like what frame is under this X, like, and where does this clips rectangle sit and all. So that arithmetic is something this helps us with. So here yeah, which will be used by our timeline view later drawing, and our timeline input controller, which we'll try to see. So that is this pure for helping us with the layout math for the timeline and all. So the pixels for per frame, header width, ruler height, and track count and track heights and all these are all the things. And now we are just and in this main actor in it. So basically ideally it'll be built from the editor view model in this main actor in it. So which is why like now after we added this editor view model, we just added here. And this basically it reads this editor the zoom scale, and editor dot timeline dot tracks and all those things. So the intention of this is just to help us do this conversion properly and give us those things like tracking height, tracking y, and the exact clip rectangles and frame at and track at and x for frame and all. So helping us to convert between these pixels and frames and give us these coordinates that we need and all. Okay, so that is the simple timeline geometry. So I'm just giving you a high level overview of what each component is doing. Okay, fine. So now at least the state related stuff and all we added. Let's try to add the stateless renderers, that is the clips, playhead, ruler related components, so that later the app kits timeline view will use them to paint them on our UI and all. Okay, so in this timeline thing, I'm going to create first the clip renderer. So let's add this clip renderer. I think that name itself is conveying what this does. So we need to add this the shareable enum clip renderer. So basically should help. We should have a static function called draw, like which helps us to paint that clips rounded fill and color strip by like based on the type, is it a video, image, or audio, and then finally enable and the thumbnails and all. So I'm going to just add that thing, and it should be simple stuff. So I'm just going to and going to give you rough walkthrough what each does. And so we know that this should be by default the stateless thing. So here idea is to clip should be basically a dumb picture, so not an object basically that knows like how to draw itself. So instead of like trying to give every clip a draw method, we are making this as enum, so with only this static function, so and the namespace thing, so that this never gets instantiated. So what we do, like we hand it like basically what to draw, that is the clip, it's a type, and the rectangle, and whether it's selected or not, and then it helps us to paint. Okay, so this basically helps us to like to draw the real clip, and whenever we are trying to drag, so we are trying to dim that, so yep. And then live like trim preview, so the only difference is basically the rectangle and the opacity that will be trying to pass in here. So yeah, just so we are just trying to fill in and color code based on the left edge drip, and then the border and the label to showcase on the top of a clip, which the helper which I'll just add, and then the trim handles to the left and right edge, which I'm just going to add it now. Okay, so let's add the label thing. So okay, so this label, the function draw label, so it's just the text basically that overflows its clip like on top of the rectangle thing, and make sure that it doesn't overflow, and also keep that text clip to the box and all. So that is what we are doing, and so a short clip basically can be narrower than its file length, right? So so that's the two guards helps us to keep it clean. So basically we're just trying to skip the label entirely below this 30 pixels wide, and the context dot clip to this rectangle dot insert by, so any basically any overflow is basically scissored off at the clip's edge rather than bleeding into the neighbor at all. So this the yeah, and this extra 8 pixel basically insert clears the color strip we basically drew on the left and all. So that is the simple helper draw label, which helps us to take care of the things that I just mentioned. And then the function we need to add related to trimming the handles. So now if I add, and everything should be solid. So this basically they are like two thin bars, like uh, to the extreme edges left and right. So then the drawing them, it's so those like vertical strips at each end are like what we use ideally to grab to trim. Okay, so that's the thing this draw trim handles helps us with. So the input controller later measures this same trim dot handle width from each edge to decide like um, did we grab the handle or the body or not. Okay, so that is this thing, left handle and right handle, just rectangle and its namespace rectangle, and then giving this height and width and coordinates for that thing. This is a simple clip renderer, and you will see this thing being used eventually. And now let's add the renderer related to Playhead. So the Playhead renderer. Okay, so we know this Playhead, basically the vertical line with the top like inverted triangle and all those things. Basically, it's helps us to know where are we currently in a timeline and all, and it must basically cross every track at one uh, pixel frame or x and all those things. So let's add this is the simple file, so I'm just going to add it straight away. Okay, so this is the simple thing. So what we do, we try to again same enum play head renderer, the draw function. So we try to give it a frame and how many pixels a frame is worth, and it helps like and converts to single screen x, then draws that one red line. So this is the vertical line, the from the ruler, which will have the ruler component which we are ready to create. That is like ruler is basically we try to show that times, right, hour, minutes, seconds and milliseconds and all those things and all. So that ruler along with the like scale and all. So from the ruler down the all tracks, plus basically a triangle grip on the ruler. So basically it reads scroll offset x and header width. So the line now basically lands on the right pixel even when like timeline is scrolled on the track label or column is offset and all. So this is simple, the red play headline plus the ruler triangle. This is what helps us to draw that on our timeline and all. So okay, so that is this playhead renderer. So fine, and now the ruler which I was just talking about. So let's add this timeline ruler. Okay, so this the one with a fixed tick like every second like now becomes important whenever we're trying to edit and all. So now also we need to consider like when we try to zoom in which part to showcase, and so that they don't so that they are consistent across the zoom ins and zoom outs and all. So this function helps us to draw that timeline ruler and all. So uh, so for example, even when I basically zoom, a ruler with fixed tick becomes useless, right? So this timeline ruler, now what it helps us basically uh, do with adaptive text. So this adaptive text is basically we try to aim for the tick roughly like every 80 pixel, and try to pick the nearest nice like the one like which is human friendly interval like 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds, a minute. So the labels basically always read cleanly at any zoom. So that's the intent. So instead of keeping it as a fixed thing, so and then what we do just like walk the frames currently on the screen, start frame and end frame, and never the like whole timeline. So that is this timeline ruler. So this is the background and then bottom separator, and this adaptive tick interval like basically we're just trying to target 80 pixels between major text and the start frame and end frame. And then we just like choose a like tick interval that basically respects that 80 pixel apart no matter in whichever zoom level that I am in. So the end output of this basically is the time the time code ruler, basically this helps us to draw like adaptive text, like always that stay 80 pixel apart as we zoom in and all. So that's the this timeline ruler is all about, and that's the intention as well. And now let's add the timeline input controller. So okay, this basically hones all mouse behavior, like heads up on ordering, uh, like be this holds all the drags, scratch pad state, like separate from the real timeline and all. So let's add this in bits and pieces, and then let's try to walk through this. uh, okay, and timeline view, which we will add because okay, so like I mentioned, so it owns all the mouse cursor drag logic for the timeline, and it communicates back to our timeline view via this view dot need so display true. So and then we just use a delta only drag model, and we never mutate editor view model during drag and all. So so basically every click and drag on this timeline surface is basically will be handled using this timeline input controller, like scrub, move, trim, marquee, razor, and all those things. Okay, so that's the thing. And now the mouse down, let's handle the mouse down stuff, and timeline we will just add that. Okay, so let's try to understand here. So this mouse down thing, what it helps us, it routes this gesture based on like where we pressed. Okay, so one press could mean it can be scrub, cut, move, or trim, toggle a drag, or lasso select, and we sort out like which here. So that's like did we basically press in the ruler strip along the top, or like then we know that it's not on clips, right? So meaning we're dragging the playhead, so we start a scrap and jump it there. So that is this thing. And now the razor tool. So okay, so this razor tool acts on click itself, like there's no drag. So with the razor tool, so the editor tool mode is razor. So mm, a click means basically one thing, like try to slice the clip. So you basic the one we hit at that frame. So it's the only tool that just fires on press instead of like starting a drag, like one click, one cut, and repaint and done. So that's what like this if the mode is a range razor. Okay, so fine. And now this so here the header column, this um, is its own little control panel, right? So if we press the left of like the header width, we know that we click the drags controls, not the like timeline body and all. So there we basically what we do, we check this mute button rectangles, and then the eyed the button rectangles, like both will be cast by the drawing pass. And finally the resize handle at the tracks like bottom edge. So pressing there starts a like resize track or drag, remembering basically the original height, so we can undo cleanly later. So that's like we're trying to see where it's been clicked, and then see if it's in mute button rectangles or hide, and then accordingly take the that logic as per the click. Okay, so now the hit test clips. So let's add those things. So okay, let's talk about this. We'll add these things, don't worry. So now a press on a clip uh, uh, picks between is it a select, is it a trim left, is it a trim right, and move, right? So we are doing the same thing. So selection. So first we try settling the selection thing. So what we do, just shift basically toggles the clip into the set. and a plain click basically makes it the only one. Yeah, right. So and then the local X inside the clip decides the intent within a handle width of like left edge is like if it's a left edge, we know that it's a trim left, and if it's a right edge, we know it's a trim right, and the middle is basically moving it. So each mode basically snapshots the clip's original numbers, so the drag needs reads as a delta and all. So that is the this part of the code is what helps us to do it. And now the mouse is dragged and all. So let's try to and check on that cases of all those things. uh, the mouse dragged stuff. Okay, so yeah, this function, so dragging basically updates only the delta, like it's never the clip, right? Like now trying to ask the snap engine where to land, so that is like exactly this what does. So as the mouse moves, we recompute a candidate frame, like pass it and the other clips to our the snap engine uh, dot, like find snap. So there, like now we store the snaps x for the yellow guide, and the set like delta frames to the snapped positions. So the trims basically work the same way with edge clamps. Trim left basically can't cross the clips end or expand past the source stack. That's the thing. And trim right basically can't shrink like below one frame or expand past its tail and all. So the model basically stays untouched. So only the basically the deltas move, and the draw pass like reads them to paint a preview and all. So that's the thing. Uh, for handling the mouse down function. So I'm just trying to keep it the mouse dragged thing uh, shorter. Okay, so the mouse up basically now that's the only place where now drag becomes real. Which is a undoable edit. So let's add that function and see what and all needs to be taken care in this mouse up thing. So here I'm just trying to add it here. So this mouse up. So now everything above whatever we saw was just a preview because we were just doing that in the state as getting draw or dragged or whatever it is. So this is the actual release, right? Mouse up is basically he has done some click or drag or whatever, he has released it on. So now on release, basically what do we do is we try to take the accumulated delta and call the editor's real mutators, which is like move clip, trim clip, mark you select, or set track height exactly once. So here that's what, like we are taking the drag state. If it's a move clip, we are just trying to do that specific operation. If it's a trim left, call this editor dot trim clip. Same for the trimming right thing, and mark you or doing the same thing. And resize track, trying to resize that the track height and all. And yeah, so those uh, that is what this we are trying to do. And so basically and this single change, like as a cumulative one, lands on this undo stack. So one drag is one undo, so no matter how far the mouse travel, then we reset the like finally the scratch pad to idle and all. So this is the release thing. How we are going to handle each state is what this function is all about. And then the cursor updates, like once like what if like mouse moved and all. This function helps us to deal with this. So this mouse mode basically fires like with no button down. So it's purely like about basically the feedback. So before we commit to gesture, the cursor should tell basically what's under it. So the razor, like draws it's like snap to play head like preview line and shows like basically the crosshair like that's what this does, like snap razor to play head and then show that crosshair. And then hovering the tracks resize zone basically shows the upper down the arrows. Uh, okay so hovering clips edge basically shows that left or the right trim arrows. So you will see like based on the mouse moves and which position we are in, so hovering shows something. So everything else like it's just a plain the arrow, and it mutates nothing but just the cursor and the razor preview. So that is what this the thing every nitty gritty details, and you will see this in a while, and how this mouse mode helps and all. Okay, and then scrolling the wheel thing. So this the scroll wheel like option plus scroll, basically that should be a zoom thing, is something we need to do. So whenever we do this while pinning the frame under our cursor, a plain scroll basically should pan like so without option. We just forward the event to the scroll view. With option basically we need to zoom in, but the new zooming basically makes the timeline like lurch away from where we are actually looking. So what we'll do basically, we record the frame under the cursor, and yeah, so once we record the frame under the cursor, we change the zoom scale, and then scroll so that frame always stays put. So it's the like just zoom towards the pointer, move every basically every editor usually has. So that's this scroll wheel does. And now this helps the let's just add it test clip and the it test resize handle and all those things. So I'm just adding, and now we should ideally, yeah, ignore this nil errors and all. And yeah, I think here also fine. So mostly this timeline and all, because I need to the next thing will be just adding that. But this helpers, let's try to understand. So this simple the it test clip, so every gesture above we use this hit testers. So this it test clip, what it does basically, it walks the tracks clips, and then returns the first like whose rectangle contains the point. That's the only thing this we are trying to take help of it. And then it test resize handle. So what it is doing basically, it checks whether we are within a few pixel of a track's bottom edge in the header column, and return that index. Okay, and this crop to frame is just that seeks the editor, yeah, just nothing else. Okay, so that's the timeline input controller. Now we handle all this mouse up, mouse hovering, scroll down, and all those things and all. So these are very important, and what really happens, the things that we do with our mouse and other input controls in our timeline and all. Okay, so fine. And now we need to add this timeline view, or else this is throwing us error. So let's add this timeline view. Okay, so this timeline view is basically, let's add this thing and then give you an idea about what this is about. So let me just close this. Okay, so this basically creates this timeline input controller in its in it, and forwards like every event to that input controller. So what this timeline view is basically is a subclass of NS view which does drawing only. So the controller whatever we have on the one that we just created, it handles that input everything. So um, this NSView, why is it a subclass? So a Swift UI canvas basically can't really keep up with the scrubbing timeline. So basically we drop to this app kit. So this NSView gives us like raw CG context and then pixel precise draw thing, which basically a 60 frames per second playhead ideally needs. So in it basically the view just builds and owns its controller, which is and then turns on this backing layer and registers as the drop target for the strings and file URLs, so that basically we can just drag media in and those things. And then is flipped basically puts y equals to 0 at the top, so matching how we think about tracks and all. So and yeah, and this the just the cached starting colors uh, for basic unlabeled attributes basically that keep the hot draw path from like reallocating them each frame and all. So this timeline view basically just helps us to paint the track headers, which you will see like V1 and then the button to hide and all those things, mute and all those stuff like mute speaker, header, I buttons on the left, each left of the each row and all those things. Okay, so this is just the initialization of all these things. And now let's add this drawing function, which is the main stuff. So this is where we'll try to use all the timeline ruler, playhead, the render and all, clip render and all those things that we just added. So here let's I'll yeah so this draw function paints this fixed paint this stack like bottom to top, like backgrounds, so this track backgrounds and then the track headers like ruler, clips, overlays, playhead and all. So order is important here. The playhead basically, if you see here, it's always the last. So it's basically we need it to sit above everything else. That's why the order is at the last. And then before that it's the clip. So here we are trying to draw the clip. So now this clip basically will need to set above the track backgrounds, and yeah, and then the that's why this order is like this. And then transient overlays basically the snap guide, marquee, mm, razor line and all will fall between this clips and the playhead. So this mark you and razor frame and all those things. So now each renderer we just created is called with the like current this geometry, uh, and the overlays basically read from this controller scratchpad state and all, and we'll just create this helpers and all, but you get the intent. So this is the main draw function basically when we try to call this timeline view draw function and all. Okay, uh, all right, so now let's add this draw clips and the other functions which we were using to, and adding first the function related to drawing clips. So let me just add it here. Okay, so this draw clips, it's just the same clip renderer that we have, but it paints three states like, and this is where basically we pick which one. Okay, so uh, so during basically a move drag a clip becomes like two pictures like it should be dimmed like with less opacity like 0.3 opacity of the original what we have, so and 0.7 opacity goes like where it would land ideally. So that's the like delta models payoff. Okay, so we need we are determining if we are trimming for preview rendering and if you are dragging a clip for ghost rendering or not. So after that then trying to just showing the destination like without committing, and then during a trim basically we just build a preview clip. So here, yeah, So we just build preview clip with adjusted start or duration and draw that. So everything else is just normal full opacity clip. So that yeah, then trying to call this clip under draw the normal clip, and just the yeah then the dirty rectangle so helps us to keep skip uh, off screen clips, so we only repaint what we changed at all. So that's this thing with adjusted browns, the trimming this preview, and this goes to target position, then dimmed original position, and all this goes to drag across the timeline just we are trying to drag. Okay, so that is this drawing clips is all about, and should be simple. Just you can just check the comments that I added on top of each of these things what is doing and all. Okay, and now track backgrounds and track headers, draw functions and drawing the symbol and all. Let me just add, so they are just like related to drag drawings. So let's talk about this. Yeah, okay, track drawing. So just this the header column basically draws once and remembers its buttons rectangles for the controller to hit test and all. So now for each track, like we draw the color strip, the label and the like mute or hide sub symbols, and then stash each icons rectangle like uh, uh, into our mute button recs and hide button recs. So that's the basically the usual handshake and all. Uh, so this basically drawing decides like where the buttons are, and the input usually reads those rectangles to know what we clicked and all. So that's the like. So I'm just drawing this backgrounds pretty standard. I'm just and then this mute button rectangles and hide button rectangles. So I needed to react for our button clicks, which will be indexed by track and will be used for it testing is what I'm. And then this trying to track headers, the headers which I just mentioned, v1, uh, that mute icon, hide icon and all those things. Okay, so this is that thing, and this draw symbol just tends a symbol by rendering it to basically into flipped image and filling that source at top and all. So these are the helpers to take care with respect to track headers and all. And then the forwarding all of our input stuff to our controller. Let's add here quickly those things. Input forwarding, all we need to do just whatever we receive, we just need to forward it to our timeline input controller, where all of this logic will be handled over there. So mouse down, mouse dragged, mouse up, mouse mode, scroll wheel, and then this uh, update tracking areas. Basically it re-registers the mouse mode area covering the bounds, so how our cursors basically fire even when nothing is pressed. So we basically rebuild it on every resize, because the old one is bounds locked and all. Fine, so that's the related to the input forwarding. And now the drop target basically drag from the media panel and all. So let's try to add those functions here. mm, yeah, so like one drop onto the timeline basically hides like three insert modes. Like the view basically accepts the drag like dot copy, which drag entered, and undrop it basically converts the point into to targeted track and frame. And it just looks up the which asset the pasteboard string names, and then the modifier keys basically pick the flavor. So uh, yeah, and this command like ripple inserts pushes basically later of later clips right, and option basically overwrites, and then plain drop just adds. So this is the basically the bridge from the media panel into our timeline model. So that's the entered, updated, and drag operation, and just trying to call based on like if it's a command, it's a ripple insert, options overwrite insert, and default normal line. So like I said, it's just a bridge from media panel into our timeline model that we have. Okay, so this is the timeline view, and how we are trying to like wire it up all the renderers that we just created. And now that we have created, by default, SwiftUI can't really host a NS view directly. So we need one thin bridge. So for that, I'm creating the file called timeline container view. So this timeline container view dot swift. Okay, so here let's try to, this is the short things, it's just a thin bridge, like I just mentioned, between our swift UI and NS view. So here, this NS view, it's a supplies, I mean struct of NS view representable is the bridge. So this make NS view, what it helps us do is build an NS scroll view, and drops our timeline view, which we created inside as its a document view, and stashes both in a coordinator, so later updates can reach them. uh, so yeah, and this update NS view basically marks the view 30 each Swift UI pass, and then the one, here we have uh, the logic basically auto scrolls during the playback. So the playhead basically, we need to make sure it never runs off the visible edge for us. So nudging the content, and like basically when it gets within 60 pixel of a margin and all. So that playhead always keeps in our view when we are trying to play the video and all. So that is the thing. This now like make NS view and update NS view, uh, and then this coordinator, and yeah. So that, now basically bridging this Swift UI with our NS view, this thing. So yeah, we're almost there, and to see it in UI with minor changes left. So now we need to basically wire this editor UI, this preview plus timeline appear, and then we can see exactly how it's going to look like on a screen. I'll just you can just meanwhile try to run a build, and all Swift build should be passing all through, and you can just check that. But I'll just try to run, and in a couple of minutes, once we add, I mean once we try to wire this editor UI, so that we can see in a preview directly. So for that, the main menu, so let me just collapse this timeline whatever we added. So in here, this main menu, uh, so here, let's add basically the settings uh, for our importing media and all those settings and all. So now basically we built mm, all this timeline editing engine, like basically trim, spreads, ripple, and the editor view model based in the brain, and all those things. uh, okay, so now we need to basically use that, which is a real preview AV player layer and all those clicks on top of the timeline and all. And then the all like options, basically we need to add these options in main menu. So then route those main menu items and keyboard shortcuts down to that view model and all. So once we tie up that and write it up, we can see that interactiveness in our UI, and we can launch and see that like at least the minimal bearing working editor and all. Okay, here, in this app menu, after this about quit Cutroom and quit Cutroom, I'll just add the settings. So let's add here the settings section. So this is simple settings item. So basically now, uh, usually the command the comma settings thing, so it's just the generic like send action selector. This is the, and just the app kits way of saying like send this to whoever handles it and all those things. Okay, fine. And then in our file menu, I'll just add an option for importing a media, like we just added settings in our app menu. So here maybe after save as is something, we can just add that. uh, So let me just add in here. Let's add separator and then this import media and this editor actions. We'll just add this. Uh, so this import media item. So uh, before we can edit, we need a footage and all those things, right? So this file menu basically gets this import media with command I, and this editor actions dot import media. We will see how to perform that action and all, and then the other edit related commands also I'll just add. Just trying to add the placeholders and do not worry about this editor actions because in the meanwhile we'll just add them. And okay, so editing commands is something I'll just try to add here and just add the separator and then add the stuff which is splitting at playhead, trim start to playhead, trim end to playhead and delete. So I'll just yeah, that's the thing. And now the contract, so the actions basically are dispatched. I'll just add it at the bottom. Okay, not in here. uh let's just add here. Okay, so this just the contract. So this object C protocol lets basically this selector the above basically compile without actually pointing at content class. So it's just a list of message names and the responder chain can carry, and this main actor basically just pins it to UI thread. So whichever object adopts this protocol becomes this one of the menu items reached. So which is the window controller, which I'll just add now. But so we're just trying to add the placeholders in the main menu, and so that we can see all of these options to do settings and editing related stuff and all. Okay, so and now this in editor, let me add this editor window controller. Okay, so this is the object basically that adopts this editor actions which we just define in main menu. So basically needs to do two things: catch or key presses that menus basically can't express, and then be the responder chain target for the ones like they press and all those things. Okay, so let's here let's try to create this subclass of this NS window controller that basically handles this keyboard shortcuts list via this responder chain, and then forwards actions to our actual the ones the which hold the state, which is editor view model, which ideally owned by a video project and all. So that's what we are trying to create this editor view model. And yeah, and just reference to the shared editor view model, that's the brain. Everything holds. And then uh, yeah, and this non-isolated unsafe basically is a deliberate like opt out of this concurrency checker for a handle like we only ever touch on the main thread. That's what, and then trying to initialize this editor model and then its parent class. And okay, fine. And now this key monitor and then the handling the key downs. Let's try to add them and then just give you rough idea of what they do. So okay. So this install key monitor, this is the local key monitor. Basically, many shortcuts are basically are what like great for this named commands, but uh, editors basically want bare keys like space to play, arrows to step, and a slash to trim. That basically would be very awkward for as menu items. So this add local monitor for events gives us a hook. Basically, that sees every key down while our window is a key. Uh, that's the this thing. And returning null just swallows the event. We just trying to handle that stuff. It passes through untouched. Okay, and then the other handle key down is simple. The space. What we need to do. call this toggle playback on our editor view model, and the left arrow and right arrow delete the backspace and all those things. But the core here is just trying to understand this add local monitor for events and all, and you got the in uh, purpose of this thing key mode, right? And yeah, so that is this key thing. And then I just need to now responder chain is something we need to add, so which is like out of the contract. So let's try to add here. And here simple, this Ex trying to just adapt the actions that we defined in our main menu stuff. And this object C function methods basically the ones the menu items usually target. So each just forwards to this view model. This is what we're doing. So editor view model and call that respective functions which we defined. Now you know why we defined all at once without having proper UI, because we need this state management and all that stuff. So that's why the way before and all. And so model forwards it to this view model. So basically now the same edit is basically reachable two ways, like command K from the main menu, and later the reshard tool basically both call the split hat playhead and on. And uh, and this import media will this is just a step which we will try to add it in the later phase. You will see this. And okay, fine. And now the preview view for our video. So here I'm just going to create a new file called this preview view thing. So uh, again, so the Swift UI, like it can't draw video by itself. So we need to bridge to AppKit. So that is the NS view representable, the one just we created for our editor view and all. So let's just try to add it quickly, and this is the same format for any of things to just a bridge between Swift UI and AppKit. And I'll just give you a rough walkthrough thing. Okay. And yeah, I'll don't worry about this errors. We'll just fix that. Okay. So this bridge NS view representable, just the adapter basically that lets and build NS view live inside this Swift UI tree, which is now make NSView basically builds at once and update NSView, reconciles it whenever state changes and all. So yeah, and just it just helps us to build the view and its engine, then keep them in sync. That's the thing. Editor view model, just trying to attach, and this make NSView just runs once. What we're doing is basically we're trying to first create the video engine compositor, pointing the player layer at its player. And yeah, and then handing the engine to the view model, so edits can basically rebuild the composition. And this update ns view is basically the reconciler swift UI reruns on every state change, like turning the like is playing flag into player pass, but only when the player disagrees. So the coordinator here just keeps that engine alive across updates and all. So that is this thing. And this preview ns view is something I need to create. That's why we are seeing this error and all that stuff. So the preview view is basically the video area, and AppKit basically AB player layer hosted just inside our Swift UI. Okay, fine. And let's just add that preview or NSU so that we don't see this error, and everything should be, yeah. So just trying to add both NSView and this NSView representable preview in the same file, nothing much. Okay, so this is the actual pixels like I mentioned, and then drawing happens in plain NSView that hosts basically the AV player layer. And this, yeah, and the bonds layer basically ops into core animation. So and then the resize aspect letterboxes the video instead of like stretching it. So and overriding layout, trying to keep the player layer pinned to view spawns as the window resizes and all. So just we are trying to override this and all. So yeah, and uh, now basically I just need to wire this up in our editor view. Let's go in here, instead of this placeholder that I have here. I need to now actually change this thing. So and to why add our actual views which we just created in our vertical split view. So here, yeah. So now the preview exists and timeline container view exists and all. Now this editor's root view basically, we need to just add those real layout and trying to use this preview and timeline queue. So yeah, and this is the actual old layout. Now we see like preview on top, timeline below and all, and basically split by this draggable divider and all. Okay, so yep, and then this video project that we have. Let's open this thing, and inside this video project now we need to replace everything that we have. For example, uh, so this document is the last piece basically. We need to wire up. So and so here now, we are this document, it's holding this bare timeline. Now we need to change that to editor view model, and then so everyone can read that timeline through it, so which acts as a single source of truth. So let's change this thing from timeline to editor view model. So I am just changing this to editor view model, uh, and now we need to save through the view model all the updates here that we have. It should be now editor view model dot timeline. Just update now all the references that we have related to that here as well. Editor dot timeline loaded, and here also it is going to be, yeah, I'm just trying to update its references. And now we need to add the documents undo manager to the view model, so the engines basically let it participate in the app's real undo stack and all. So here let's add that, the undo manager. Yep, okay, fine. And then we need to inject the view model into the view tree, so that let's just add here. So I'm just going to replace this line, simple, yeah. Editor view. So just trying to inject this view model into the view tree. So dot environment view model is what makes basically every under rate environment editor view model dot self basically read a downstream, and then this editor view preview basically now resolves to this one shared instance and all. So okay, fine. And then now instead of this NS window controller and all, we need to use our own controller. So let's try to change that, and then we should be good. So here we need to change this to our editor window controller. So now basically now the window will be driven by our editor window controller instead of like plain default NS window controller. And then this install key monitor turns on the bare key handling that I just mentioned. And yeah, this what makes this the whole responder chain and the keyboard live and all.
So now basically they're all tied up, and let's see at least the preview or the foundation for what we did. And first thing we need to do is just try to build all the stuff and see if you there's any issue or it's able to build it completely. Yep, so the build is done, and let's try to run the Swift run, and we should see now at least these things. Yeah, now you see it is replaced by the Cutroom placeholder with the vertical split view. On top is the preview view, which is the default background we have, and below is the timeline container view, which is important. So we have, so if I now see this, I can basically resize this and all. And now let's talk about the those things. So this is the timeline header renderer which we are talking about. So video one, this is the muting thing and then hiding these things. And this is a playhead renderer that I was talking about, and then the vertical line and inverted rectangle and all those things. And then the this is the timeline ruler above. So we have the 000 and all this one. So the timeline ruler renderer, the code that we added, and then all of these things. Even if I try to zoom in and all, it's going to see. And here this edge, the different based on the type video, you see different color, audio different color, and all those things that we have. And now in our options also, now you should see the import media command I, which and this is edit. So split at playhead and the trim start to this and all those things, the ones which we just added. So this basically now the placeholder is replaced, whatever the cut head that we had, and at least now we are just having the skeleton. So we are seeing the black preview pane on top of this scrollable timeline, and here we can like the controls, like once let's try to import media. As of now we don't have anything, so once I add here the specific uh, clips or something into these things, then we'll see the controls as well, and so that we can split by drag handle, and then see if it's able to trigger from the main menu and all, and see if the editor is able to respond or not. So that we will try to do it now. Okay.
So we will get there of this clips importing and all those things. Before that, we need to do some other helper additions and all those things. So first let's open our package.swift, and let's just minimize this terminal. Okay, and here we need dependency which is a ds waveform image. So I'm just going to add here the dependency, and then for our yeah, it's just indexing and all. Okay, fine. And then here I just need to add that product as the dependency for our the Cutroom. So let's just add that. Yeah, simple, just the dependency that I need. Just trying to add it here. And then in our clip type, in the models that we have, let me just do add the track label variable just to switch itself. So maybe I'll just add it here. Yeah, it's a simple thing. I think we just trying to the track header label based on type, it'll just showcase this thing by default. Okay, and then I need to just update a couple of utilities in our constants, just to which is the for the layout thing. Yeah, I'm just trying to add the drop zone height, and then the insert threshold. just so that we can reuse this across the layouts that we have, instead of adding the magic numbers and all. Fine. Those are the simple additions and all. Now let's focus on our preview section, video engine that we have. So we need to work a lot on this rebuild composition and all. So as of now, basically every the logic what we have here, we are just stacking every clip into one flat composition. Basically all video tracks will be fighting for the same picture, and every audio track will be played at a full volume. So the mute speaker and high in the track headers do nothing. So this basically, now we need to upgrade that preview so the timelines layering is basically honored. So video tracks are composed like from top to bottom, like in the tracks that we have, they will always be composed from top track to the bottom and all. So with a real AV video composition, and also audio should be routed through an AV audio mix. So basically muting a track drops it to 0, and it's basically trying to make that preview match with what timeline we usually have the functionalities. So the is what we need to start making changes. Okay. All right, for that let's open this rebuild composition, and in here I'll just first add the time scale and render size, and then collect per track info for video layering and audio mixing. So let's add in here this time scale, render size and all. So we are trying to set up this the render target once and just the list. So okay, so here we are just composting a frame, like it's like trying to stacking transparencies on a projector. So now every layer basically needs the same screen size, which is the render size, and the shared clock, which is the time scale, to agree on time. So since we discover tracks basically while looping, we keep two lists, which is the one for video tracks and and whether they are hidden, and one for basically the audio, whether they are muted. So then act on them after. So that is this AV mutable composition track for videos and audio. And okay, so once we have that, then let's try to hear this audio track that we have here. I'm just going to, yep. So now the audio track for video clips we try to separate. So basically we can try to mute it independently. That's what like we're just trying to pick the track, the carry sound, then record it. So a pure, basically the audio or track is its own sound, so we mute it directly, and video track basically keeps its audio on a separate companion track, so we mute that companion. Either way, the right track and its muted flag. Let's just go into this audio mix entries. So declaring this audio track as an optional set, basically in both the branches, like keeps it as a single constant. So that's the thing trying to split. And then now the clip start and this trim start and duration, we need to change that to use time scale instead of here. Let's so same thing for this. Yeah, okay. So now one clock for the whole function. So we compute a time scale above up top. So now per clip cm time values, so we, instead of rederiving thing 3 times, we just one source of just trying to replace that. Okay, fine. And this audio track now here, the audio source. I just need to change this here. Now basically we need to only splice audio when both the companion track and real audio source exist. So that's the just because video might not have audio at all, so we just try to guard on both the destination companion track and the source audio track, like before we are trying to insert. So just we are trying to chain both optional bindings thing in here. Yeah, that's what we are just trying to do. And okay, fine. And then after that, if there is no audio, we need to do that check. So let me add that here. So just after we drag clips or link down and all, and if it carries picture, we just note it, and in video layer entries, and just we don't build the layer set. We just because we can't really until we know the total duration and have every track. So we are just trying to record here if it's not audio and all. Okay, so that's this simple check. Okay, now the audio mix, basically we need to apply mute via this volume. So let's try to do that thing here after this. Okay, first thing, so we need to turn this audio notes, whatever we have, into an actual mixer. So this AV audio mix is just basically a list of per track volume envelopes. Basically we just map each recorded entry to a volume of 0, like when muted, otherwise 1. So that's what we are just trying to do here. And yeah, this is what basically finally makes us editors mute a speaker do something like audible and all. So audio mix dot input parameters, and just trying to map based on that. If it's a muted, 0, if it's not, 1, so that we know we need to set the volume for that. Okay, fine. And then comes the video composition, basically layer tracks with opacity and all those things. Let me just add them and just give an eye level view of what they do. Okay, so this is the video composition. So this is the actual project. The one instruction, basically many transparencies like stacked in order. So this video composition basically renders each frame by running layer instructions like across this whole timeline. So we make one instruction spanning dot 0 or the composition composition's full duration here, and then add a layer per basically video track. So basically here order really matters, because AV foundation like draws the first layer on top, and so we talk basically video layer entries dot reversed that here we have here. Okay, so this is the last timeline. Basically track becomes the bottom transparency, and track 0 basically sits in front. So that's the thing. And now the hidden tracks basically gets the opacity 0 normally, because they're supposed to be hidden, and every layer is scaled to fill the render size. So 1080p and 720p source like line up on the same screen and all. So yeah, and so that is what we are just trying to do exactly. So we are just trying to layer last timeline like bottom layer and reverse, so that track 0 tops in it like foreground, and then just scaling source video to fill the render size whatever we have, and then trying to set all the list of instructions and that we have. Okay, and finally we add both recipes to the player item. So now here I just need to of course now pass in this audio mix and video composition. So this now composition now holds this raw tracks like audio mix and the video composition. Just are the instructions like for turning them into like the sound and picture, and we attach both this to AV player item before it reaches the player thing. And now the preview now basically plays layered and mute aware and all those things. Okay, fine. And this basically what we are now trying to handle, exactly what I just specified. And yeah, and now we need to actually extend our the timeline and the editor and inspector, basically the 3 columns views and all those things. So let's try to extend that and see the preview or 3 column layout, and then eventually we'll see this preview. But this is how just we are trying to stack up incrementally each and every functionality. And so we need to add the 3 panel layout and horizontal stuff and all. Before getting to that renderer and view part, we need some of the changes that needs to be tweaked on the timeline geometry, drop and drag state and all those things. So let's open this timeline geometry that we have. Okay, fine. So here I'm introducing just the drag drop target thing. So I'm just adding this enum. Okay, fine. So basically we're just trying to name 2 things a drop can mean. So existing track and new track. So basically vertical position over the timeline is either on an existing track or in the seam between tracks, so meaning making new one. So enum with just the 2 cases, what like drop is exactly 1, and that's what we're trying to add this enum. And now in this timeline geometry, once I add this enum, and now let's try to update the logic in this timeline geometry, the y value. So now this will become layout dot this drop zone height. So now basically the tracks slide down to make the room for top like drop zone. So we are just trying to reserve a strip of empty space above the first track, that layout dot drop zone height. So there's somewhere to aim when we wanted to like new track above everything. So that means like every track's vertical origin starts a little lower, so the running y we accumulate begins at ruler height plus this drop zone height, so instead of just under the ruler. So that's the thing. And then I'm just going to add a function to help us to drop the target at and insertion line y and all. So let's add those couple of functions. So maybe I'm just going to add in here a couple of functions, which is drop target at. So this basically just turns a raw mouse y into addition, so and then a line to drop. So this drop target at basically works the layout like we normally do without I. So top zone, then the fuzzy band like around a seam, basically the threshold each side of the cam, so we don't need to hit a 1 pixel line. And then pass the last track like else a real track. So that's what we're just trying to do, that check between track boundaries and better drop zone, like pass the last track or on an existing track. And this insertion line y basically just mirrors it, just a new track at maps to the y for the yellow basically lands here line, and existing track just returns nil. Okay, so that's this simple things. And now the drag state stuff, so I just need to update a bit there. So let's open this, and here instead of this track target track index, now I can change, I'll just remove this one and now add this drop target, which is track drop target. So before like we were remembering track number. Now the drag clip basically now remembers a target. So an in-flight move used to like store target track indexes int, like which could only land on an existing track. So now swapping in for richer this track dot target. So let's drag and in like make a new track here. So that's the thing, and trying to change this in part of this move clip drag. Okay, so now let's create a new file for our media visual cache in our the timeline. Okay, we'll change that, don't worry. Okay, so here this media visual cache. So here I'm trying to add a class. Let me add in here, and let's just close this. Okay, so the waveform and thumbnail decoding, basically ideally it's slow. So the draw loop, whatever it is, it must never wait. So this cache helps us to do that in asynchronous stuff. So this timeline basically what redraws many times a second, right? Like reading an audio file or decoding frames like mid repaint would basically stutter it. So this cache what helps, like we'll try to handle this two speeds apart. Like draw code basically asks a synchronous question like got this clips waveform at like, and then gets an instant answer like thing. Like if it has, we'll just use that. If a miss, like we'll need to trigger the background task, and then that generates it, stores it, and then pokes the timeline to repaint and all. So and then in flight set just stops the same job starting twice, and everything's keyed by media file name, media ref. So a clip finds its own visuals. The non-isolated the lookups basically use main actor dot assume isolated to read that main thread state safely mid draw. So basically the waveforms and film strip thumbnails, this cache eventually paints onto the timeline clips like invisible just plumbing now, and then one basically this shows once we have clips around timeline, which I'll show that. But so that is this. So waveform samples and video thumbnails and redrawing trigger timeline view, and then samples sync lookups save for draw calls and thumbnails and all. Okay, so just the async generation also, let me just add okay, so this generate waveform, just fire and forget with self cleaning log. So we bail basically if you already have the samples or job is running, else like we try to mark it in flight and detach a task. So this waveform analyzer reduces this file to like 4000 basically the normalized samples, and back on the main actor we drop the flag, stash the result, and ask the timeline to basically redraw. So this yeah, and this weak self here that we have matters because the view the cache points to can go away. Okay, that is generating waveforms here that we have, and to generate thumbnails. So I'm just going to add the same way the function. Okay, fine. So here again these are the film strip just sampled once again. So same shape as the waveform, but here we just walk the video with the like AV asset image generator, just grabbing a small frame at roughly 1 second intervals, tighter for very short clips. Then the tolerances just tell the this AV foundation just like off second off is fine, so it can basically reuse nearby keyframes and stay fast. So we just collect here the time and the image pairs, then up on to the like main actor that we have to publish them and repaint and all. So that's what this the media visual cache really helps us with. And now we need to tweak our clip renderer, and so if I just open here this clip renderer, I need to pass in this cache now. So let's go here. Yep. along with this context, I'm going to pass in this cache, which is by default going to be nil. And so now we need to make that renderer be added with visual cache. So now a clip can only draw waveform or film strip if it can find one, right? So that's what we're just trying to pass through an optional media visual cache into the draw signature, and we'll use that accordingly. So this basically let me after where I'll just add in below this here, okay, and and let's add this draw waveform and this video thumbnails function UI part, so that we'll see that thing and then walk you through about that. So this is the UI, the rectangle and the image and all the actual marking and all. So let's just, that was the label. Okay, I'm just adding in here. Okay, fine. And let's walk through what it is we are doing. First thing, I'll come to that waveform and those things. So here the content basically first, and then the colored strip on top. So right after filling this clips rounded rectangle, the above, so we paint its content. So a video basically with a cached thumbnails gets a film strip. Anything with audio basically gets the waveform. So both basically guard on, like, do we have data at, and if the cache is still generating, we draw nothing. So and the next repaint basically catches it, and then we redraw it. So and then we are just trying to play the color coded edge strip on top, and the string script correspond all. So now this drawing waveform that we have is just the visible slice of the audio as, like, mirrored bar, like kind of like drawn as a mirrored bars. So here this basically a clip basically only shows the part of its source. Like we map its trim window onto the sample array here and slice that. So each pixel basically now gets one bar. So its height from loudness. So here 0 is equals to loud, and 1 is equals to silent. So we just invert that. And then we just center to mirror around the middle. And then the film strip is again the same idea. For each X, pick the nearest thumbnail by time and flip each title before drawing. Like core graphics is bottom up, so our view is flipped, and dark overlay just keeps the label readable and all. So that is just the waveform thing. And so we can see just trying to do exactly what I just specified. And for video thumbnails also pretty just the same. Just trying to compute thumbnail display width from aspect ratio and visible time range based on the trim, and tile thumbnails like across drawable area and what time this exposition correspond to, and finding this nearest thumbnail and trying to use this bottom of coordinates and flip for the NS view. Okay, and then semi-transparent overlay, so label is basically readable. So this is the functions to help us draw this thumbnail strip and waveform depending upon video and audio. Okay, so that's the change in the clip renderer. And now going to this input controller, and now we need to tweak this because we updated that track index to drop target. So let's see the error that we have here. Yep, so this basically needs to change this one. Let me change this to drop target. Okay, so and just let me just format it. Yeah, so same thing. Now I think this drag index I think we no longer need now, and drop dot target index, this should be drop target. So I just need to replace this now. Okay, yeah, and fine. And then in our switch case, yeah, here move clips thing, I need to add remove that if thing, and add in here the based upon the existing track and new track at, and just yeah, and we'll add this move clip to new track and all. So the idea is basically the thing that we are trying to change is, now when we start moving a clip, we see it's a drop target as like stay on this track. So that is the existing track that I updated here in the first place. uh, yeah, so the drop target, you can just search for it instead of, let's go up. Yeah, so setting, so the move basically begins the same way it always did. So but now the drag basically carries this drop target. So at the moment of a grab, that's simply the track we just picked it from, so existing track is something. And then here so now as we drag, we try to recompute the target from the cursor's height and not just the bare track number. So now the drag used to record which track index the cursor was over. Now it asks the geometry the richer question like existing track or a seam. Like, so dragging into the gap is captured as a pending new track drop, and just we are just trying to replace that. And now this move clip section that we have, is where now we are trying to split these two cases into two real edits. So once like mouse up, basically we act on what the drag decided. So is it existing track behaves as before, like just committing a move, only the clip changed track or frame. And then new track at basically is a new thing. So we need to now read the clips type here, and call the move clip to new track, which inserts a fresh track at the at that seam and drops that clip in. So same thing, just trying to handle this new track at, and of course we need to add this move clip to a new track, which we will take care. And now in the timeline view, need to, and we need to add cache to reach it. So this timeline view, let's try to, maybe let's go all the way to the bottom. Okay, after input layer, I'll just add media visual cache and all, and this for the editor and all, we need to update this thing. I will update, but I'm just trying to wire it up, and then you will see exactly what and all needs to be tweaked. So assuming we have this visual cache, I'll attach in a while, so it's just the thing. So here now the view basically adds this cache a way to reach it, so and opts into like on demand redraws. So here late content redraw policy, like onset policy. So here in the two wirings now in it, we give the cache a weak pointer the back to its to this view. So basically the finished waveforms can trigger a repaint, and we are setting this lay or contents redraw policy as onset needs display. So the layer only redraws when we say so, like important now that drawing does more work on all those things. Okay, fine. And then we need to add a target for dropping things, external drop target. So yeah, maybe let me add in here. So this is the slot to basically to remember where an external drag from the media panel so is hovering. So internal clip basically moves the target inside the drag state, but a drag coming from the media library has no drag state, right? So this the view holds its own external drop target to know like where to paint the insertion hint during those drags and all. Okay, so and then the yellow insertion line just for new track drop zones, I need to add it. So let's yeah, I'm just going to maybe add in here. Okay, so we are painting the yellow new track lands here line, so whichever drag is active. So we are just computing active drop or target from two sources. One is internal clip move over a seam, or an external media drag over a basically the seam. So, and only if it's at a new track cut, we ask the geometry for a Y and draw a bold yellow rule across the timeline. And it's a single just a promise that drop will create a track and all. So that's what we are just trying to do it here, trying to draw this yellow target line and all. And yeah, okay. And after that the drag ghost now we need to have, which can float in a seam, so not just on a track. So for that let's go in here. Yeah, this dimmed original position. Now along with this context, I need to attach the cache as well here, which I'm going to pass on media visual cache and a thing. And then the okay, and same thing we need to handle here, the ghost rectangle. Okay, fine. So here let's so now yeah, we have the now the dimmed original and bright ghost both get the cache, like placement branches on top on drop targets on an existing track. It just sits in that track's rectangle and type at a seam, like we build a like floating rectangle at the basically insertion line. So using the dragged clips on type, because the new track will be that type. So this makes like drop between drops like like feel physical, not just magic at all. So this is the existing track and the new track, and then just trying to handle this ghost rectangle properly and the stuff. And now this intersects that we have. So here let me just remove this ghost type what we have here, and also pass in cache for this. Yeah, okay, fine. And then we're almost there. We're just trying to update the same thing for preview here as well. Let's yeah, pass in the same thing, and here also the optional thing that we have. Okay, yep. And now these functions that we have, the drag entered, these drag updated and all those things. So now this OS drag callbacks now basically track where you are hovering, like. So as the media panel basically drag enters and moves over our timeline, we translate that drag into basically a drop target and repaint, so that basically the insertion line follows the cursor, so leaving clear set. And this now the overrides that we have, which is dragging entered and dragging updated and all, make an external drag feel as responsive and as an internal one. So just I'm going to now add that this overrides. Okay, so dragging entered, just trying to convert and now set that external drop target to this and needs display, so it redraws that panel and returns this copy. Same thing for dragging updated and dragging exited. So that is this trying to drop from the media panel to our timeline and make it as like what we used to do internally in that stuff. Okay, and then the perform drag operation. So now dropping an asset resolves that same two case thing. So I'm just going to this function that we have. Let me just update the perform thing that I have. Okay, same thing, existing track and new track. We are just trying to handle these two folks. So on the actual drop, we just compute the target once and clear the hover state, resolve the drag URL back to this media asset, and then branch. So yeah, that's what we are trying to do this. And now existing track basically just keeps the modified menu. So command that same ripple inserts and option overrides and plain adds and all. So and the seam basically takes a new path, which is add clip to new track, spins up a track at that index and drops the that asset in. So one geometry addition and now we have two clean separate behaviors and all. So that is the thing. So the timeline view that we have tried to tweak, and now this editor view model, let's try to update so that this errors and all will need to go, because that visual cache we need to add. Okay, so let's first try to go to the all the way to the bottom, and let's just close this drop target. Okay, so here let me just add in visual cache. So now the view model owns the one this share visuals cache, so this cache lives beside this media library. So because it's derived from those assets, right? So one instance so added to every renderer through this editor now. Okay, and let me just add all the functions that we were calling: adding clip to new track, and moving clip to new track, and track label, and insert track and all. So let me just add them and then just give you a brief walkthrough on that. Okay, yeah, I'm just going to, let's add it here. So this insert track, the model layer for make a track and move a clip into it. Okay, so it has a like one undoable action. So this insert track is the reusable primitive. Basically we insert a clamp for the track and register its removal for undo, and so that's the thing that we are doing. And then this move clip to new track just wraps everything in an undo group, basically so inserting a track and moving the clip or collapse into one command Z thing, just is indexing math. So inserting a new track basically shifts that source clips index by one, and so we adjust before pulling it out, and that's what we're all doing here. And this add clip new track is a simpler sibling, just all lean on this track label that we have here to name the track by type, and trying to add it here. Okay, and we'll add this prune empty tracks just to be cleaner. So let me add that, and also now this removing track and all, after this I'll just add this notify timeline changed, so that we also redraw again. And okay, same thing here. I'm just going to add for track thing as well. And yeah, and setting track height, so this moving clip moving or deleting a clip basically can sometimes, let's say if you have one clip in a track, it can empty a track, so those becomes basically root and self uh, cleaning is needed. So let's try to add that undo manager for that as well. So in this move clip, basically here let's try to begin undo or grouping here, and then I'm just going to yeah, after this let's prune empty tracks and then end undo grouping and all. Okay, fine. So this, where is this remove clips? Yeah, same thing here. I'm just going to begin undo grouping, and yeah, before this, yeah, just same for moving and removing this thing. And now I just need to add this prune empty things. So it's just like we're just removing that track index, that's it. So let's just add maybe all the way at the bottom. Yeah, and now this shouldn't be clean. Okay, just uh, empty track just gets removed by id and reusing the existing undo aware remove track, so even the cleanup is reversible and all. Okay, so that's the thing. uh, Now the editor view model, and now wherever we are trying to use, there should not be any error. Okay, so now the media panel. So let's create new folder called the same media panel, and here I'm going to create a media tab bar dot swift. Okay, so this is a segmented tab. Basically we'll try to switch between audio, video and image. So I'm just trying to add that. So it's going to be a simple swift UI thing. Okay, so this yeah, a thin swift UI control basically bounded to the selected clip type, and so yeah, horizontal stack for each, trying to throw in this clip types, buttons, audio, video, image, then some padding, background thing, and this is the tab button that we're just calling. So this is the button with animation, that with the label, image and the text and padding stuff. Okay, fine. Yeah, and this match geometry effect on the highlighted pill, basically here, so switching tabs basically slides that selection background from one to the next instead of just blinking. So each tab shows the types like SF symbol, and tints it to its theme color when active and all. So that is this simple media bar that we have. And now the asset thumbnail view also we need to have. So I'm just going to create that as well. Asset okay, this one also it's simple v stack. I'm just going to simple swift UI again. So here one cell basically in the middle grid, so that is a thumbnail in name, and then on the timeline like that. So this just shows that the assets thumbnail or just the or type the placeholder icon and its name. Yeah, so that is this body. So grouping, if we have this thing image, else just rectangle and image, and then frame, trying to clip, overlay, and then text on this, and then yeah, fine. And this is on timeline, basically it scans this timeline for any clip referencing this asset, and if found outlines that cell and tints that label in the types like theme color. So the library marks what we have already used and all. Okay, so that is this simple thumbnail thing, and then the media panel thing now. So here the main file, so media panel, and this is just the old the first column out of the three columns that we'll be having. So let me just add this and let's try to close this. And I know we need, so here we'll have the basically the tab picker, it'll be vertical stack, the tabs, and then the asset grids are basically a draggable asset grid, and that so we have this scroll view, and for each we are trying to showcase this thumbnail view, and then the import button, like only when like basically assets exist. So this basically composes the two pieces that we have just created above, that is the asset thumbnail and the other thing into this media library. So now this is grid is basically a lazy vertical grid of asset thumbnail views, so each made dot draggable, so by its URL string. So the exact string, basically the timeline's drop code resolves back to an asset, so and just an empty it shows like type cell to action. Either way it accepts the file drops via dot on drop. Okay, yeah, so that is this media panel view thing, and I just need to complete this so that we have this errors thing, and I just need to add those helpers thing, so the empty state. So let's try to add okay, so here this empty state view, so just the if like it's a simple thing with like when the current tab has no assets, we show just large tinted like type icon and a headline and a hint and a prominent basically import button, all colored to the active time, and it turns like there's nothing here into like how to add something or not. Okay, so this vstack spacer an image, and then vstack like add files, drop files, and then button click on that called the import media, which we'll add now, and then the spacer and all those things. So that's the simple thing. And now the dropping highlight stuff, so let's add here. So this drop highlight and the tab filter here basically this is this dashed tinted border just to show while basically file is dragged over the panel. That's the simple thing normally we'll see in any of the file drops things. And this filtered assets is just narrows the library to active tab and all. So that is this thing that we're doing. And now this the import media functions and annual drop, add media set, and all those things which we need. So let me add them. All the other helpers, just the simple standard stuff, yeah. And this import AV foundation should fix that issue. Okay, so drop pilot is done. So now this import thing, import media, just importing just turns that file URL into an media asset. So that's what we are doing, and then loads its metadata of the thread. So yeah, that's the thing. So import media, handle drop, add media asset, the one we were just using here. Okay, fine, and which just classifies this add media set basically just classifies by extension, appends it, and kicks off this load metadata. And load metadata is here. That async step basically reads the duration, builds a thumbnail like image directly or video via the first frame grab, and asks the visuals like cache to pre-generate that waveform and thumbnail. So basically a clip from this asset lands with its film strip ready and all. So that's what everything is happening here inside this generate thumbnail, waveform and all, and simple things. Now you get the intent, like all the things that we added function, how we are using by tying it up to our editor view model and all. Okay, so that is the media panel, so the left thing and all. And now the so the toolbar view, just the one like on top of our timeline. We don't have any toolbar view now, so let's add for that as well. So in this Cutroom, I'm just going to create this toolbar. We will see this thing in a while. Just that okay, toolbar folder. um, okay, let's rename this component. We'll just name that toolbar view, folder, keep it as toolbar. Okay, fine. So yeah, I'll just add a simple uh, like view. So I'll just add and then give you a brief walkthrough of what every part does. So yeah, we'll have this like undo tools, redo, like transport, time code, zoom, and all. So it is should be in single horizontal stack. Okay, just separated by some space, like of grouped controls, like maybe split by thin dividers and all. And so that's what exactly here. So first horizontal stack grouped, undo and redo, and then we have this simple theme divider, and then again grouped tool mode, which will have this cursor and then the scissors thing, and then the theme divider, and then here the split at basically playhead, and then divider, and then grouped again this playing, and then split and all those things, and then this time code that we have, and the text slash basically and formatting just a time thing, and then this is the zoom, like try to zoom in and zoom out the timeline things, so that tracks and all clips and all everything will be enhanced or diminished based on that. So yeah, so this is just the magnifying glasses minus, and then the slider, and then this, yeah. So and then trying to add padding, frame, background, overlay, and all those things. And this is the toolbar buttons, yeah, just the ones where everything that we were just trying to use as a single reusable function, just the button, and then inside that image font icon and button styling. This tool mode button, again same thing, image theme divider, just the rectangle wrapper with some fill and frame, and this hover button style. So on toolbar hover button style, just subclass of this button style, and then trying to make this labels foreground, background, and our how it should look like with animations and all, just the UI stuff and all. You can just check it out. But this is the simple toolbar view that will try to add about this timeline that we have. Okay, fine. And now the right side column, which is the inspector view, also let's try to create. I know I'm not showcasing this, but I'll showcase once we write it up here in just a while. So here let's create this inspector, and okay, so this is the right column, and this also it's a pretty simple thing, and I don't want to complicate this. Also, all we are going to do is just add some metadata of the video or the asset that we are trying to play, and yeah, so we'll so this basically selected clips properties, like with the drag, save, undo, like so one clip selected, so it shows basically the name, time codes, and property sliders, else it will be blank. And we have this property slider component thing. Basically that component, I'll talk about what that. So a normal slider basically commits on every tiny change, like flooding the undo stack and all. So if you do it many times and all, it does that. So basically it tracks like live value while we drag and only call on commit, so the real undo will write. So when you let go on drag and one undo, so just trying to reduce that undo stack onto our undo manager with this custom property slider with our on commit call. So I'll show you that. So here body view is basically, if we have one selected clip, we show this inspector content thing on the else nothing. So here this inspector content, what we have, just this in scroll view we have this vertical stack, just the clip info, trying to showcase that media ref and start, duration, and then the color, speed, volume, opacity, yeah, transform, yeah, and this property slider x, y, width, and just for cropping the stuff. And here is the thing, property slider, and here we have this on commit. So basically only, so in the callback we are just trying to call this thing to basically capture this undo step on drag drop. Okay, so and this helper just selected clip trying to just filter in our tracks, and then this is the slider, the property slider that we are trying to use here, which basically commits undo on release, not like during every drag and all that. I was just label value range format display multiplier commit, and yeah, and just same this horizontal stack, like wrapped in v stack, we have the text label space, and then the display value with multiplier whatever we get, and then the slider, then control size, and here yeah, and this slider, if it's editing, dragging is true, so else it's not editing, dragging we're setting to false, and then call this on commit, and with whatever the live value it is that we have. So this is the inspector view, and now everything is done. Now we need to tie it up in our editor view. So the main thing, so let's open here this editor view, and we have this preview view and timeline container view, and now I need to just change this thing to our format, actual format. So let me just change this. So simple. Now in vertical split view we have 3 column layer. First is top thing, which is again horizontal split view, left side menu panel view, and centered preview view, and right side inspector view, and the bottom toolbar plus the timeline. Like now again it should be wrapped inside vstack, so that first I can add toolbar view, and after that timeline or container view. Okay, so now this now we can just try to run this, and we should be able to see the basically the 3 panel layer. So let's first I'll just try to build this and then try to run, and we'll try to see the output. So mostly now trying to get this UI one piece at a time, incrementally up. So it's building, so let's wait. Yeah, build is complete. Now let's try to run this. Okay, now you can see the difference, huge difference, right? So we have this toolbar, the one I was talking about, this stacks, this undo redo operations, this cursors tooling, and stripping, and this is split head, and then the playbacks to forward, play, scale, and all those things, and the timestamps of the current one playing and total things, and here the slider and all. And then this was already there pretty, and now the new things, before it was black, now we have 3 segments, the tabs, video, audio, image, and then the preview, and then this inspector, and now this import media, you can just import anything, maybe let's say you wanted to add, so now you can see the thing. And usually now if you see that yellow line that I was talking about, this is what, like whenever we try to drag from our media panel to this thing, like it's like external drop target, right? So now we need to make it feel like it's as like, you know, closer to what we used to do internally, right? So now we know that this is the indicator to add a new track, so it knows that it's a new track, and it's helping us to add that. So if I drop this, so now you can see now I selected this clip, and immediately the right hand side that inspector, so that's the video file name, start and duration, then the speed, volume, opacity, and the transform, like to crop and all those things. So
everything around.
So now if I see, if I just try to play, you can see in the preview whatever it is, it's working fine. And ideally now if I just select this, so you should see we'll be able to perform this. So you see this is a ghost I was talking about. The opacity is dimmed at whatever we have, until unless I release my mouse and all, so it will be there like that. So again, this is the new track, that's why yellow line is popping up and all. So this every minute detailing, it's all properly taken care. You can just play with it, and yeah, so and this audio we don't have, and image also we don't have. So it's just the simple vague colors as a placeholder is something just added for time being. But this now you can just play with everything. So if I
call life.
So if everything is properly updating, syncing with all the components, and if I just mute it now, it should not
was made up
okay
by people.
so there is some issue, but for the preview section redrawing is something we will fix that. But at least the other things of like splitting, then trimming, then trying to undo, and then changing the speed and all should be functional. And now we have this 3-panel layout and all, and now we need to basically now need to work on. So I just moved that and added this new track. Let's try to extend now this editor and this models and the preview thing. So basically, like if I try to drag 2 or 3 clips from the media panel onto this timeline at once, we need to see that ghost previews, like follow that cursor, and all of them basically drop as a single undoable action and all. So we will need to add that those things, and also like export related things and all, many things. There's still a lot to cover. We'll try to add one at a time. Before proceeding further, let's try to fix that muting thing, why it's not working. So we need to check this editor view model. I guess let me search for unmute track also. Okay, so it should be here, notify timeline changed. Yeah, this is something I missed it. And also this now remove track. Yeah, for timing I'm just going to remove this whenever we remove this thing to be notified. Okay, fine. And now let's try to build or run, anything should be fine. So let's just build and then try to run this again. And yeah, okay, I'll just import some random video. Okay, and let's just drop it here. Okay, so here now
Everything
now sound plays, and let's try to see. So I muted it, and let's try to play. Yeah, now works. So we just missed that notify, that timeline changed and all. So now it just propagates all the way to the state variable that we have. All right, so that's the thing. And now let's pick up the thing. So now so we will try to add a few things, export stuff, the one basically that helps us to turn the timeline into an MP4 or into like XML file format, basically that DaVinci Resolve or Premiere or Final Cut basically can open. And also then we should be able to operate on many clips at once. Basically, let's say if I try to drag whole selection together, like batch insert like several dropped files, and then maybe do something on them, like undo them as one action and all, and then make that trimming a clip. Let's say I'm trying to trim a clip, so ripple, basically the neighbors that were to its left or right should slide along, so no gap opens up and all. And then just trying to polish the timelines drawing, basically a proper label bar, and the bottom waveform strip, and the line live ghost previews, like when we drag files in from the media panel, and all. So let's try to, I know these are the things we need to start adding. And opening this editor, and first let's add related to export stuff. So I'm just collapse all of these things, and inside this let's create a new folder called export, and in here maybe I'm going to name this as XML exporter node Swift. Okay, and let's remove this search thing. Okay, fine. So let's try to add the skeleton and then try to elaborate, expand on top of that. So I'm going to add in here, let's close this. Okay, so this is the simple document skeleton. So the FCP sequence, basically that's the stack of like track elements like on a format quirk. So you'll see here the sequence and the format and the video, audio, and this XML. So here is the first track is basically the bottom layer, and the last is the basically the top. So that's just the reverse of like how we try to store them. So that is why we are trying to reversed this thing. So the video tracks and these emitted files that we are going to have, this is a set like we basically thread by in out through every builder. So each source files like file block is written once and referenced by ID afterwards. So this export, like we have frames per second, width, height, emitted files, and video image tracks, audio tracks. Then this FCP XML, the first track, bottom layer, and last is goes to top. And here video track is something, the helper function, which I'm going to add just in a while. And same for audio tracks XML. And this XML this is basically NLE timeline. So what ideally we just walk the timeline and prints in this XMEML for document as a plain string. So this NLE timeline and this FCP XML tree basically don't line up one to one, so we need to assemble that text by hand. So that's this XML string that we are trying to write in here. And then let's add this video track helpers and all that I was just talking about. So I'm not going in detail every step because this is very huge thing and need a lot of time. So I'll just try to add this track just functions and give you an high level view, and then you can just check out the commits code and try to understand more on it. Okay, so now this build audio track and all. So like I said, the track tag, like one is track is basically it's a group of clips. So this track builder maps each clip to an clip item and joins them. Like this compact map drops clips like whose media we can't find, and video and audio basically differ only in which inner filters they attach and whether enabled basically follows hidden or muted and all. So this helpers and all I'm just going to add. Building file element, building speed XML, video filters, clip item XML, and then we are just returning this track enable log false and then attaching all the clips here. So same way for audio track as well. So just the difference I just specified. And this helpers, the ones that we were referring to, I need to add them so that error goes away. So let's add in here clip item XML. So this is the clip on its source file. This clip item XML basically is the shared shell that is start or end or basically timeline frames. This the start or end, and then in and out basically the trimmed source range. And that's the thing. And build file element is where basically emitted files on its keep. So the first citing of this media reference basically points like prints the full file that we have, and with its like path URL that we have, and then every later clip basically from the same source just points like prints a bare back reference, like. So that's the thing we are trying to attach in here: file id, path url, time base, and then media sec that we have. So trying to separate into files so that we get the proper xml for all the things instead of trying to write a giant xml and all. Okay, so that's the thing. And then building speed xml, volume filter and all, and then video filters and stuff. Let's add those helpers now. So those are like filters now. Okay, yeah, so this again filters just carry the edits. So error card, basically we know that it isn't enough, right? So the speed, volume, and opacity position like must survive the round trip. So now each becomes an FCP effect. So speed basically as a rate that we have, and then volume as in basically the audio levels in decibels, like 20 multiplied by log 10, and opacity plus position as like basic motion filter. So yeah, and that's what we're just trying to add this as a wrappers inside this helper functions that we have. Okay, and then the finally this helpers escape thing. So now it's just like escape everything basically that touches text, like file names and paths can contain ampersand, like less than, quotes and characters. Basically that would corrupt the xml, like escape is that one. Gate just helps us with all of these things. So this is xml exporter. I know I'm just going at high level and all, but this is the format we need to understand, like what works to be compatible, and so that later we can import this xml export into our DaVinci Resolve or Premiere Pro or Final Cut or something, where actual editing happens, like most of the time is spent by editors and all those things. Okay, so just kind of this helps us to work alongside those core editors so that they can import and all. So that is this the XML exporter. And now let's create the export service. Okay, so this the engine behind dialog. So basically let me add here the few things, the export format, which is main thing, the export service. This owns like progress is exporting error. So basically so that Swift UI can merge them. So for XML it just calls XML exporter. For video basically it builds an AV mutable composition and hands it to like AV asset export session and all, which so now the format. So first the enum for export format. So it just describes the format as data. So like so before any work we model what format is the extension. Yeah, so H264, 265 pros XML, and then extensions thing. For this thing it's going to be MP4 XML and all, and yeah, so XML has no like AV file type, so that's why it's a nil, and because it never touches AV foundation. So this is the enum that callers basically ask the value questions, like instead of like branching on strings and if and all those things. So that is this enum, and then let's add an enum for us to help us with the resolution check. So resolution basically carries its own size estimate. So this dialog wants to show basically 120 MB before exporting. So each basic resolution knows its rough bitrate in bytes per second, and size math is basically bytes per second multiplied by duration and all. So 720p, 1080p, 4K, and approximate bitrate in bytes per second for file size estimation. So it will be like 5 Mbps for 720, 10 Mbps, 50 Mbps, and all those things like per second thing. Okay, fine. And now let's try to add our class called export service. So that will be observable and main actor. So let's try to close this. Okay, I know we will talk about this. So this is the export state machine. So now XML basically returns immediately, and because that's just the XML code snippet that it needs to give. And video is basically asynchronous, and AV foundation because reports progress on its own clock, and so that's why we have progress is exporting error and all. And this export, so we need to spin a small polling task. So if it's XML straight away, and here this is the polling task, will create this function. Okay, so that copies basically the sessions dot progress onto our observable every 200 milliseconds. Yeah, so this is like trying to poll progress periodically, copy that progress to our observable, and then await and basically the export via this continuation, then translate that final status into like progress is equals to 1, so or human readable error, or like, so that now non-isolated unsafe is just promising that compiler the session is safe to read from that task or not. So this the export that we have, and I'm just going to add the helpers, the preset mapping and all. So this just the preset name maps our choices to Apple's preset names. So this AV asset export session is basically driven by the string preset constants, not like plus like codec plus resolution pair. So this basically this adapter turns our clean enums into those constants. Like H.265 offers only 1080p and 4K presets, so 720p uses reuses 1080p and all. So that's the thing, just exporting this preset name and all. And now the building composition helper I need to add, then the file errors that we have should be resolved. Okay, fine. So this composition builder, the idea is simple, stitching the clips into one composition. So for real video, we lay every clip basically end to end on AV mutable composition tracks. So now non-audio tracks basically, so that's what we're just trying to iterate through things and sorted clips and then trying to stitch, and I think we already saw this thing and all. And non-audio tracks basically gets the parallel audio track. So basically a clip's sound travels with it, gaps become empty time ranges, so timing stays exact and all. So that's what we are just trying to do in this build composition. And this is the export service. And now we just need to add the export view. So I'm going to add the export view, and again this is the simple Swift UI sheet. So I'm just going to, it's going to own its own export service and the user choices, and then it's going to just add them to service on export and all. So let's here just trying to import Swift UI and creating this export mode, and video codec are just basically UI only enums that map down to our export format, that basically the service which really understands. So video XML export mode, and the video codec is something from UI. So this UI facing enums basically with the display names, we need that things like NLE timeline and all those things. Okay, so now so that in our UI the pickers we can show actual friendly name like MP for video NLE timeline and all. Then yeah, and then make it compatible to our surface as well. So this separate UI basically keeps the labels detached from our what we need for the service, and helpful as well. Okay, and now let's create the struct this export view. So trying to inherit the view from Swift UI. Okay, so this is a simple the form and its live readouts. So I'm just getting a state, the service or export service, mode, codec, resolution, and then this environment editor view model. Yeah, and here view is basically the vertical stack, so having the text export, and then the picker the text that will try to use this export mode all cases and try to iterate and populate that values. Okay, and here this mode Yeah, so just video or XML and then codec plus resolution grids on this XML block, then this progress bar. So this codec and resolution stuff and XML export your timeline and then works with DaVinci Resolve, Premiere Pro, and Final Cut Pro and all. And if it's exporting progress view, we show, and then service text progress. Okay, and if it's an error, we try to show on the horizontal stack the duration, if it's a mode video, size, how much and all, and then this button to cancel or to export and some spacer and all. Okay, so this is just everything reads from service and editor.timeline, so it updates itself as the export runs and all. And the standard progress bar, duration, size, labels, cancel and export buttons that we basically provide. Okay, fine. And then this the helpers that I'm just using, so that it is complaining it's not found, so let's add it here. Okay, which is the estimated file size, just the turning choices into save panel and call this. Yeah, this start export is basically the bridge and compute the concrete export format. That and open an NS save panel filter to the right type, and then okay, like kick off this export dismissing on success or not. Okay, and this editor show export dialog we need to add, that's why we are receiving this error. Like we need to add in our editor view model and all. But this is the simple export format, and then estimated file size, and then doing this just check, okay, proceeding this, calling this actual service export thing, and it takes care of this job. Okay, so yeah, that is the simple export view. And now let's just go to our editor view, and in here we need to modify this a bit, just to add this sheet. I'm just going to yeah, in here attach in this bindable editor show export dialog. So this basically gives SwiftUI a two-way binding into the observable view model. So setting that flag anywhere pops the dialog, and dismissing it clears the flag. Okay, so just wiring the sheet into a flag, so we bolt this export sheet onto this editor's root view, so it can appear over the whole editor and all. So that's an intent. So and this thing, so this we'll fix this error in while. Okay, fine. And let's go to editor window controller, and this is the editor window controller. Now here I just need to add this show export in here. Again we'll show this. Okay, so this is the menus export command, travels down the responder chain and lands here. So now this handler just flips that boolean variable that editor view will be watching. So that's the thing, we'll add this, but I'm trying to extend like editor action, so that main menu options will be able to take care. So now let's go to main thing and try to tweak. So this is the place editor view model. So we know this is the brain, so let's try to first create that boolean show export dialog variable, and by default I'll just set that to false. So let's yeah, here let's add that, and also let's maintain the selected media asset IDs to do bulk operation that I was just pointing towards. Okay, so yeah, selected media asset IDs lets the media panel basically hold a multi selection, and show export dialog is just the flag, the old export chain basically toggles. Okay, so fine. And now this track labels and all. I think we can just get rid of this now, because we have this. Instead I can just call this clip type dot track label. We added yeah, so that's why we don't need that additional thing. And yep, okay. So now we need a function which helps us to like inserting many clips as one undoable action. So let's we have add clip to new track. So what I'm going to do, I'll add a function called add clips. Okay, so let me add in here this function called add clips. So this is basically now trying to replace the singular add clip. So what we are doing here now, trying to lay a list of all assets end to end from the cursor, like resolving overlaps, and register one, the undo action that removes them all, and then the add clips to uh, new track. I just need to like, let's me update that too, so, and rename clip to clips. Okay, so, and now here I will just call the above things instead of let's clubbing into this function. So this basically just is the same idea when the drop makes a fresh track and all, but now we are just calling this all things, trying to handle bunch of things. Okay, fine. And that's the way just to handle this multi things. And so yeah, and now this add clip mutation, I think we can remove this because we have this add clips already handling. So I'm just going to remove this now. Yeah, okay, fine. That's the thing. And now this batching move multiple clips into like a single undo group, like then clamp that group delta, so no move clip like overlaps, like a non-move clip on the same track, is something I need to add. So let me add that function. So it's also like let's try to add, yeah, maybe I'll just add it here. Okay, so move clips. So this is like moving all selection together, then ripple, trim and all. So this move clips basically takes a batch of moves and computes a like single clamp delta, so that group slides as a rigid body without any like member colliding with a stationary clip. And yeah, so that is the thing. And you can just check each line of the things, and does exactly step by step to make sure. Yeah, okay, fine. And then the trim clip also we need to make a change now. So let me just make the change. This trim clip, so we'll add this continuous clip. Okay, so now this ripple trim, so it trims the clip and shifts that adjacent clips to stay continuous. Now only just ripples the clips that are just touching, like gaps are preserved. So yeah, and this contiguous clip IDs basically will be added to the track now. Okay, fine. So we'll fix this error. I'll add this to our tracks type, and let's also collapse this split clip, remove clips and all, and just go to ripple insert clip. So now instead of this it should go plural, so let's change that. I'm just going to update this to plural, so let's okay, so I'm just naming this to ripple insert clips. Okay, so now trying to drop like several files, right, with the command should now push existing clips forward once by the total end, and then drop all the new clips in. So this ripple insert clip just computes a total push, shifts once, and then lays that clip down again under one undo action and all. So the rest is just the same. And now this total thing, and trying to add this clip that we have here, we have an error, of course. Now we need to take care of this. Yeah, instead of this, now I just let me just add now we need to iterate through assets and all. So and here I'm just remove this too. Okay, now the error is gone. Okay, fine. So here we the assets, after that like override, now insert also should go to plural. So now the override variant basically clears the region size to the old batch, then drops that clips into that cleared space. The multi-file just the mirror of the old single clip override and all. So this we just trying to iterate that and doing different things. And here overwrite insert clips also just trying to do for all assets instead of doing it for one asset at a time. Okay, so just trying to handle it for batch of them instead of just one. Okay, so that's the thing. And here what's the error that we have? Yeah, this I'll add this anyhow. Okay, so now let's open our models. So this media asset, okay, so this media asset is where so this basically needs to learn to fill its own duration and thumbnail from the file on disk, like asynchronously. For that let's import AV foundation. Okay, and then I need to just create a function to load duration and thumbnail from that source file. I'll just add here that function. Okay, simple, straightforward. Just trying to load this metadata lazily. So this is asynchronous. So for video or audio, it asks this AV URL asset for its duration. For images, it just decodes the file, and for video it just renders the one small poster frame via this AV asset image generator. Loading lazily makes importing instant, and let's say details fill in day after. So that's this very important helper for media asset. And let's now open this timeline, and here this track should need an helper now, which is the contiguous clip iris. That is where we were seeing an error. So let's maybe, yeah, I'm just going to add in here, so under this track, and now we should not see error in our previous file. So it just returns the IDs of clips, forming a continuous chain starting at from and excluding this exclude ID and all. So because this ripple only makes sense for clips flush against each other, like starting at a frame, this walks clips in order and collects IDs only while each begins exactly where the previous ended. So the moment a gap appears, the chain just stops. So that's this thing. Okay, fine. So now there should not be error. And now let's in this what's this error? Okay, we will tweak because we made everything plural and all. And this timeline, open this drag state. Okay, so now this drag state should learn about the companions. So maybe the other selected clips basically that ride along with the one under the cursor, and trim drags start remembering their track. Okay, so this grab offsets end, and let me just add the struct for companion clip. Okay, and here, yeah, initializing it as empty, and then this trim drag. Now let's also add this track index, which is of type and gains, because so the ripple preview knows which track to scan. So that's why we are trying to add in. So this, the timeline, basically the surface draws or drives like tracks, clips, playhead, and all those things. Okay, fine. And open timeline geometry. So trying to add basically what I need and then try to use it instead of just adding all that before and then trying to work backwards. In this timeline geometry now, let's go to this function and then let you know what change is needed. For clip rectangle here, let's create an helper. So let me just add this function. So okay, so this just trying to decouple that rectangle from track index. So the existing clip track for the track index now forwards to a version taking a raw y and height, which goes like preview scan call directly and all. So that is this timeline geometry. And now let's go to our input controller. Of course we are going to see an error here for this, and I just need to now fix this thing. So and add our track index. So let's add this track it.track index, and same here too for this thing, the one which we just added. And here, while we are trying to grab a frame, I need to find these companions. So let's just add these companions. So now we are just collecting the passengers on mouse down, So when a body drag begins, we scan every track for other selected clips and record each as a companion. So the whole selection becomes the drag payload. You get the intent now. Okay, so that is the thing, and yeah, and now below I should basically now pass in these companions for this drag state. Okay, yeah, and move clip also here. Let's all dragged IDs. Okay, so okay, so this now snapping must ignore basically every dragged clip. So like snap targets exclude the full set of this dragged IDs, not just the grabbed ones. Or a clip like would try to like snap to its own moving sibling or not. So this thing, and then now I need to basically instead of this clip ID, I need to pass this all dragged IDs instead of that. Okay, and then we need to now basically here the drop target. I need to now multi-clap like multi-clip drag we need to do instead of single clip. So a lot of work here. Okay, so that's what, like multi-clip drag. Like now we need to clamp vertical movement, so no clip overflows, and then the track list, and then block moves that would land on any compatible types. So just we are trying to clamp the group vertically so that a multi-clip drag can't let any member fall off the track or list or like land on an incompatible type. So we compute one clamped track delta that keeps that rigid group in bounds, and on matching types, if any member basically would unmatch, vertical movement is basically blocked. So that is this piece of the change that we are trying to do. Yep, okay, and then this trying to commit a single batch on mouse up, so that also needs to be taken care. Okay, where is that? Okay, mouse up function, yeah, here. So this piece here, now we need to change this switch logic a bit. uh, okay, just trying to make sure not messing things up. So for the mouse up, let's see, this is move clip and the trim left. Okay, fine. This move clip and all, I need to handle this for our multi clip. So let me handle here. So I'm just trying to, yeah, Okay, so this now this move clip, now we are trying to commit this as a single batch thing, like trying to on drop basically a lone clip basically takes the old single move path. So and then a group basically builds the full list, like grab, replace, companions, so existing track, and then and like clamp delta, so no clip goes below zero of frame, and then so yeah, and calls this move clips for one like undoable move. So that's the change we need to properly handle to move clips properly, and that's the change needed, and overall it should work fine for our. And here, yeah, come on, yeah, fine, let's go to now timeline view. And here of course we need to change the things, that definitions and all which we changed. And first thing, let's add the basically it caches the assets being dragged in from outside for live ghost, so that it draws the old selections ghost like plus a ripple trim preview instead of one clip, and its drop handler should accept several files at once. So we need to add the cache the external flag. So let's go all the way to the top, and here after this external drop target, I'm just going to add that. So cached assets and drop frame during external flags for just for ghost clip preview. uh, I'm just adding this, and okay, then the place where we're trying to draw clips, we need to now make a change to pass in this bounds. Okay, so let's and I'll create this function. Okay, so now always draw goes on top. Okay, so after the clips, if an external drag is active, we paint its ghost like drawing over bounds, not just the dirty rectangle. So keeps that preview coherent as the mouse moves on. So this the change, and okay, and in our draw clips function that we have, now I need to get the all dragged IDs, and we need to ripple that preview as well. Okay, okay, so like now ghost basically every dragged clip and preview that ripple. The old code special case like one clip, like now it pre-computes the old dragged ID set and the ripple trim shift. So then in the clip loop, like draw say like dim original plus that offset to ghost for each the dragged clip and all. So this the thing, and now I need to tweak this the loop that we are trying to do. So let's just tweak what and all we need to do inside this. So instead of this matching to single clip, we need to now change this to all yeah, contains this clip id. Okay, and now this ghost at a target position, let's create the variable called frame delta, just trying to store the drag dot delta frames. uh, okay, fine, and now this, instead of this drag dot original name drag dot delta frames, I can use now this clip dot start frame plus that frame delta that we have. Yep. So because I will be using it many places, that's why we define that variable above. Okay. Yep. And now I'm just going to whatever the switch cases that we have, I'm just going to remove that and just replace that with our this case check that I have. So let's add it so that you'll get clarity. Okay, so here now just we are just trying to pre-compute this line, and just you can just understand from this loop draws like offset goes for each drag the clip in the loop. Anyhow, we are trying to do that, and yeah, and then in the preview section, the trim preview clip. So basically now the left trim now only moves the trim edge like in the preview, matching the ripple model like where the clips start is pinned. So this piece I need to the new start preview clip thing and all. So let's just remove this two things. Okay, and now this one trim start time, basically it becomes this, yeah, dragged out original trim start plus this delta frames. Okay, fine, that's the thing. And after that the ripple preview, let me just add trying to drag adjacent clips. Okay, fine. This is the one that I just specified, and yeah, and now we need that function to mark that external drag goes clips and all. So let's add that thing so that we don't see that error and all. Okay, so I'm just going to mark. So this is very complex, so it basically, after testing heavily something, you understand the piece. So now this drawing this ripple, yeah, the helper shifted neighbors like clips in the ripple chain or basically return at the shifted position, so we see the old run move like. Okay, so that is the thing, existing track, new track, and grouping those things. So I'm not going in depth, and you can just check that and yep. Oh, fine. And now building the external ghost clip. So dragging entered, yeah, here we need to now change this a bit. So external drop target instead of now single thing. Okay, so now the new previewer painter, for a drop onto existing track, it goes only basically the batching type assets. Like for a new track insertion, it just groups by type and stacks a ghost row per type, exactly what the real drop will create. Okay, so that is the change, and the same for updated also. I'm just going to do the same. Okay, so let's just replace this, and yeah, and here let's set the assets also to nil. Okay, fine. And now once we updated that, in the performing drag operation, we need to do the changes to, like, we need to here pass the drag once and then accept many. So dragging enter basically passes the new line separated URLs into assets like a single time. This perform drag operation now takes that whole list and routes that matching types like to ripple or overwrite or normal insert. So for the new track, drop makes one drag per type under like single undo group and all. So here I need to make a change. So first let's add in this external drag assets null. Okay, and this check that we were doing, so I'm just going to remove that and replace with URL strings separator /n gets that assets, and if it's an empty, just return that. Okay, fine, and we'll fix that URL string and all. Don't worry about that. So after that, let's get this track type and matching the one, just the thing that I mentioned. So getting track type matching, and if it's an empty, we just written that. And here now we need to change this to call insert clips, and now along with that, so it should be assets and pass here as matching. So instead of the asset, so same thing for the clips, and then the add clips as well. Okay, and the new track also I need to change there. Just one track per type, and deterministic order is something we need to change. So let's add that change as well, and then we should be good. Okay, I know it's too much confusion and not clear, but it will be clear once you see the end output and once you try there and all. Okay, so this is the thing, and we have an importing errors. Okay, that's the changes needed in timeline view, and we'll fix this errors whatever we have, and then we will try to check all the changes that we made in our UI, and I'll then show you what these changes really mean, reflect how they reflect in UI. And we have a couple of changes needed to be done in our clip renderer also, and also here there is an error. We missed this URL string to create that, and now there's no error. Okay, fine. So fine, and now let's switch to clip renderer. Okay, so this basically we need to rework on organizing this clip into zones, basically label bar on top and main thumbnail or content area, and a waveform strip at the bottom, and like colors follow the clip type, like only code bearing regions are shown. So yeah, so we need to create them. So for that, let's create first two static variables, label bar height and then waveform strip minimum height and all. So that thing all the way here, I'm just going to add these two variables. Okay, and now color by type and layout zones and all. So we need to change that. So here they fill the based on selected and all, it was so need to change that a bit. The all for app theme selected and also let's change this to, so base color trying to get from type.theme color, and fill basically it's selected base color with alpha like 0.45, and if not like with little less and all. So the change, and now this visual content and all, we need to change a lot of things here. Strip width, whatever we have for and all, and if we have type video, we're just trying to draw thumbnail strip and waveform and all, but layout zones is something is needed here, and then draw the visual content. Okay, let's add and then give you an idea about that. So okay, so I'm just going to remove this both things and add in here. Okay, and now basically this draw routine like now carves the rectangle into label rectangle and optional bottom waveform rectangle, and then main content area between them, then draws this thumbnails or waveform into the right zone. So that's what we are trying to do. So label bar at the top and waveform the strip at the bottom for video clips with audio or audio only clips, and then thumbnail or main content area, and and then this draw visual content and this waveform strip at the bottom for video clips and all. Okay, and this the type and all, we need to fix that in the function, which we will do that. And now instead of here drawing label, we need to create the new function like call the draw label bar, and then so this the thing. Okay, fine. And because the draw order is the now because a clip is painted back to front, so and now the separate deciding where from deciding like the old and of course I'll create that, and this draw label we will, so let's go to this draw waveform, and now here strip width and indirect and all, I'm just going to rename that to draw rectangle. Okay, and now we need to just we need to resolve that errors, of course, because you were referring them. Okay, so I'm just replacing them. So the old draw waveform basically computed its own strip from the clip rectangle, mixing layout into the drawing code. Now basically it takes a finished draw rectangle and only knows how to fill it. So that's the zone math above that we just created. Just that split, like let's one routine serve both an audio only clips full body and a video clips the thin bottom strip, so with no branches inside it and all. Okay, fine. And and then you can just maybe add more alpha component for color, and now here bar by and bar 8 and all, let's just fix that a bit. So I'm changing this one to basically now bars hang from the floor of the strip, not the clip. Okay, so basically the audio meter basically grows up from the baseline, like so each bar's height is measured off the draw rectangle dot max y, and the bottom of the strip the collar just passed, not of the clip. So that anchoring is just the payoff for the previous change, so that this math never mentions the clip. So a tall audio body and thin video strip basically both come out right and all. So that is this the change. Okay, and now the thumbnail strip here also let's change this clip strip. Okay, and here okay, I'm just going to remove all of these things now. Okay, the same refactor for thumbnails gets the same way that we just did above. So I'm just going to be quick here. This draw 8. Yeah, rectangle dot height. Okay, and okay, clip path. Now instead of this, it should be clip rectangle. Okay, and then this context dot clip. Yeah, draw rectangle. And this one basically yeah, exactly, that's the change. And here also let's just make the change. Yeah, auto completion helped us. And this semi-transparent, I'm just going to remove this now. Okay, now this draw label thing, we just need to basically create here this draw label bar. Okay, just renders the file name timecore into just the label rectangle and clips it, and then the full frame basically darkening overlay is deleted, so letting just thumbnail show at full brightness. So this draw label bar, and if you want we can just delete the draw label, but I'm just going to keep it. Where is that? Yeah, you can just delete if you want, but you can keep it as well. That's thing. And now the overwrite engine also needs to go through any changes. I don't think so. Yeah, that's it. Yep, so that's the thing. And now if I show this now, let's try to run this, so you can just try to build and run whatever. Let me wait for it to build. Okay, and let's try to run this. Okay, so now basically if we try to drag 2 or 3 clips from the media panel onto this timeline at once, we can watch the ghost previews, like follow the cursor, and all of them basically drop as like single undoable action. And so let's see, I'm just going to import yeah, no, I don't want this. Let me take in couple of files here. We can just quickly check that. So just import couple of videos or whatever it is, and I wanted to showcase the main things, which is the grouping thing that I was trying to stress on. So now if you see just so now this, let me try to select the couple of clips, so 1 and this 2, and now I wanted to drag together, and you can see they're able to move together, and I'm able to drag them across, and they are like as one groupable action. So now if I just so that one action is something, it's groupable as undoable in manager as registered. Okay, so if I just press Command Z, So now it should take me to the exact things, and that's how it happened. So that's the grouping thing. And then if you want to just ungroup, just do again shift click, and then should be fine. And then the ghost, you see the one in the preview where it was originally, it is just the same until I release the mouse thing down, then the ghost goes. So that's the thing, every detailing step. And also you can see this yellow line and all that thing, like drag a snap engine and all those kicks in and then gives me that UI and all those things. Okay, fine. So now let's try to update our media panel, like asset, thumbnail view, and also this media panel view. And then eventually we added all the logic related to export stuff, but there's no button or something that I can export the timeline and all those things. We will add that eventually. So the media panel related the components, we'll just try to tweak a bit, just asset thumbnail view, like able to select multi things and then highlighting its border and all those things. So opening this media panel, and inside that and also there's a typo in here. I think we have double N. Okay, I'm just correcting that, and try to open this asset thumbnail. Okay, and here what we do is here this stroke border that I have in here, I'm just going to update that and add a background color, just based on if it's selected I will have different color and so let me just update that. And okay, and is selected is something, it's throwing an error. I'll just add a private variable here, and then that will be not an issue. So I'm just adding. Okay, fine. So that's the thing, simple stuff. Just now the dot background basically adds that faint accent wash. So a selected tile glows even before the border registers on the timeline and all. So yep. And then for our name also, the text thing, so foreground style, I'll just add based on is selected accent color, or else the same whatever we have, just the difference. And then on tab gesture, below this I'm going to so content shape rectangle and tap a gesture. So basically a click makes the selection, and it basically needs to obey a shift. So this VStack only reacts to basically taps on its opaque pixels. So this content shape or rectangle marks that old tile tappable and gaps like included. Then the tap reads the keyboard, like hold shift to toggle this ID in or out of the set. So no shift replaces the old selection with just this one. So that's what like makes click one, shift click another feel right and all. So that is this thing. Okay, yeah, so that's the small change in the asset thumbnail view. And then the media panel view, let's now open this one, and let me add the things that we needed for our lasso. So the variables to keep track of all the private state and all. So below this I'm just going to add the asset frames, the marquee rectangle active shift held base selection. So this other state basically values all local to the drag in progress. Asset frames maps each ID on it to its on-screen rectangle for like hit testing. So this marquee rectangle is just the rubber band being drawn. The rest just the guard against the starting LSO. Like when we actually grab a tile and remember whether like shift was down, so a shift lasso extends that pick instead of like replacing it and all. Okay, that's the thing. And now here as thumbnail view. Yep. Okay, so here let's make this one. So this basically now each tile reports its own rectangle like up to the grid. So this 50i lays out top down, so but the lasso leaves at the grid level and needs each tile's frame backup. So this year preference is the basically the channel. So every thumbnail stamps an invisible geometry reader behind itself that publishes id frame, showing the shade this media grid coordinate space. So this dot draggable also like changes now, handing over drag payload for and possibly many urls, just the custom drag preview. Okay, so yep, so that is the thing. And now the coordinate space media grid and on preference change on tab gesture overlay, and we need to add that. So I'm going to add it here. Okay, so yeah, we can just yeah, just formatting is something you can just fix that. Yeah, that's it. Okay, fine. So here this is where basically the grid actually collects all those whispers and mounts that lasso. So for just wiring on the scroll view, so that coordinate space media grid plans that shared ruler every tile measured against, and on preference change basically gathers every tiles stamped frame into the asset frames, and this on tab gesture basically an empty grid space like clears the selection. Click nothing and just pick nothing. So on this mark you overlay draws the rubber band on top, and mark you gesture is the drag that runs it and all. So yeah, and yep, that's the thing. And yep, and then switching tabs. So let me. So in here, yeah, so here switching tabs should never carry this stale selection. So this selection is basically for per view context. So if we pick 3 videos then flip to the audio tab, those video IDs are meaningless here. So we wipe that set whenever selected tab changes and all. So that's this the callback that we're trying to handle. Okay, fine. And then multi drag payload or drag preview and we need to add. So first let me add okay, this drag payload, this drag decides like one tile or the whole pick. Okay, so we drag a tile that's part of the selection and we expect all of them to come along. So this drag payload basically checks like if the asset is selected, then join like every selected URL in grid order into one new line separated string. So otherwise just send this one URL. Then the receiving side splits on these new lines to unpack the batch. So that is this drag payload. And the drag preview now. So we need the view builder for that. So I'm just adding that. Okay, so this view builder that we have, this drag preview, this is the basically the ghost under our cursor, shows like how many we are moving. So the default basically the drag ghost is just the tile, and we swap in a like small preview with count batch. Like we drag the thumbnail or the symbol fallback at a fixed like 80 cross 60 with an accent ring and soft shadow. So it reads as lifted only when we are carrying some more than like one. Does an accent capsule basically shows the number, the promise like that batch is coming on all. Okay, so that's the thing, image and frame 8060 that I just mentioned. And the if count is greater than 1, we just showcase the count of it and just add some padding. So yeah, that's the thing this drag preview helps us with. And now the function for marquee gesture. So let me add that. Yeah, this marquee selection. So basically one drag gesture paints a rectangle and repicks as it basically moves. So this minimum distance 3 means like a tiny switch or on fire. So the first basically on changed settles like who owns the gesture. So a drag, basically the starting on a tile is a tile drag. So we bail and leave it to like dot draggable. So dot draggable, otherwise the lasso just goes live and snapshots whether shift was down plus the existing selection. So this marquee the selection, so a shift lasso adds to it. So every move rebuilds the rectangle corner to corner, walks the asset frames. Basically it just walks the asset frames and inserts each id it touches. Then if ids is not equals to this, God basically skips reassigning an unchanged set each pixel. On ended, we just drops the rectangle and keeps the selection. So that's the gesture. And now the overlay thing. So let's me add that. Okay. So this overlay just the draw this rubber band but never let it eat a click. So with marquee rectangle, nil, there's nothing to draw. When it exists, we render a this dashed white outline over a faint fill, so sized from that rectangle. So the non-obvious line is basically allows the hit testing false. So the overlay sits above the tile, so if it grabbed events, it would swallow the very clicks and drags. It's meant to visualize, so like purely just cosmetic and all. Okay, so that's the thing. And yeah, and so yep, and then we need to the import related to load metadata. It's something I need to add that. One sec on that piece. So let's go to import media. Okay, fine. So here in the add media set, loading metadata async, here I need to basically after loading that we should so here the one basically the logic now the task just awaits this asset dot load metadata, then kicks off this waveform like thumbnail generation by the type. Same behavior, just moved off the view, which is why we need to remove a few of the previous things. For example, so let's just delete this old metadata loading function that we have. Okay, and here I'm going to call this asset dot load metadata function that we have and remove this stuff. Okay, and also now we can just remove this import AV foundation. Yep. Yeah. yeah, that's the thing, and we should be good. Okay, and then the preferences basically need a key with a merge rule, so I'm just going to add one private function here for frame tracking. So let me just add this asset frame preference key. Basically is a typed channel. Those per tile frames travel up like starting from an empty map. So here is the just the important thing is reduce many tiles like publish at once. So SwiftUI just answers the fragments to fold together. The merge basically combines them. So $1 just keeping the newer value on a collision, and this non-isolated safe is the just concession that compiler wants for static mutable in a concurrency checkable. Okay, so now let's try to build and run this thing. Okay, so I'm just trying to build so that there's no issue. Okay, fine, there's no issue, and let's see now. All right, fine, and I'm just going to add a couple of files. Maybe, yeah, what are the media that you have? And now you see by default, before I was not able to basically select or so, and now if I use shift I should be able to select multi, and then like drop like if you see the count is 2 and we should be able to see that both things drop together. So that is the thing. Now that count and all, and if I just do command Z, and if I you can see basically the preview and all that stuff and how it's working, and that is the thing. All the things, the minute detailing and all that we added the things. And now let's add in our main menu the export thing, so that at least now we can see if the export is working fine or not. So I'm just going to open this main menu file. Yeah, let's open, and then let's just minimize this terminal. Okay, so where shall we add this? Let's add maybe in the file section, in the edit. Yeah, edit should be good. Yeah, maybe I'll just add somewhere as like export, like let's add in file menu, that's better. Okay, because that is something to do with exporting. So let me just add in this file after maybe I'm going to add it here. Yeah, the import thing. So I'm just going to, yeah, fine, this should be the thing. And what's this? Okay, all right, and then I need to add the show export in this actions. Yeah, now the error for the command should be gone. Okay, fine. So that is the thing, and now we have in, so if you see now, we should, once we click on the export thing, we should see that sheet opening and all, but we'll see that in a while. And then after, yeah, and now like let's say I want to save a project, and then should be able to open that previously saved project and all. So we need to update our video project to handle all of these things. So basically, we know that video project is NS document. Basically we'll have the .cutroom bundle, so it reads and writes the project. So we need to add instead of like trying to seed empty tracks, because every time we are just seeding empty tracks. So then instead that we need to see if we can restore from the saved media folder and rebuild that media assets list from the files like and all. So that's something that we'll try to add now. So let's add the NS document related changes. So in our video project, so I'm just going to add the imports that I need, which is the AV foundation and uniform type identifiers. So AV foundation just to read the duration and all, and for the file types and all we need this. Okay, fine. And then for reading and all, and let's be very specific, I'm just trying to rename this as a project data. And then yeah, I'm just going to update this a bit. Okay, fine. And then in make window controllers, by default whatever we have this empty and all, I'm going to remove this of adding video 1 and audio 1. Okay, fine. And now here basically after this let's add title visibility and title appears transparent to just I'm going to set them to false here. Okay, and we'll try to add the export button and the wrapper for that. So, and by the way, in our if you just rebuild Swift build and Swift run, and in our files there is the export button, you can just export it in the MP4 or the XML and all. You can just test that because it's already tested and all. And here let's add this export button. So basically title bar is basically empty thing. So then basically AppKit helps us to with an access review. So we are just trying to build a small export button by hand, so and make the control, and then this trying to style it yeah, and then so it's exactly as wide as its label, and it targets that editor show actions. Yeah, that's this export button which we already know, this here show export and all. Fine. And then I'm just and let's add this. If we have file URL, we wanted to scan that thing. So media scan basically check the file URL, and we wanted to add an helper which helps us to do that. So I'm just going to add this here. If we have this file URL, and I know we need to add this media scanning function. Okay, and let's add here. I'm just going to add here. Okay, so this scan media is basically when we are trying to reopen the project, it has to discover it's a footage because we never store the files in the JSON, that project.json, right? So this timeline basically holds the references to the media. So now the real files basically lives in bundles media folder. So on open we list that folder, and for each file whose extension just maps to like shown clip type and video or image or audio, we build a media asset from its URL and name and append it to its media assets thing, and then await its metadata load for duration and thumbnail. Yeah, that's the simple thing now. So yeah, this is the simple media scan, and okay, and let's add the helpers needed for media manifest and all. So I'm going to add basically a save file needs, like, you know, a stable serialized description of a media, not just the live objects and all. So let's create a new file in the models. So it'll be a bit of like tying it up code and not much UI. Okay, so in this models, let's add this media manifest, and here I'm just going to add this media manifest and media manifest entry and media source, the things that we need ideally. So yeah, I think you can see this is the enum media source and all. Those are by default sendable, equitable, and case external project. And so because a file either leaves inside the project folder, which is copied in referenced by the relative path, so the whole project can be moved or zipped and still work, or outside like an absolute path to the media, basically user locations or where it was and all those things. And this yeah and here media manifest is just the old list, like a version number to detect future like format changes, plus an array of entries, like, which is the media manifest entry with having the id, name, type, source and duration and all. So that's this simple media manifest. And okay, and in the media asset thing, okay, and I'm going to add to manifest entry, just producing a serializable manifest entry from the asset. So let's just add them here. Okay, yeah, so now the basically asset owns both directions of its own serialization, like keeping both conventions on the asset, like instead of scattered across the persistence layer. So that's the convenience in it. Basically the reload direction given a manifest the entry plus this resolved URL, it just rebuilds that live asset by forwarding to the designated initializer. Yeah, and this to manifest entry is just the saved direction where portable versus external decision happens. If the file sits under a project folder, we just record it as a dot project, and with a path relative to the that folder. Otherwise dot external is with the absolute path. So that's the simple helpers that we have. Okay, and the media resolver now. So let's create the new model. Okay, so here a few helpers just to resolve URLs and just trying to resolve asset IDs to file URLs, like using the media manifest. So that is this model for. So I'm just going to add it here. So basically the ID in the timeline must find its file like wherever the project moved to, right? So the timeline basically stores asset IDs, not like URLs. So paths can change. So this resolver basically helps us to turn that ID back into that usable URL at the moment of use. Like it takes to closure. If you see the media manifest and the project URL, so instead of just the values themselves, so it pulls this current manifest and project location each time it's asked, rather than like freezing a stale snapshot. And yeah, and this unchecked basically is our promise to the compiler that the class is safe across threads despite its immutable caching. Yeah, that's the thing. And other thing is just the resolve URL, displaying name and lookup entry and all, pretty standard thing. You can just have a look at this. Fine, that's the thing. And just trying to add the persistence stuff like manifest asset to entry conversions, this all and all. Basically we'll use later this one, saving and loading when it's all wired up and all. Okay, that's the simple thing. And
and let's do a tiny fix, like for the when we are trying to drag the left trim handle of a clip inward, the clip should stay anchored correctly instead of like media sliding. And then, and also the shortcut for our razor thing, see, it's affecting the whenever we are trying to type in the text field and all. So let's just give a quick fix on those things. Editor view model, so let's okay. Here let's also add the first the media manifest. So here this the clip should name what media it is, not like where the file sits thing. So now basically file names are basically very bad identity, because renaming or moving the file and every just clip goes dark in our timeline. So we try to add a manifest and persist a table, basically mapping a stable media id to enough info to find the file again. So just it's trying to sit beside timeline because it's part of the saved document, like that's the thing. Okay. And now here let me just add the project URL, and okay, so this basically resolver needs this manifest and project location, and this media resolver basically just answers like given an ID what's the URL thing from the live manifest and project folder. So that is the thing that I'm just trying to add. And now just trying to import media asset. So let's maybe add here, yeah, just the importing file. Now bringing in media, like trying to show it in the media pool, media assets, and record it in the portable manifest. So just trying to keep them together in one method so they can never drift apart. So okay, so this media import thing, and now in here whenever we are trying to we should try to make it use this asset ID instead of this URL. So okay, so now with the manifest in place, we can flip their meter ref from the file name to the asset ID and all. Okay, yep. And I just need to add the start frame plus minor changes, like the trimming a clip side like has to move like where it starts, or else the media slides under a fixed frame. So when we try to the left thing that I just mentioned, so yeah, here okay, so when we try to drag this left trim handle inward, we are just throwing away the first delta start frame. So the clip's on timeline start frame must basically advance by exactly that much, otherwise the remaining media basically appears to shift. So this what was missing, and I'm just trying to add, and yeah, and in this editor window controller, I'm just going to add handle key down function. So basically so here simple global shortcuts basically just must not eat our, that's what like command C for Azure was affecting whenever we are trying to type in other applications and all. I'm not showcasing, but that's the issue, that's thing. So now fix it, and you can just start testing. So that's the thing, and yeah, these are like minor changes. And now I'll just try to refactor a bit, export service export view and XML exporter now. Yeah, I'm just going to refactor a bit this XML exporter, and then even now it works. You can just check it out. Anyhow, after refactoring as well, I'll just try to show you that. So let's open this XML exporter. So just we are going to update this function signature. Instead of media assets, we are going to change that to media resolver. So let me just add that piece. Okay, so this thing. Okay, and now its references and all needs to be updated. So this needs to be this resolver. Yeah, and the resolver that I need to just update this as well. Let's okay, and of course now the below functions is also something we need to update. Then the issues that we are seeing should be gone, so I'm just going to replace this in the build video track and also in the audio track, and then mostly yeah, and okay, and in this audio track yeah, we are trying to use this. So now I'm just going to use the resolvers the resolve URL function which we have. So I'm just going to replace this, yeah, this media assets references with this resolve URL and get the name and then file XML, and just need to update this file element. Okay, yep, and also this clip ID thing, instead of this I just need to pass in this name. Okay, yeah, and now going to file element that we have, it should be now basically the resolver, and yeah, and here as well, now this path URL, the asset that we have, it should just be now using this resolve URL, and then we should be good. And then path URL is just I'm going to assign this URL absolute string, and that should be the just minor changes. Now trying to use the things that we have functions created, and now this we have updated in the XML exporter. So basically now the files that it is referencing we need to update, and I think what's the error? Okay, this video view also I just need to update that. So we just updated audio, same thing, I just need to update here. So, and also this couple of files, same way I'm just going to remove them and just try to do in the same way that we did for our the audio. And here I'm just going to change this to name. Yeah, I think there should be no error now. Okay, that's the XML exporter. And now here basically instead of this media assets, it should be the resolver, which is the editor dot media resolver, which we added in our thing. Okay, yeah, of course I need to update in our service. So let's open that, and once I update here it should be fine. So the export, yep, so now here it's going to be media resolver, and this export, let's change this one to resolver because we just updated that thing. And also yeah, here as well we need to change that to resolver build composition,
and of course now we need to update our that build composition function. Yep. So here now instead of this it's going to be media resolver, and the one where we're trying to iterate here in the clips, it's just now we need to use resolver.resolve URL thing. Okay, and then everything should be fine. Okay, yeah, those are the small changes, and let's we can just check it out. Everything should be working fine, so you can maybe just build it again and then run, and then open any export. So we'll just see that. Okay, and here let me just yeah, add some video. Okay, and just to drag something. So yeah, and don't worry about this, we'll see. Okay, so now in the file thing we see this export. So now we have this export MP4 video and options to choose codecs, and the resolution we have 3, and this NLE timeline, just the XML. It should be quick, faster, and then it'll just, once you click on this, it'll just ask you to the location where to save and all, and you can just select which folder to, and all those things. Yeah, that's the simple the refactoring of the resolver, and just works fine. It's been tested already. Okay, fine. Now let's add some constants for the project level that we will be using, basically updating utilities. So let's maybe open these utilities and these constants that we have, and here I'm just going to create enum called project, and there we'll just add the file extension and basically the Cutroom related just the namings and all. So file extension, the type identifier, and default project name, unrelated project, and timeline, file name, and media manifest file name, and this thumbnail file name, media directory where we'll be trying to store all, and this the static storage directory, just computing the storage folder once lazily and just make sure it just exists. So just the simple helpers that we have, the constants that we'll be trying to use and all. Okay, and now the just small change in the preview section. So basically let's go to video engine. So here yeah, fine. So we will try to stitch that timelines clips into a like single AV composition so that player can scrub. So basically just trying to do small cleanups, so it just stops resolving clips file with an ad hoc search, and instead asks the shared like editor.media resolver and all. Okay, so this resolve media thing, I just need to replace this one with the resolve media using this editor things that we have. So yep, I'm just trying to use this. Okay, and once we do that, and just remove the below helper, and also the reversed thing that we were trying to iterate through, and let's just remove this now because I don't need this stuff. Okay, yeah, and here, so this basically I'm just removing this reverse thing. Now that's the old one which was upside down, and now the first layer instruction is the one on top. So just getting rid of that. So, and just you should be just fine. Just the small cleanups that we're trying to do. Okay, and let's update our timelines, clip renderer, media visual cache, and the timeline view. So there so whenever we try to import a clip and drop it on the timeline, basically the clips label should show real file name, like instead of via the resolver, instead of like raw id. So that's the small changes that we need to do. Okay, so open this clip renderer, the timeline. Okay, so let's go all the way to the top, and here let's add this display name, which is going to be a string, again not null, and then the label bar, and of course I need to add this comma where we have this draw label bar that we were calling. So now I'm just going to pass in this display name, and of course we need to update this label bar function that we have, and let's just add the display name. Okay, and now this text that we have here, I'll just going to update this to so let's maybe create new variable. So let name, so if we have display name, yeah, clip.media like display name, or else clip.media ref, and now it's just going to be the name and the time code. Yeah, so that's just minor tweaks that we're trying to make. Yeah, now basically the clip basically renders on the timeline tracks with the proper name and all those things. Okay, fine. And then the media visual cache thing. So here also for unique identity, instead of relying on the URL last path component, I'll just add the key as id for generating when you're trying to generate waveform and all. Okay, so let's change here. Yeah, key is going to be id. Same thing here as well for generating thumbnails. Okay, yeah, and then the toleration, just we can improve this time bit seconds, maybe to 1 second, and here as well. So yeah, that's it. And here also I'm just going to maybe at yeah like trying to interval the increase the second intervals. Okay, yeah, that's the minor change, basically just now trying to make the thumbnail extraction fast and forgiving. So that's the thing. And then this timeline view, uh, mm, so these are all minor changes based on after testing and all. And so left so here we'll just make some tweaks. So left trim basically moves that clips start, so the preview also must do that. So this timeline thing, I'm just going to add that thing. Exactly, yeah, somewhere. Yeah, maybe, yeah. Okay, so this new start, so in this rebel preview I'm talking about. So and now this delta, let's add in this new start that we have. I just created above variable, and if it's a left thing, I mean when we are trying to work on, I mean this trimming left thing, and here basically now this preview clip, the start frame also needs to be adjusted. So this is going to be now this drag dot the original the start frame plus that delta frames. Okay, fine, and that's the thing. And now basically we need to just pass in the display name where we added maybe, yep. So here we have that now display name. So I'm just going to pass in this display name media resolver dot display name, just media ref, and just it will compute the display name that we need. Okay, so yeah, and also now the id, some small update. Whenever we are trying to iterate the assets here, the media ref, now it should be id, not the url. Yeah, so these are the minor tweaks, and just trying to update this things and all. Okay, fine. And also the same way for inspector view, just the name that I wanted to view we are showing. So here just a small change, we are just passing here media ref. So now I'm going to change this one to just use this media resolver display name like we just used in our timeline as well. Okay, and that is the small change. And also let's update the media panel thing that so in the asset thumbnail view, the function that we have is on timeline. Here also now I'm just going to remove this one, and just use this asset.id. Okay, or else now we don't need this because it's just a small. Directly I can just add this as asset dot id. Yeah, that's the, because that's the thing that we are trying to rely on. And okay, fine. And this media panel view in the place where we are trying to now use the media assets dot append, instead of we can just use import media asset. So here I'm just going to change this one to calling like trying to import this stuff and all. Okay, so these are the changes just that we're trying to make now, because every new asset just trying to funnel through one door. So that's the import media asset that we have. And now let's try to extend app and the project. So basically what we do, so until now basically we launched straight into an editor with no way like to manage projects and all. So we need to add that front way, like to list the projects, and then like kind of home window that lists our recent projects as cards, and then ability to create, open or rename them and all, and custom title bar with home button and all those things. You get the intent. So instead of trying to open, because if you have multiple projects which want to open and all, so we'll show that once I add in the these things, and then we'll build it and try to see saving of the project, opening of the project and all that stuff. So now the main thing, so let me just collapse here and open the app thing. So here I'm going to create a new file called the app state. Okay, so here this basically we wanted to act as a single coordinator that basically owns which project is active and switching between the home window and editor windows and all. So that's what wanted to add that. So let's try to add few things at a time, and let me just close this. And of course home window controller we need to add. So this basically the one object owns like whether we are on home or inside a project. So with several windows and no menu bar to basically to arbitrate this app state dot shared is just a single referee, like show home orders the project's windows out and brings home forward. Yeah, and this show the editor that we have just does the reverse and all. And this observable just lets the UI react to this active project, changing with no manual notifications, and main actor basically keeps this window juggling on the main thread, which the app kit really demands and all. Okay, so the app state trying to do, and now the functions to basically to deal with the project lifecycle. So I'm just going to add them and walk you through on those things. So yep, so here this project lifecycle, and don't worry about this type identifiers and window controller, anyhow we'll just add that. So now we by default when we are building will not have .app bundle, so we run the document lifecycle by hand. So normally this ns document controller basically handles this new, open, recent and all, but we are trying to launch from the CLI, so nothing registers the document type. So these methods just help us with that. So we have to do things basically. We know what we need to do with the replace and all. So now this create new project, basically what it does, it just mints a fresh .Cutroom package at the next free name and shows its window and registers it and saves immediately, so it exists on disk from moment one and all those things. So that's the thing that we are trying to do, just simulate that. And the open project and rename project, just the same, trying to rename open that whatever we saved, and the rename is just trying to update its name of the projects and handle the empty names and collisions and updates the live URL. Okay, and this next available URL is basically loops untitled to, and until the file name doesn't really collide and all. So we'll have many untitled, something like that. So this is the one which helps us with this thing. So this is the app state and all. Okay, so and then for title bar view, so let's create. Okay, so this is just a custom title bar. We'll just try to drop into the editor's window, Chrome. So aim home button with editable and editable name on the left and export button on the right and all. So I'm just going to add a simple the thing. So let's add it and just to give you a high level overview of what this one does. Yeah, so this title bar view, just navigation, horizontal stack, this home button, and then editable project name, and yeah, that's it. And this title bar trailing view, this will have the export button and just the styling for that thing, and this inline editable project name, the one that we were using here, the URL width and is editing text, show error and all those things. And then the body, basically the text field which will have, if it's editing, project name, else just show the text, not the text field. And then the styling, font, padding and background and all things. And then overlay text, if it's an error already exists and all that name. And diff functions, just to start editing, just to tweak the boolean variables. And committing this renames and all, trying to call this update.shared rename project that we just created in our app state, and then handle this. So pretty standard simple title bar view. and just the document title bar. Yeah, so not pretty complex and all. That is this thing. And now to showcase each project, we need project card. So for that, I'm going to create a separate file. Let's create this project card. Okay, so this project card basically needs simple component that I'll just try to add a simple view. Okay, and let's so this basically, so each card is basically like having this thumbnail, poster thumbnail, just falling back to like film icon if you don't have, and then the editable name, just and kind of like modified 2 hours ago line and all those things. So yeah, that's the rectangle fill. If thumbnail, we just show that, or else let's film icon and then frame, and after that we'll add this optional URL binding the helper, and this project name field which we just defined in the toolbar view, and relative string like modify 2 hours ago line and all, and our basically lifts and brightens it like scale effect that we have here. Okay, plus border, and tab basically opens it, and a context menu just offers open reveal in finder. So everything is just local at the rate state, and so the card just animates itself without bothering the rest of the app at all. So that is the simple the project card. And now of course I need to add other things, or else these errors are going to bother us. So let me just add, yep, so just a simple optional URL binding. Okay, so this project name field basically takes a binding URL because the title bar's URL can be absent. So, and but card has always one, so optional URL binding just wraps this non-optional value to fit the shared API without like loosening either size type and all. Okay, and and this load metadata just reads that poster JPEG and folders modification dates right from the package, which is why a card basically renders without opening the project. So relative string just turns this date into humans like 3 days ago text and all that thing. Okay, so these are these minor helpers and all. Okay, that's this project card stuff that we'll try to show for each thing. And now we need to have the home view, trying to use all of it here. So let's create home view. So this is the home screen, the fill window, like will be basically gallery of recent projects. That's what we'll try to land on launch, and whenever no project is open. Okay, so here of course let's first add the bear skeleton. Okay, and let's just close this. Okay, so this home view, this landing screen itself, its own view, so that's this home view. And so we try to launch this Cutroom or close a project, and we just land here. Okay, and this home view basically keeps its recent URLs which is in state, and lays that projects out in this adaptive grid, which I'll just add that. So, and basically refreshes whenever its window becomes the key. So, and okay, yeah, so the project, let's say we just renamed or created, shows up with just no manual reader. So that is like did become key notification and all. Okay, so here that's the thing. And now just the header is basically it's just the title plus a new project button, wide to just the things app.share.create new project, which we just added in our app state thing. So that one action just works even with 0 projects and all. Okay, and now we need to add our the project grid and empty state, and basically refresh recents and all those things. So let's add them. Okay, quickly I'm just going to add that, and now we should not see any issue. Okay, so this project grid is simple, trying first basically what if recent URL is empty, we show the empty state, which is here, which will have the simple image, film stack, and text, no recent project, create a new one, or an open existing one is what we try to showcase. And or else we'll try to wrap in scroll view the lazy grid of project cards component that we just created using this adaptive columns declared just at the top of the view, so it reflows from single card to full wall as the window resizes. And lazy means just off-screen cards just aren't built until we scroll to them. Okay, so that is the simple thing, empty state. And yeah okay, and this refresh resends, you can just see, just trying to refresh the recent URLs and all. Okay, yep. And yeah, and we are almost there, and stuff and all. And okay, so we added app state, home view, project card, title, bar view, and all the stuffs. Now we need its own window controller, so let's add here. Basically home needs a window of its own, like separate from document windows. So editor, just window belongs to each video project, and basically which is an subclass of ns document, and home basically is under document, so we need to add its own ns window controller singleton, just hosting that Swift UI home view which we just created. So let me just add that here. I'm just going to define this subclass of this ns window controller, and then just making it shared. It's what lets that app delegate and app state bring that one home window forward and tuck it like behind the editor, so from anywhere, so without basically looking for it. Okay, so that is this simple home window controller. And now let's open this app delegate thing. And so in this stuff now, we have this video project and all by default. So now we need to change that to boot straight into home, and make sure the dock icon can always bring us back and all. So for that I'm just going to show the home screen on launch. So and just let's remove all of this thing. Okay, fine. And this, let's change this to false. So this yeah, and then application should handle reopen. Let me add that function. Okay, so this basically shows this home and returns true to tell AppKit like we handle it and all. Okay, this is now helps us to land on home view instead of the video project view and all. Okay, yep. And now we need to make some tweaks in our video project, because the type identifier and all which AppState is complaining, we should try to handle all of that. So opening this video project here. So let's go all the way to the top, and yeah, I'm just going to add this static variable called type identifier. So that will be I'm going to use this projects dot type identifier. So just it names the .cutroom document type once, so that AppKit can call like file wrapper of type on a background thread and all those things. Okay, so okay, then we need to add loaded manifest, snapshot data, snapshot manifest, and thumbnail and all private variables. Now like bit of the more additions needed in this thing. So now this editor view model, which is the main actor, and so this non isolated unsafe snapshot feels like, so basically save to on main encodes that timeline, manifest, and thumbnail into like plain data upfront. So then adds those thread safe snapshots to the background writer. So yeah, that's the thing. And we need to the data reading stuff, so do the same thing, and instead of now hard coding this thing, now let's change this one to timeline file name. Okay, yep, and also maybe can revert back this to just data to be simple, and here again I need to change this. So let's just change this one to data. Okay, and then manifest data. So if we have this, let's add just mirroring of just decoding of main in read, and then trying to apply on main and make Windows controller. So and the save thing also we need to create now override function here. So yeah, okay, so these are these this capture thumbnail. I'm going to create that in a while, but so that's what this just helps us keeps that and also auto saves this save. I think you can see that helping us to save the snapshot data and manifest and thumbnail, which I'll just keep add this. And now in the file wrapper also, let me just update this. So the explanation might not be so clear, but just try to refer the commits, and I hope you will you understand. Okay, fine. And then here now, instead of this project.json, we're going to pass this timeline file name, and manifest, if just add that manifest directory as well as thumbnails directory, which we have thumbnails dot that file name and all. Okay, and same let's try to add a function to close this thing. So I'm just going to add that. So and and now this window setup, making window controllers here. This project URL, let's assign the file URL thing, and yep, and then I'm just going to remove all of these things related to the export button and all that we have here. Yeah, maybe I'm just, let's remove this and add basically the title bar, leading and the trailing view, which I will basically move into those things. Okay, so this basically opening a project rebuilds its window and restores its media together. So make window controllers is where a saved project comes back to life. So it loads that decoded timeline into view model, hangs that SwiftUI editor in an NS hosting controller, and mounts our custom title bar accessories, like installs this editor window controller with its key monitor and asks like app state to enter editor mode, then this loaded yeah, and of course this add title bar script, I will add this. Okay, and okay, and then this we need to now I need to add that show editor mode. Maybe after this I'm just going to add it here. Okay, and then the loaded manifest yeah, I'm just here we'll add this. Okay, so this loaded manifest just decode is applied, the media library just repopulates as the window appears, and window and assets just in one bit, like no two visible steps and all. So that is this thing, and now we need to add related to thumbnail and those things. So let me just try to add here I'm just going to add this capturing thumbnail. So this is the simple thing, so I'm not going to talk much about that, the standard way of capturing the thumbnail. And then I need to add media restore function as well, so let me just add here. Okay, just trying to assets from the manifest and all. Yes, pretty much we are done, and just I need to add that extension which is NOS window helper for our add title bar UI. So maybe I'll just add here at the bottom, and then we should be good. So this adding title bar view thing, just simple helper. Okay, and mostly we should be good. And what's this error in this file wrapper? Okay, now I can maybe just remove that because we have, yeah, so fine. So that is the thing. Now let's try to build it, and let's see the home view and all. So I'm just trying to build, and let's see, hopefully no errors. And okay, and trying to build this now. Yeah, we can see now we have this home view with just header, Cutroom, video editor, and then the button, new project, and the projects that we have. And I had this test project, and also now if I just create a new thing, it will open stuff. And yeah, and then we can import a media, whatever it is, and just start working on it as is. Okay, so and if I just close back, and we should see this untitled project and all. So that's how like this view works. And just now I can open this project, and this project just works fine. So that's how the new controller Cutroom and this thing. And now this others are basically disabled once we enter the project. Now we'll see this option, same, just export and all those things. All right, so that's the related to updating our basically the app and project, just adding this home view. And now we have two separate things and all. And yeah, so now we have this home view and all. So now we need to continue further, so making small tweaks, like now we need to basically make the images live on the timeline just next to video. And so there are a few problems, like data model still not able to answer, like how long is this still message. So basically it has no intrinsic duration. And can I drop this clip onto this track? So basically photo belongs on a visual track, not on an audio one, right? So we need to add that to our models. So a default duration for stills and a notion of compatibility between clip kinds, and then stamps, so that every clip with a media type it carries, and all those things. So those kind of things we need to handle. Let's try to handle them now. So let's update our data model, opening our constants, and in here basically in the defaults that we have, I am just going to add the image duration seconds. So yeah, I'm just going to add this hard coding to 5 seconds thing. And then the clip type also is something that we need to add in our the models, the timeline. Basically now image, when we are trying to drag it to your timeline, it's broken and it is breaking the video pipeline as well, so nothing is working. So we need to handle that also, like make that as a first class clip citizen, and then make even the image as a clip still, and then so those things, something we need to take care of those things. Okay, so here, yeah, for this clip, maybe let me add this media type, and by default we are going to set that to a video thing. And then we need to update now whenever we're trying to load this media asset. Here, like load metadata thing. So let's just remove this now. So first here, it's a type image, so let's duration defaults dot image duration is something I'm going to get. And yeah, and let's return here okay. And then let me just add, so pretty the things like asset construction, and then trying to load that, and then doing the same thing what we used to do. Okay, here I just need to close this, and then yeah, there's no issue, fine. That's the simple loading media thing. And in the clip type, just I need to add, is it compatible or not. So in this clip type, let me just maybe, yeah, I'm just going to add here. So it's a visual video or image that's visual, and it's compatible. Yeah, just the check, simple check. So basically video and image are both things we try to see in the canvas. Audio is not, so that's the thing that we have. And this is just the simple data model update. Now we need to focus on the extending the preview and exporting and timeline. Basically we need to add this image video generator, preview tab, video engine, all this preview container view, and all to support the image, to make that as a first class clips. So and a lot of work there. Let's try to see. So you can test now in the video, in the image tab, try to import an image and then drag it to your timeline, and nothing works. And even if you have video which is working fine before, and if you drag image, it's breaking that video pipeline also. So here we need to work on few things first. So let's open this preview that I have here. I'm going to create new file called preview tab. Okay, fine. So this shows either the assembled timeline or one raw media asset. So we try to model that. So let me just add, and then it will be very clear what are the things that we'll be trying to have. So this basically, yeah, preview tag, it's a timeline or media asset, and then now this id display name is closable, clip type, it's just now each case basically answers the same questions differently, like so that enum just carries its own downward access. So yeah, just expressing the id display name, so only real assets just gets the close button, and we can just can't close the timeline, and just the clip type nil for timeline, and yeah, and media set, we're just going to see that thing. So fine, so the idea is basically the tabbed preview needs a value basically that says like which source that we are trying to look at, that is this simple preview tab. And now the image video generator, I'm just going to add in the preview folder itself. So let's create image video generator. Okay, so here a few things to take care, because AV composition has no concept of still image, so it just only tracks of samples, so we need to forge one. So the trick basically every editor usually uses is turning the picture into a tiny video that basically holds the same frame for a very long time, in our case like 5 seconds or so. So that's the thing we need to do now. So let's try to do that thing, and I'm just going to add bits pieces first. Okay, let's try to close this. So yeah, this the static members, the like just that right select dot move and caches it on disk like keyed by name and size. So the second request is basically free. So that is the thing. Cache directory, this is the thing, self explanatory. And then I'm going to add more static functions and the things that I need. So okay, so here the long enough to never worry about like it beats, so we basically render 30 minutes of playback from just 2 frames. So a clip can stretch to any sane length like without encoding. So this still video basically is this what like it builds a cache file name from the ref and pixel size, and just it short circuits if that file already exists. So otherwise just renders a pixel buffer and writes it. So that's this thing. And yeah, this image video error and all we will just add, and creating a pixel buffer and writing still video also I'm just going to add. So it's just the asynchronous and throwing the simple still video the thing. And now we need to create this pixel buffer, and so let me just add that pixel buffer function, which is the private function. So I'm just going to add here. Okay, so this pixel buffer, we know that a video frame is basically raw pixels, so we just try to paint that image into a CV pixel buffer ourselves. Like what we're trying to do, like we are allocating a buffer at the render and render size, and wrap it in the CG context and fill black, and then draw the image letter box to like aspect fixed, yeah, and then so nothing is basically stretched, and this image aspect greater than canvas aspect fog is just a classic fit to width versus fit to height decision we are trying to make here. And then any failures, we just throw a specific image video error so the caller can tell what went wrong or not. Okay, that's the thing that we are just trying to do here in this pixel buffer. And then now the function to write still video, so let me just add that. Okay, so this write still video is just writing this dot move in a like is a mini state machine, right? So configure basically a writer, and then once we configure that writer, we need to basically the start a session, and then we need to like append frames and then basically finish it. So this AV asset writer basically is the low level encoder. So we only append basically two identical frames, one at the time 0 and one near the 30-minute mark, okay, which is like all AV composition needs to represent a static clip of that span. So yeah, and yeah, so this the this writing still video is about. And the while is not ready here for media data. Spin is basically required back pressure and shake for before each append and all. So that is the this writing still video function. And now I just need to add this enum for video error, so that this error that we are seeing will be just gone. So just case like image load failed or pixel buffer creation failed or write failed and all, so we know exactly at least what happens and all. So this is the simple image video generator helper. And yeah, and now let's go to our timeline header view. Okay, I'm going to go create here a new file, timeline header view. In this timeline folder, create in here header view. Okay, fine. So the track headers basically need to stop scrolling sideways, so they move into their own fixed view. So headers basically used to be drawn inside the scrolling timeline. Now they are like standalone, which is NS view of like try to like pin to the left while the clip body basically scrolls under the ruler. It should own its own label styling, and it test tracks for per track mute right buttons. So that's the thing. So now basically the timeline surface, the header view draws or drives like tracks, clips and playhead and all. So let me just add the timeline header view that. So let's just add, and okay, so here this is a fixed track header column drawn to the left of the scrollable timeline. You will see this in a while. And these the things that we need: the editor view model and the header background, label attributes and rectangles for mute and hide buttons. Trying to now make it more detached and then clean components and all. And yeah, so this is it flipped on all those things, then just state variables and all. And now the function to draw. So let's just add the overriding the function of this NS view draw thing. So, and I'll add this draw symbol functions and all. So this, we know that drawing is per frame geometry. So now what we are trying to do is basically for each track we paint a color strip or label and two icon buttons, and then try to resize that handle. So this draw basically clips below that ruler, so scrolled headers never bleed over it. So then walks that basically so that's what, like background and clip drawing that ruler below that ruler, so headers don't overlap when it's all scrolled. And then walking through the tracks now using this timeline geometry for Y positions and heights, and then trying to record each button's rectangle into the dictionary, so mouse down can basically hit test them. So yeah, then the color strip basically uses the tracks type theme color, the visual just link between the track and its clips. So that's what we are just trying to do, and resize the handle at the bottom. So that's this draw function does. And now we need to add this private function to draw a symbol. So I'm just going to add it here. Okay, fine. Just the SF symbols like bakes that symbol into an NS image and filled with the desired color via the source at top, and then draws it. So it's just reliable way to color a template symbol inside the CG context. So that's this draw symbol that we have. And now the functions that I need, so I'm just going to add, and then mouse down and just input handling, so mute, hide and resize and all those things we need in our the header view. So yeah, we know that header basically owns its own mouse handling now. That's it's We are trying to make that as a real view. So a private resize drag, so tuple just remembers which track edge is being dragged, and then yeah, and the mouse down basically checks mute, and so that's what we're doing, checking the mute, the hide, and then the resize, and then just drag live the updates, the track height within the track size. And yeah, and mouse up basically commits it through the editor view model, restoring the original height first, so the old drag basically lands as a one undoable edit, and then the rest just swap the cursor over the resize, none keep mouse mode events flowing and all. So yeah, so that's the simple helpers that we need as part of this separate now timeline header view that we are trying to detach from our timeline, so that like trying to make it independent and own its own responsibilities. Okay, so fine. And now let's open our preview thing, and let me create the new file called this preview container view. So we will embed that timeline header view in a while. Okay, so I'm just trying to make changes, all things needed. So now the preview now is a tab like bar plus a player plus like a transport. So we wanted to get its container that just composes them. So this the container view is exactly that. So let's just try to add basically the tab bar and all those things. So okay, so this the preview view container view just wraps the existing preview view, the AV player surface, with a tab strip like above, and then transport bar below. Okay, so now we will remove in the timeline if it's the transport bar controls, and then we are now just trying to add this tab bar at the top, and then having the preview view, and if it's an image we'll have this image preview, and if it's not image, transport bar is something that we'll be adding. So now the two computer flags, that is the drive layout. So if it's a timeline, basically are we on the home tab, and if it's image, does the active tab hold a still image, so which basically needs a plain image overlay instead of the player. So it just reads that editor view model that is shared from the environment. So now let's add this private functions, image preview. So here that we have just grouping image and then preview, and this active media asset and active preview tab we need to add into an editor. So this is then helper just unwraps that dot media asset case and finds the matching asset nil for timeline tab and all. Okay, and now we need this tab bar and a tab button. So the UI that we need, so let me just add that, so that the errors that we are seeing above, yeah, okay. This tab bar just the model's preview tabs rendered as buttons. Like now what we are doing, just for each this editor.preview tabs we just build one button per open tab, then the active one just gets the sliding pill via this matched basically yeah, matched geometry effect, the same shared namespace animation trick like used across all these things. Okay, so that's the simple the tab button component, and then the close button trying to call this close preview tab, and these functions are something we need to add in our editor view model, which we will add, and just closing out straight back to the view model wrapped in just the animation and all that stuff. Okay, so that was the tab bar, and now I need to add the transport related things. So here let's add the transport related things. So here same thing, now must basically this must speak to whichever playhead is active. So this playhead frame and duration frames just switch on the timeline like versus the source. So the same buttons like scrub either the project or error asset, and then we have the just the text and then transport buttons, all the things that we have in our like controls like play, pass, and moving forward and backward and all. We are moving from that, and we need to delete in the timeline stuff and all, which we will do, and the other things that we have, and moving to seeking to and transport button, this reusable component that we are using. And yeah, that's the now preview container view, trying to add this tab bar and then preview thing and then transport controls. Okay, in the basically v stack, which you will see. And now let's we have a lot of errors because we need to add in our editor view model. So let's open this editor view model, and here now we need to add things related to preview tabs, active preview tab id, and source playhead time and all, which we are trying to refer but we still have not defined here. So I'm just going to add here maybe, yeah. So let's add this. So now this basically we know this is a single source of truth. So tab state is something we need to make it live here. So the preview tabs, that's the seeded with always present timeline, then active preview tab id basically, and then separate source playhead frame for the source viewer. So scrubbing error asset basically never disturb the timeline playhead, you're getting ended. So able to play the source thing and as well as for timeline, so trying to handle both things. Okay, and yeah, and then we need variable to understand if the document edited or not. Okay, yeah, I'm just going to add here just document bridges just tracks the dirty flag. So that's the simple thing. And now we need to add the functions related to this preview tabs. Let's just add them. Okay, maybe I'm just going to add it here. Okay, so this is the just pure tab lifecycle model logic, just separating it from the views and the things that we are trying to use from here. So this active preview tab just resolves the id back to the value and falling back to the timeline. And this active preview duration frames basically reports that write length per tab, and that's what we're doing. And this open preview tab just adds or focuses the tab and tells the engine to switch sources and all. So this is the simple thing. And close preview tag again refuses to close the timeline, and basically rehomes if the active one closes. And then select preview tab is this just a simple item put and switch. So basically each mutation now nudges that video engine via this active tab. And this active tab, of course, we don't have. We are going to add that thing. Okay, fine. So that was the thing. And now source playback related stuff like seeks couple of functions. So I'm just going to add it here. The same thing, source viewer needs its own seek or play that never basically should not touch the timeline, right? So that's this thing, this just mirroring the timeline transport and those things that we have. Okay, now on all we need, we just add it, and now we need to make changes things. And before that, the add clips, the function that we have here, the logic that we have, let me just tweak this a bit. So there the cursor frames and all. So this create clips, I'm going to add it. So just because we are trying to use at multiple call sites and it was being duplicated, so we'll move it to create clips and just call that here. Okay, I'll just add in a bit. Okay, Fine, and then adding clips to new track. Here let's try to get the track type. So let me add this track type, and then this new index. Now here it needs to change this one to track type, and label also I need to change this to track type dot label. So because we have this visual it's video or else the thing, so because dragging any visual media onto new track should make a video track, not an image track. So that's the thing trying to handle here, adding the clips to new track. Okay, fine, and yeah, and it's almost there. And then notify timeline changed, and let's rename this to rebuild, which we will add of course in the engine in a bit. And so I'm just trying to make the changes all I need here. Okay, and then in our move clip section, this type now let's use is compatible the things that we have. So I'm going to call is compatible, yeah, with the clip. I need to change this to clip type. Okay, yeah, just trying to check that we have. And fine, because moving a clip between tracks now uses type compatibility, not equality. So that is the thing. And any changes that we need, yeah, and deleting, I'm just going to add like delete selected media assets. Now we can delete selected media assets which must also like close their tabs. So this deleting asset just prunes that library and manifest, and just helps us to like close any preview tab. Just pointing at them, a dangling tab basically would crash the viewer, and and clears this selection. And also that is this thing. And now okay, so and ripple insert and overwrite, and in ripple insert clips, and those things also like we'll try to delete these things and reuse that create clips function. So I'm just deleting this, and also this for assets and assets, let me just delete that. And instead I'm just going to use that create clips function, which I'm going to add just at the bottom. You will see in a while the definition of that. Okay, and just trying to move that reusability thing. Okay, fine, that's the thing. And even here same thing, I'm just going to remove this, and yeah, so create clips assets track index start frame at frame. Okay, fine, that's the thing. And now just the helper I just need to add, and then we should be good. And of course video engine and all those things we need to make changes, which we will right after adding here this create clips. Nothing, whatever we are doing in that, I'm just trying to move it to the separate helper so that reusability is respected. Okay, fine, that's the editor view model. Okay, and now in this editor view, basically the editors the center column swaps it bare player for the new tabbed container. And now we need to change that with our the preview container view instead of preview view. So here let's change this one to container view. Okay, that's the small change needed here. And now let's go to our video engine, we have a lot of errors in editor view model because we need to make changes in our video engine. Yeah, so here let's start making changes. What and all we need. Okay, first thing, composition needs rebuild, is rebuilding and all. I'm just going to remove that private variables that we have, and instead I'm just going to replace that with rebuild task variable. So let's, yeah, so this because that was a very fragile state machine, now it will be replaced by this one cancelable task. Like rebuilding a composition is asynchronous, so if it's edits pile up, like we want the newest rebuild to win and the older ones to just cancel. This single rebuild task basically handles that what we wanted to do. Okay, fine. So now the play button, whatever we have here, let's replace that logic. All we have needs rebuild and all those things. So with this now it gets way simpler. So we are just trying to mark a play and then seek the active playhead and just go. It no longer branches on rebuild flags and all, because this task will start playback when done, and it just reads the correct playhead based on the active tab and all. Okay, fine. And now I need to, now we need to add rebuild and active tab, and maybe just delete this rebuild composition and all. So let's try to add them. I'm just going to add here active tab, and so the switching tabs, it's now the engine's job basically, and each tab type basically wants different sorts. This active tab basically cancels any pending rebuild and pauses. That's what we're doing. And then for the timeline, just rebuilds the composition, and for media asset, either clears the player. Images have basically no video track, then that's 50Y basically overload, shows them, or loads the raw asset and seeks that source playhead. Okay, and this rebuild basically is the new async entry point, and what we are doing is trying to build fresh AV player item, which I'll just create of main, and then trying to guard the task is cancelled. So superseded rebuild basically does nothing, swaps it in and resumes playback if we were playing or not. Okay, that's the thing. And rebuild, and this we need to add this, and I'm just going to remove this thing, and also this rebuild composition. We don't need this anymore, so, but I'll just remove it. Let's first add this player item for the current timeline. So I'm going to add here okay. So this is the composition builder. So, and the old one, we can just get rid of this thing, and just trying to move it to this build player item that basically returns an item, like instead of that mutating the player. So that separation is what like lets that rebuild cancel cleanly. So now the heavy async work basically produces a value, and only the fast main thread basically step touches the player, and this hardly nil returns basically replace the old clear the player and bail branches. And then the video layer entries now also record each track's end time, so we can just fade a track out when its last skip ends. Okay, so now let's try to add the pieces together, and then of course here. Okay, so this let me just add this completely so that we'll not have this formatting error, and then just walk you through what this does. Simple, the build player item, which is very important, doing all this composition and all. So I'm just going to, let's just replace and just delete this, and I'm just going to, yeah, okay, let's walk through. This is quite doing a lot of stuff. Okay, so that till this is what I just mentioned. Now this trying to iterate through each so let's okay, fine. So here this sorted clips, so this image clips basically get transparently upgraded to their still video here. That is what you're trying to do. This image video generator use now here inside this engine. So inside this clip loop, if a clip's media type is image, we swap its URL for the generated dot move from image video generator. Otherwise it just flows through unchanged. The just guard is task cancelled, just pepper through that loop, makes a long build abandon promptly if superseded and all. Okay, yep, that's the change. Now trying to handle the thing in the sorted clips, just trying in the same rebuild composition whatever we have, just trying to handle this image things and all, and now pretty much the same. And if it's not audio, so now record where each track's content ends, and so we can hide it afterward. So this appending cursor, basically the running end time, lets the layer instruction below drop opacity to 0 once a track runs out of clips and all. So that's the thing. Okay, and yep, yeah, and then the layer instructions here, now also now honor the port track end times and scale to fill. That's the so now for each video layer we build a layer instruction that basically hides the muted or hidden tracks and drops opacity at end time, basically when that falls before the composition ends. So a short track doesn't really freeze on its last frame or a longer one, and just the scales the source to fill the render size. That instruction goes into this video composition, and the assembled AV player item is written. So that is this the build player item composition is, and yeah, and now so okay, and now here we need to this current frame, the periodic time observer must feed the right playhead. So during playback now we should make it check the active tab and write either current frame like that timeline or source playhead frame source viewer. So that I just need to take care here. So let's handle that here cleanly. So I'm just adding here based on the preview tab timeline, set that or source playhead frame and all. So these are the changes in the video engine. Now editor view model and all should adhere properly, because whatever we are missing we have just added and all. Okay, so now the preview view inside this, let's properly now call this activate tab. Exactly, yeah, below this and add here this engine dot active tab, and pass in here this editor dot this active preview tab. Okay, so now when the player surface first appears, it must sync to whatever tab is active. Yeah, that's the thing. and now we need to bake the images in the same way into our export the preview did. So let's open this export service. Okay, and here, yeah, after here let's try to add if clip type, basically media type is image, we need to bake the image just so in the export loop, just an image clips URL, and now this one needs to be var because we are trying to tweak that. Okay, so an image clips URL is swapped for the generated still video before it's added to the composition. So this basically just mirrors the engine. So what we preview is what we export. Okay, that's the thing. And in the XML exporter, okay, so here we have this track.type. Instead now let's change this one to clip.media type. Okay, fine. Yeah, that's the thing. And the editor window controller, just the delete key basically should delete media assets when the library selection is active. So I just need to take care of that thing. So here, yeah, case 51. So in here basically we just need to take care of yeah, let me just add it here. Yeah, okay, so just delete key should basically delete the selected media assets, the ones that we added when the library selection is active. So this keyboard handler just checks for that selected media asset first, then deleting those, otherwise it just falls through to the existing clip delete behavior that we have. Okay, so that is the thing. And yep, and also now clicking a media thumbnail should open it in the preview. So like, and after updating selection, so the media library panel, so the asset thumbnail view, let's open this thing. And here on tab gesture, let's change here this count to 1. Okay, and then here I need to call this editor dot open this preview tab and pass in here the asset. Yeah, that's the thing. Okay, fine. Just after selecting and the asset to the preview, then the added call is just the bridge bit from the library click to the source viewer. Okay, so same thing in our media panel view for image type. So here I need to add now generate image thumbnail thing here. Yeah, so now imported images needs a timeline thumbnail generated just like videos, and I'm just adding that thing. Okay, yep. And same now an image clip should show its picture tiled across its length like video shows thumbnails in our clip renderer. And of course this generate image thumbnail is something we will add this thing, but let's open this timeline clip renderer. Okay, and here let's go all the way yeah, here the type we need to fit in now the basically the image thing to be taken care. So let me just maybe add here. I'm just going to add and let's just close this bracket. Okay, so if the type is image, and so same thing, just for doing it for the image, and of course image thumbnail and draw title image is something I need to add, which I'll just add that. And then here border color and whatever we have, so if it's a selected, it should be different than the normal. So I'm just going to change that here. So let's, yeah, so basically the selected clip border reads better as a bright white outline than a tinted one. So this just border logic splits into this crisp 1.5 points near white stroke when selected, and saddle 0.5 when like theme border otherwise. Okay, that's the small change, and yep, and now the tile thumbnails. Okay, here thumbnail strip. Okay, so tile thumbnails across this drawable area uh, must be basically bounded. So basically hugely, like let's say zoomed clip, it can't draw thousands of tiles, right? So the video thumbnail basically strip should gain something like max tiles cap and tile count guard basically on its loop. So for that, let me just limit that to max tiles to let's say 200. Okay, so just, and then and also let's define the tile count variable as well. So I'm just going to maybe, yeah, add the tile count, and now the yep, so the loop is going to be less than this max tiles. And yeah, and then after everything loop, we need to just increment this tile count by 1, so that now it will always be in that limit that we have. Okay, fine. And now we need to add the helper functions, image the related things that we just added above. So I'm just going to add here maybe, yep. So this draw tiled image, the new, basically the new image path, and the shared tiler just keep drawing the keep the drawing dry. So this draw tiled image just sets up a rounded clip and defers the actual repetition to the tile image, which is a shared helper, just again capped again at 200 tiles, that repeats a single CG image across the draw rectangle, flipping vertically for the flipped NS view. So that's this simple change inside here. And what's the issue we are seeing? Okay, that image thumbnail which we should add now in the visual cache. So let's open that inside our timeline, and here let's create this private variable, and I'm just going to maybe add at the top, let's maybe, yeah, I'm just going to add it here. The image thumbnails need their own like cache slot, one still per asset and all. So that's this for. And then I need to create the timeline reads like thumbnails of the main actor. So we should expose a non-isolated accessor, like same pattern as the video accessor. So let's just define here this image thumbnail, so that like main actor isolation to read the dictionaries safely from the draw code and all right, yeah. And the generate waveform, And let's try to capture the self before hopping to main actor to just avoid retain cycle. Why optional just dance or that. So here I'm just going to replace this with trying to capture the self before okay. And then now I need to create the generate image thumbnail function that we were using, and so let me maybe generate thumbnail. So here I'm just defining this generate image thumbnail. So this generating an image thumbnail means just loading and then downscaling and caching one still. So that's what we are doing. So downscale to match the video thumbnail size, and then caching one still. So we skip like if already cached, load the full image, then downside like downscale towards a 120 cross 68 pixel box matching just the video thumbnail size, so we never store full resolution stills. So this CG context draw and make image produces the scaled copy. If any step fails, like we fall back to caching the full image. Either way, we just mark the timeline for redraw. So that's the thing. And in the generate thumbnails also, like we here this main actor run. Let's do the same thing we did in waveform. Okay. Yep, just the same self capture cleanup applies to video thumbnail generation. Just okay, fine. And now that the timeline body scrolls in its own scroll view, the playhead is basically drawn in document coordinates. So we need to tweak that here. So this playhead renderer here the draw function. So now we can just remove this header width and scroll offset and all these things, and then this will be just double frame. Let's just remove this, and I'm just going to so you should understand this simple thing. Okay, fine. And see in timeline geometry with header split its in its own view, the body geometry now should not have header offset and all. This timeline thing, let's and here I'll just going to add this header width, which is double default. I'm going to set this to 0, and this header width, now let's pass in this header width that this that way okay. And now this timeliner container view is something now we need to change that a bit, because we have fixed header on the left and all. So this timeline container view, this make ns view, let me just update the function so that this looks, now I'll just add some proper separations so that it will be clear. Okay, so this the container now basically hosts two subviews, a fixed header okay. So here a fixed header basically on the left and the scrolling body. So this make ns view just returns a plain container just holding timeline header view pinned left, and the ns control scroll view horizontal only, like for the clips or ruler on the right. So it just wires both into the coordinator and subscribes to the scrolls view bounds and changed notifications of the ruler and header resync as we scroll and all. So that's what. And of course here I need to add this header view and all, but redraw like, and then to add observer to coordinator and then the bounce rate change notification, just trying to return that container after attaching header view, timeline view and scroll view to the coordinator. Okay, fine, and that's the small change. And then the this update NS view also. Now basically I need to change this definition a bit, and let's change this one. Okay, here I'm just going to update this top definition, and then should be fine. Okay, so let's just update here. Yeah, I just need to add in this timeline view update content size, because update now refresh both views and recompute content size and all. So it needs to now take plain NSView container and recompute that scrollable content size and mark both the body and header for redraw before the auto scroll logic, like which now, yeah, that's the thing, needs display, and then auto scroll to keep the playhead visible during playback. Okay, so this here, I just need to update here this if condition, and then we should be good. Okay, fine, and then you can just format it. Okay, that's the change. And now this coordinator that we have, this final class coordinator, needs to change as well. So I'm just going to update that. Okay, so now this coordinator becomes this NS object, so it can basically receive the scroll notification. Now it holds the header reference and implements this scroll view bounds change, which basically redraws the body and slides the header vertically to match the scroll offset, and keeping headers basically aligned with their task. So, and then the init basically unregisters the observer. So that's the thing. And here so this update content size, we are going to add that and in a bit, but the change in our container view. Okay, and now this input controller, so now basically timeline input controller, clicking anywhere in the timeline should basically snap the preview back to the timeline tab. So that is something we need to take care. So input controller, okay, yeah, here I'm just going to add here below this point. Yeah, so yeah, that's what, any click on timeline just switches back to that timeline preview tab that we are trying to do. Okay, and this all the checks, I'm just going to remove this, and then now the time drag here, original duration, so each image, let's try to pass in and add this comma. Okay, so this the trim basically drags now record whether the clip is an image, so both the left and trim drag payloads carry each image thing and all. Just we need to add that. So here also I'm just going to add it. Yeah, so that's the thing. Okay, and then the checks, just I don't know. Yeah, then this compatible thing, I think we have here somewhere. Yeah, so here now instead of doing we'll do the check like is compatible, and here now we just need to pass in that this type which I have. So let me pass this, and then should be cool. Okay, so that's the thing that we are trying to do, because that vertical drag validity just uses type compatibility, just matching the model that we have. And the image clip now yeah, somewhere, yep. Here now this max delta and delta frames, it changes if the drag is image, or else the thing. So here let me just update this based on condition, and of course I'm going to update that thing. Okay, so here the image clip basically can be trimmed longer than its source, because its source is synthetic, right? So the right trim basically clamp forks, like image clips only clamp the minimum, can't shrink below 1 frame, and may extend freely. So non-image clips still clamp against the original trim end. So that's the real source material and all. Okay, and now I can just remove this thing because we are just setting this delta frames inside this condition. Okay, fine, and then we can just maybe remove this case of resize, and yeah, same thing, I'll just get rid of that resize, the thing which we don't need, the stuff. Okay, and the razor tool, the condition check now, this point x greater than this header width we are going to remove, because separated the thing just now, because razor no longer needs to dodge the header since the header is gone from this view and all. So that's the thing, just removing it. Okay, and then here resize handle also, let's just remove this. Okay, and this yeah, now here the scroll wheel, like zoom to cursor now basically works in like scroll view coordinates, because the body lives in the real scroll view. We read the document space cursor x and subtract the scroll origin to get the viewport x. So here we need to make the changes here. Yeah, okay, and keep the frame under cursor stable like across this zoom, like, and reset the scroll origin via this enclosing scroll view, so that no more manual header with math or like super view, dot super view, or spelunking. Okay, so then let me just update this, correct this error that we have. So okay, frame under cursor, yep, and I'm just going to, okay, fine, and here I'm just going to update this to just, if after zoom, just we're just scroll, so the same frame stays under cursor. That's this thing, and those are the updates. And then and we have an errors which we will try to, and now this resize handle is something we don't need, so I'm just going to remove this. Yeah, okay, so that is this the input controller, and we have this errors which we will fix it, this is image and all, because we need to update our few things. Let's go to timeline view here now the body must size itself to the content, so that scroll view knows how far to scroll and all, right? So let's try to that the update content size. I'm just going to add in here, yeah, maybe, yeah, let's add inside before this drawing. Okay, so this basically now this update content size will help us to compute the width, like from zoom across that total frames, like plus like half a viewport of scroll past padding, and a basically height that basically fits the last track, plus like a drop zone resizing only like when it changed and all. So this uh, yeah, that's the thing. And now the draw function, and then let's try to delete what and all we don't need from this new things. For example, now the header bg and label attributes and all, so I'm just going to remove because we have separate things for that. And let's go to the draw function that we have, and here we need to delete that draw track headers and all those things. Okay, and let's add the scroll offset. So now because the draw reads the live scroll offset, so the ruler can float at the top of the viewport, so it just captures the scroll offset and visible width up front. So yeah, and let's just remove this, because that will be replaced by ruler, which I'll draw it last. Okay, yep. And now just where we are trying to move and all, it's just now remove this header width, just use the snap X. Okay, fine. And yep, and this, let's set this to 0 instead of this header width, because the insertion line spans from the left edge, same 0 based fix for the yellow new track line. Okay, fine. And then this play header row, now we need to just remove this because we removed scroll offset X and header width. Yeah, and now the error should be gone. Yep, and after this I'm going to call this timeline ruler.draw. so here we are going to draw that thing. So this because the ruler is drawn last and floated to the scroll position, so it always stays on top, like after the playhead. This timeline ruler.draw is called with this whatever the rectangular offset to the current scroll position, and given the scroll offset, so it appears fixed at the top of the visible area even as the body scrolls and all. So that's why like we change its order. Okay, fine. And now every clip is basically drawn by its own media type and carries its display name. So we have to change here, okay, instead of this track type, so we need to change this one to clip dot media type. Okay, and then add here the display name, so media resolver display name. Okay, fine. So same thing needs to be adjusted, and also now this ghost type I can just delete that. Okay, so let me just delete this ghost types. Okay, fine, because we don't need that anymore, and instead that I'm just going to pass in this clip.media type, and also pass in this display name. Okay, so that's how like we'll properly draw now. And same thing, just need to update in multiple places here. So let's update and add this display name. uh, okay, and let's just keep scrolling down, so wherever those references is set, just replace and then add the display name which we just added, and here as well. Okay, fine. And now where we are trying to match here, mm, just check, instead of equals, I'm going to check this with uh, is compatible with the track type. Okay, and removing that normal equals. Yeah, so just the replacing all that thing. And now the external drag ghosting groups by visual versus audio, so not by exact type. So that we need to fix that here, the grouped thing that we have added a new track thing. So here visual or audio, and now just instead of going through that for type in that list that I'm creating, so I'll just do this if check, and when dragging assets from the media panel, we just split into visual, that video plus image, to one video track, and audio groups, and layout ghost rectangles for each, so mix the selections preview as they actually land. Okay, so that's the thing. And now if I just here this goes clip again, let's pass in this media type, which is this asset dot type. Okay, and now instead of this group dot type, it's going to be asset dot type. Okay, fine. Yeah, so almost there, and here also like header width, let's change this to 0, and also the separation, like subtraction is not needed. All right, and now we can just delete this track headers, and this rectangles were mute and all those things, because we had it in separate stuff. So this track headers and this symbol also, I can just get rid of this now, so that at least now it becomes cleaner. And yeah, okay, and so that's the thing, just trying to clean up. Now we have separated things, and we should carefully check now anything, it's something if you have missed and all, uh, and properly take care of the updates that we'll be trying to do. So here the type also, now instead of the equality thing for this existing track, we just need to change this one to this is compatible check, and same thing for this new track at just need to handle the same way which we just handled visual and audio separately grouping. So let's try to update here too, and Yeah, and I'm just going to add that checks. So if, yeah, just to check if it's not visual, if it's an audio and all. Okay, so that's the overall thing. Now let's we still have an issues. Yeah, this should not be any more issue. So let's try to build this, and hopefully everything whatever we need should have been resolved, but I still see issues. Then we need to fix them. Yeah, because this one should be now the track offset. Okay, and there's no issue here, and yeah, hopefully and we have few more issues here. Timeline input controller. Let me fix this issues and then we'll try to build it. So we have an error with respect to each image and resize track. We forgot to update our drag state, and if we update this one, it should be cool. So first let me just remove this resize track, and also in our trim drag let's add in is image, which is a boolean. Okay, and now mostly, yeah, there are no issues. Okay, so now let me just expand this terminal a bit and let's try to build. Mostly those were the things that we missed. Yeah, okay, and now let's try to run, and now let's see the things that we added. A lot of things. Let's try to add some media. Okay, I'm just adding media. So first when I click on this source, I should be able to view that in our preview. So let me just click, so you can see now the difference. So
Everything
I can
around you
just
that you call
see that
life
before,
was
only when we
made up by
were
people
trying to drag into
who were
timeline, then
smart.
only we were able to see that. So we have separate now source view in the preview and also the timeline, and I can just drag and drop to this thing, and just works. And the image thing also, let's see. So I'm just trying to take some random image, and yeah, let's again let's select this, and we should be able to see that. And you can see here the difference here, the tabs, the preview tabs, the overall the video, and then the document drag and all. So that was the, like, v stack that we had, the preview tabs that we added, and also this the preview view and the controls. Okay, so if I just drag here, now we know it's a different thing. So by default you can see it helped me to understand, and by default we are adding it 5 seconds. That's what we outcoded. So now if I just shrink this, and you can see I can see the image, the thing that we have. So let's play this, and we should see the image that I have, and of course there is minor here, this playhead and all, but that will fix. But at least the core thing that we wanted to work, it's able to, like, now render the image along with the video, and like video pipeline is something, it's not breaking, and it is now acting as a first class clip, even the image and all. So that's what they think. We just try to add the preview tab, and then the source view as well in the preview, and then able to drag the images and serve it as like video thing as well in our timeline. And yeah, and let's try to check on this thing and then proceed further. the next things that we need to work on now, trying to update this toolbar view and all those things, because you see we have this controls and also the duplicate things and all. We just need to remove them because these controls are moved to here, and I'm just need to get rid of that and update similarly the each view as we go further. Okay, first let's remove that duplicate things in our toolbar view, and then we'll check on the state management and then the playhead related UI and all that stuff. Okay, so I'm just going to minimize this terminal now, and here let's search for this toolbar view, and here basically let's just all this transport, the time code and all that stuff, we can just delete them. Okay, so let me just delete what and all I do not need, and same the time code and the format time code. I think these three should be gone. Yeah, okay, fine. That's it. And then because we already covered in separate view, and it should not be part of these things, so that's a simple removal. And now like whenever we open a project and make an edit, like maybe drag a clip or something, we need to basically whenever I'm just trying to close it, go back home or something, we need to persist that state and then close that. So as of now we're not persisting that, so that's something we need to make a change in app state. Okay, so let's open app state here. Okay, show home. Where's that function that I have to do? Yeah, so here, so what we do, so we do to make changes here. So let me just add those changes, and then okay, so here what I'm going to do, so now what we're doing is basically we are trying to branch on is project.is document edited. So if that is, so what we do, we try to auto save and tear the window down inside the completion handler on the main queue, since UI tear down must run there. So if clean, the old path just stands. The quieter second change is is basically we need to do it in our create new project. So here let's go to this create new project. Here all I need to do is just basically wrap this whatever this node new or URL that I have. So let me just wrap in this the callback. So here basically now in this create new project, we let the documents own save or create the directory and move this note new recent document URL into the save completion. So a project basically joins recents only once it actually exists on disk, or else if it doesn't exist on disk and I'm trying to go to home and click on that, it just complains that that is not found on disk and all. So that is this the thing we're trying to take care. And then this file manager, this also, let me just delete this. Okay, that's this change in our app state. Okay, yeah, and in this title bar view, let's make some small differences. So let's add first the editor view model, that editor. So let me add here, and then I'm just going to add some 3 dots like unsaved changes or those things. Maybe, yeah, I'll just add this circle. Yeah, so that state is basically it's invisible until we give it a pixel. So we just every like document app just signals now unsaved changes. The dot on Mac OS like close button, the bullet in the tab title, basically the title bar leading you. We're just showcasing this 6-point circle and all, so that we know the difference. So you can just check this. I'm not keen on walking through in the UI and all, because these are the simple things. Okay, fine. And now we need to update our project. So let's go to this video project that we have here. So now we know that video project here is our NS document subclass. So it owns basically saving and loading this .cutroom package. So until now, every save basically rebuild that old package directly from scratch, which throws away any files like inside it we didn't rewrite and re-triggers unsaved changes, churn and all. So now basically we should make this document to keep the on-disk package wrapper and patch children in place to track its own edited flag into the view model and to generate a thumbnail for image is assets on restore. Okay, so for that let's add the package wrapper. Yeah, I'm going to add here this file wrapper, package wrapper, and then snapshot data, or maybe I'm just going to rename this to snapshot, this to timeline. Okay, and then I need to in this read, maybe here we need to assign this package wrapper, this file wrapper, and inside this save thing, let's just update that. Yeah, of course, snapshot timeline it is. Okay, so the thing that we're doing is we are trying to record this file's modification date on so that macOS doesn't flag a phantom conflict, and just this is, we are just trying to compare these files on this timestamp against what it last wrote. If the data it wants the file was changed by another application, then reading the URL's real modification date into file modification date at the save time keeps just that check honest on whatever it is. And then this snapshot timeline rename just lands here too, and everything on the main thread is captured before the possibly off main file wrapper call and all. So fine, and now this file wrapper that we have, so I'm just going to update this thing. So okay, we'll add this replace child. So now we are doing this patching the 3 children into this wrapper, then adding it back. So instead of like add a regular file on a fresh directory, now each snapshot flows through this replace child, which basically removes the stale child if any, like before adding the new bytes. This method then returns the package wrapper itself, the same object like we have been carrying, so nothing outside our 3 files is basically disturbed. Okay, fine, and yeah, and let's try to add this functions. So I'm just going to add it here, update change count and replace child. So just trying to mirroring the document's dirty flag into the view model and centralize the child replacement. So the title bar basically wants a dot for unsaved edits, but can't see this NS document, so private state. So this NS document funnels like every dutting event through this update change count. So overriding both variants that we have, and copying that each document basically edited across is the just that hook that we are doing, and replace child is just the helper. The save path leans on, like find any child by name, remove it, and the add the fresh bytes. So that's what we are just doing this. Yep. And then the close thing, the UI that we have, I need to add attach first this needs view model. So what should I do? Okay, so here this here let's attach the environment view model, yeah, editor view model, fine. And that's the thing that we are trying to do. Again, where were we? Yeah, here. Okay, that's the only difference. And now if asset type is image, also I need to weave, this needs to be added here, this restoring assets from manifest. Okay, restoring a preview thumbnail for image assets, not just videos and all. That's the thing. And so now basically we can just open saved project, edit a clip and save, and then reopen. So I'll just try to show this a bit. Okay, let's build it, and then okay, so let's not worry about new so I'm just trying to add some clip. Okay, and I'm just trying to, yeah, and
Everything around.
okay, and let's drag here, and yeah,
Everything around you that you.
let's try to, okay, and okay, this is the dot, and if I just click Control S, Command S, and it's saved, and we don't see that dot again. Let's just try to play.
Call life.
Okay, and I'm just going to maybe trim it, and you should see this dot here that we have. Okay, and again just press Command S, or else, like, even if you're going to back to home, it just saves. So let's say this was the untitled project file. Now if I click, and we should see the same
Everything around you
the thing that basically the same state that is persisted is what loading on. And I know there are some issues, of course, we will try to correct as we incrementally develop, but the intent was to save and persist and showcase this the circle icon if it's not saved. And even by default, if you're going back to the home, save and then go back to home. So that's the thing. Okay, fine. That was what we are trying to update. And okay, and then and let's just add in the editor. So let's go back to the code. Okay, and I'm just going to minimize this and open this editor view model. So I'm just going to add this update manifest duration thing, and you can see the export and try to save and all. I've just not added so here I'm just trying to add one helper function for us to update manifest duration. So okay, so this basically by default manifest entry can go stale the instant it's created. So we just give a patch path, import media asset like snapshots the assets duration at import, and then we'll see this usage in a while. Okay, so that's the thing. And now we need to update our timeline a bit, kind of like check on this the playhead and all those things is something we need to take care a bit. Let's try to see what is the things that we need to add, and other states and all. So we have minor bugs and all in the drag state and all those things. So I'm just trying to fix it, and let's see what difference that it makes. So in the drag state, I'm going to add the base selection for our marquee drag here. Okay. So this basically a marquee must remember what was selected before we started, or like shift drag has nothing to do to add on to this. Drag state just describes as in progress gesture. This marquee case basically drag, it's a rectangle but not the prior selection, so shift drag couldn't extend one, so we are just giving this marquee drag as base selection snapshot, so defaulting to empty, so I'm capturing the moment the drag begins. So that's this drag state thing. And now just go to our media visual cache, and here sometimes cache duration cannot be actual truth, so let's try to load it from the asset for real. So for that, okay, wherever we are trying to, yeah, and I'm going to make this self and dot timeline view needs display. Okay, and the duration that we have here, let me just delete this. Okay, and the AV asset, I'm just going to load it directly and see from the real asset itself. Okay, so below this one, let's try to, yeah, so that's the small change. And okay, fine. And then let's go to our timeline container view. And here, when clips basically push the content wider, the scroll area must remeasure itself, so that I need to add it in here. Let's set this post frame changed notification to true. Okay, and then we need to add the observer for that, so let's add in here. Yeah, so this basically, this AppKit bridge hosts this timeline in a scroll view, so it already listens for bounds that we have and changes like when you scrolled and all, but nothing is told when clips grow and the clips view frame changes. So we opt the clip view into frame notifications too, and then register a second observer on a new clip view or frame changed and all. So this coordinator, I'll just update this. Okay, and yeah, fine. And let's just add this clip view frame changed, so timeline dot update content size. So this handler is just tell the timeline to recompute its content size. The notification finds basically on the main actor, so the callback is this main actor object C, and all it does is just ask the timeline to view to remeasure. So that's the thing. Okay, yep. And now in the timeline input controller, here the drag state, the marquee, yep. So now let's pass in this base selection which is editor dot selected clip IDs. Now we're just capturing the starting selection the instant the marquee begins. Okay, and then in the case of the marquee, yep. So here now get the base selection. So if it's a marquee thing, okay, so now what we do, we do the selection like live on every drag move, not once at the end. So the marquee basically used to compute which clips it enclosed only on release. Now we sweep and see nothing until you let go. So now each basically mouse drag starts from the remember base selection, walks every tracks clip, inserts any whose rectangle intersects the marquee, and assigns the result to like editor dot selector clips. So this basically selection lights up as we drag and all. Okay, that's the thing. And then the here whatever that I was doing, so I'm just going to remove this and call here this break. So because the work moved on to this drag time, mouse up has left nothing to do, so that's the thing. I'm just removing that. And also let's just remove this as well, just do nothing. Okay, that is the thing. And then the timeline view, the play header, I need to move that a bit because right now it's not properly visible, the triangle is getting cut off. So that one here, let's order is important. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to move this to the bottom. Okay, so here let's add it. So this draw order is Z order, so the playhead has to go on top of the ruler. That's why we are not seeing the triangle. So now painting happens back to front. We know that. So whatever draws last sits on top, right? So that's what playhead was drawn before the ruler, and we lost the triangle and all. Okay, so now let's try to see this thing. Just build this. Okay, okay, and let's try to run this, and I'm just going to open. Yeah, okay, so ideally now
Everything around
we should see this playhead and able to drag. That was the issue. Okay, fine. And then the things that we just added, drop a few clips again, and rubber band across them. The selection row basically highlights, so you can see. Yeah, okay. And now highlights basically if I
you that you call life was made up by people.
Yeah, and shifts just dragging just works fine, and all that was already which is selected and all. So these are minor small fixes, just that makes like feel the timeline like not jittery during a drag and all. And yep, so okay, that's the simple fixing of the playhead that we had. And now we need to work on this media panel view, and just call that update manifest duration. And then start adding our dependencies for AI, which is fall AI that we'll try to use as our hosting provider. We will just try to lay the base and see if we can use something image models or video models and all, and let's see the things as we keep developing. Let's fix that minor bug in our this media panel view. Okay, yeah, below here, we just need to update this manifest duration. So basically the manifest is stamped before the duration is known, so we are just correcting that. Okay, fine. And now let's add the dependency thing for fall thing, and just let's close this terminal and open this dependency section. So you can just add the dependency here. Okay, and then so it'll just add that for us. So, and the name maybe I can just say it as fall client. So it's just trying to index and resolve that string. Okay, fine. So, and then you can just run swift build and should resolve this things that we have. Okay, so that is the simple addition. And let's renaming basically clips rename a text field and trying to start typing, and just field trying to take that keys. Let's try to add that, and also like we'll just start adding a boolean variable for showcasing the generation panel and all, which we will add. So let's open this editor view model. So I'm just going to maybe add just the placeholder for generation panel. Okay, and it still hasn't been built, but yeah, okay. And the small correction in importing media set here, I'll just add one additional param, skip append thing for this function. So here because sometimes the asset is already in the library, so we only owe the manifest and entry, like not the duplicate already existing one. Okay, that's the thing. And mouse monitor, like in the editor window controller for our text input thing that so editor window controller. Okay, maybe let's add below this key monitor, and then same thing, let's try to destroy that too, so removing that monitor. Okay, fine. And then we need to inside the install key monitor, I'm just going to initialize this mouse monitor like we did for key. Okay, yeah, simple. Just trying to install this click watcher right where we install the click and I know resign text focus if needed, we need to add that. So this mouse monitor just lives inside this key monitor appended, so it listens for this left mouse down and only while this is the key window, and asks for resign text focus if needed, whether the click should blur the current text field, and yeah, and so okay. So that's the thing. And let's create this private functions we needed. So I need to change this a bit, but before that I'll just add this private functions. Okay, so is text input focused? Just is it like am I typing? So check is now asked text, so that's the thing. And this resign text focus if needed is basically the payoff. If it tests where we actually clicked, and if that lands outside any text control, it just sets that first responder to nil, and that's just the AppKit's way of saying blur the field. Okay, so this is the thing. And now here in this handle key down, instead of doing is this check, I can directly do now if yeah, is text input focused. Okay, yeah, that's the minor change. Okay, fine. And so let's see this. Let's expand. Yeah, you can build and then run, or run, it'll build on its own. Okay, fine. To showcase the clips rename and all, we'll add it later at later point of time, but at least what we have, the rename project, whatever we have for our project related things. So let's try to see. So test rename or something, and lose the focus, click somewhere else. Yeah, not able to properly showcase, but that's the mouse key event listener. And also now if I press C, it like we are able to properly go to this scissor. Before it used to like affect the text field, that the thing, for example, that I was trying to showcase the entry and all, so it was disturbing this, though I'm not properly able to showcase, but that's the intent. Okay, fine. These are just the minor and all, and the major thing is now we need to lay the foundation for our generation related services. Just trying to add image models, video models, and all those things as a placeholder for now. Let's try to do that now. So let's add the foundation for our generation, and let me just minimize this terminal. All right, and let's collapse all of the things and create new folder called generation. And the first thing, model config for image. So I'm just going to name this image model config. Okay, and in this yeah, let's import the file client and the foundation, and just the simple struct for image model config. So because we'll have different image providers, they speak different JSON dialects, and so this is the thing. Just the build input is the one place that translates basically our neutral choices into this provider's payload, adding aspect ratio, resolution, like only when present. So a model with no resolution knob never sees the keys and all. So standard things, display name, endpoint, resolution, aspect ratios, and this is the thing. Okay, and then let's create an extension on this image model config to add the models. Okay, I'm going to add couple of models for now. Okay, just describing this Nano Banana Pro, which is, yeah, and then endpoint is Fall AI Nano Banana Pro. You can just refer to its documentation. Everything's properly documented there. And fall.ai. Okay, and resolutions 2K 4K, aspect ratios same for Grok Imagine. I'm just and then all my models, it's going to give us this tool list that we have. Okay, so that is the simple image model config. And the same way, let's add for video model config. So yeah, Okay, here also same way. First let's define the struct for that, and this should be quicker. Okay, same thing, endpoint, durations, resolution, and aspect ratios. And having prompt aspect ratios and switching this id. If it's a 3.1 duration and resolution, then we are going to add that, and grok imagine video, and else duration is something we're just going to add it in this way. Okay, fine. And then trying to return the dictionary. So that's the thing. And now let's add a few models which are good, like vo 3.1 and cling, grok imagine video. So okay, so vo 3.1, there are a lot of models. We can just try it out, and whatever is best we can just prefer that. Okay, yep. And cling v3, yeah. And just durations, both and all are possibles. We just need to add it here. Okay, and then all models. That's the config for video and image. And now let's try to update our media manifest models that we have. Okay, and here let me add the generation input for this media manifest entry. Okay, and here generation input, I should define this struct exactly the same that we have, like prompt, model selection, duration, aspect ratio, and resolution. So I'm just going to define here. So because a generated clip needs to remember how it was generated and all, and otherwise reopening a project just turns that AI clips into anonymous files. So this manifest basically is what helps us to serialize to disk. So we add one optional field to the entry, and yeah, and then all the fields that we will be having as part of this generation input. So, and this media set here, yep, same. Let's add generation input and generation status. Yeah, I'm just going to add it here. And generation status, of course, I need to define. And yeah, let me just add them. Just the simply, none generating failed and all. And here I just need to generation input. I'm just going to, I think that should be fine. Yeah, I think simple and straightforward. So we know that media set is basically in memory clip. So it gains two things, like what generated it, which is this generation input, and its status, generation status, and then that is also associated with the synapse, none generating or failed. So just captures like, is it still working or done or broke with this message, so that UI can switch over and all. And is this is generating and is generated and all, helper just keeps call sites like readable, and then in its generation input, we're just setting to the generation input whatever we have. Okay, fine. That's the small change. And in the reconstruct, then I need to pass in this entry dot generation input. Okay, and also here let's add in this generation input. Okay, yeah, I need to add it here, then there should be no issue. Yeah, that's it. Okay, just trying to reconstruct that. And now let's focus on our proper actual generation service. So let's create here this new file, generation service. Okay, so this is the actual engine. So and the moment like basically user hits submit, we drop a placeholder clip onto the timeline and marked as basically dot generating. Then we'll try to fill it once the download finishes, and that at the rate main actor will be trying to add on the old class, which means like every mutation of the shared asset list just runs on the main thread, like by just construction. So we never fight data races and all those things. And we'll have few functions like generate video, just builds that generation input record and spawns the placeholder and asks the model's config to translate the request into payload and hands it to all the shared run generation thing. Okay, so I'm just going to add exactly what I just specified here. So and let's just close this. So simple file client and gets the variable for API key. We'll just try to read from this user defaults file API key. If it has API key, just the bool to check, and generate video function, receiving video model config prompt and all those things, and generation input constructing in the way, and the placeholder clip which will try to add it in timeline, and this models trying to build the input. Okay, and the endpoint, and now calling this run generation function, which I will add here in a while. Okay, so I'll add that and let's just add this shared one, creating placeholder and image generation and all those things. Okay, so I'm just adding this generate image is the same thing, just with for image, and that was for video, and this is for image, and this create placeholder is what lets basically the two entry points stay this short, like it makes that media set you see here and stamps it as a dot generating here and appends it, so the timeline shows a spinner immediately and all. Okay, that is this simple thing. And now the actual generation, so let me just add that function. Okay, so this is the important one. Okay, so this is basically a shared async spine. So here trying to fight first swift strict concurrency, and first we are trying to snapshot key and placeholder id, okay, as a plain values like before the task, so nothing captured self in a way that compiler mistrust. And yeah, so now this non-isolated unsafe for the input and the non-sendable payload across the isolation boundary. And then what we do now, we are just trying to subscribe to the endpoint and pull that URL, okay, out with per caller response key path, okay, and then download the bytes, write them under the projects media folder or just the temporary directory, and then the placeholder, look the placeholder up by id to swap in the finished asset. Yeah, so that's what we are trying to do. We are trying to find the index to swap once the generation is done, since the array may have shifted while we have waited. So we're just trying to do that. And if anything is gone wrong, we're just going to update the generation status as field. So that's what we are doing. So trying to subscribe to that, and then download the bytes to temporary folder, and after that we are just trying to write it to destination URL, and then replace that placeholder one with the actual generation. Okay, so that's this core thing, run generation, that we have. And yeah, and now let's add the generation view. Okay, okay, so this is just the face of of all. This is it'll be just compact prompt bar that we'll try to add. So let me just add all the things that I need in this generation view, and just the okay, this generation view, just small state values like service, generation service which we created, prompt, selected type, video model index, image model index, duration, aspect ratio, resolution, settings, popover, is prompt focused and all, and then selected assets and all. And generation type, it'll be image, video or audio, then trying to switch that. Okay, and here we are just trying to compute the state, video model and those things. So current model name and all those things, we are just trying to get that. So these are just help us: current aspect ratios, resolutions, prompt, placeholder, setting summary and all those things. So the view basically holds the indices to our video model config.all model, same for image, not the model themselves. So selection stays trivial storage and the computed video model, image model, just resolve that live config, and then this current aspect ratios, resolution just computes forward whichever config is active. That's how like settings pop or always show the legal options and all. Okay, so that's the thing. And now this layout skeleton, let me just try to add, okay, the body, in here I'm going to add, okay, this. So the body is simple, just the layout skeleton and prompt input. So this body, what it shows is basically shows a gentle nudge when there's no API key, otherwise it just renders the form, which is the generation form. So this is the generation form with the pickers like and wires like on dot on change. So switching model or type immediately revalidates those chosen settings. So here we'll have type picker, model picker, and then the settings button if it's not audio, just horizontal. So first vertically and then in horizontally this picker that we have, and then prompt field and submit button. And on change we are just trying to update the settings and model related video or image and all those things. And this is the prompt field, so the one that we are trying to use here, just separate text field it is, and submit button, just simple submit button calling the submit generation. And this references, any references that we wanted to attach, this scroll view and the reference thumbnail and all. So those are the things. Now we need to define these functions, that's why we are seeing those issues. So let me add all of these things. So these are just the simple components. So I'm just going to add them here. Okay, yeah, so this picker widgets, so each basically menu reads straight from this model catalog. So the model picker just enumerates all models, so adding a provider to that array makes it appear here straight away in our UI. The settings popper again shows only the knobs that active model has, like if selected type is dot video for duration, so and if let for resolution and all. So that's the thing. So thumbnail, if thumbnail we just try to show, or is the rectangle fill, and then framing, overlay thing and all. Type picker just based on that generation type all classes, and this label, image and all. Model picker again same, depending upon the video, image and audio we show those things. Okay, settings, yeah, setting summary and image, and this pop over content in the vertical stack based upon this selected type. We just showcase those relevant things. So this is settings picker, just text and then picker thing that will. So yeah, okay, and now the actions is something I need to add. Okay, just submit generation and all those things, and then there should not be an issue. Okay, so this submit generation bridges that UI back to the engine that we have. So just calling that if it's a video, generate video and generate image, the functions which we just added. by just taking in all the local state variables that we have as part of this view. And audio we will implement later, but that's the thing. And reset settings, again trying to reset the resolutions and the durations and all those things, 5 seconds or 10 seconds or 8 seconds or depending on that. Okay, fine. And then let's have this private extension view. Okay, the trailing private extension view basically is the shared rounded border Chrome every control just uses. So that's the thing, and we will be using yeah. So this is the generation view it is, and will not be still trying to generate, because we have a few things to cover before we can actually generate things. In a while we'll do it. And now let's try to improve a bit this media panel. So wanted to add like badges, sort, filter, and this marquee select and all the media panel. So for that and also I'm going to create a new component, kind of a tiny placeholder, which will try to showcase whenever our AI asset will be rendering. So it's just pure animations and all, so that so we need to make few of the components ready to actually try out our generation. So that's the thing. So this media panel, let's create new file called generating overlay. Okay, so yeah, and this, it's going to be a simple shimmer text and progress bar that will try to showcase this when we are trying to generate an AI asset in our media panel. Okay, so I'll just walk you through. So yeah, we know that AI generation just can take a little bit of minute with no real progress or to report or something. Feels like not good experience. So this overlay exactly helps us with that. Just a shimmer just sweeps the word as generating. So the shimmer text will be something like this, generating, and on a 1.5 seconds loop. Yeah, and then bar eases towards like 90% or 45 seconds and stops there. So both animations basically run off on appear state. So this generating, okay, and the progress bar that we have, so the dot repeat forever, this dot repeat forever, basically shimmer and the one shot dot ease out progress. So the view drives itself with no external ticker. So capping at 0.9 is just deliberate. It just says walking without lying that is done and all. Okay, so that's a simple generating overlay thing that we need to showcase in media panel when we are trying to generate. And okay, and then the thumbnail view, let's try to refactor that a bit. Because we will be adding the badges, letterboxing, and selection and all those things, so we need to rebuild into small state machine and all those things. Okay, so for that asset thumbnail, okay, we can maybe rename this to be just clear, asset thumbnail view also. Okay, just to be consistent. All right, so in this asset thumbnail view, the thing that will be changing is the thumbnail content switches basically in priority order. the body. So the idea is here basically generating shows a shimmer and then a failed red warning with the error in tooltip, and the loaded thumbnail, the image, else like type icon and all, and then we like a fixed 16:9 black container, letterboxes, portrait and landscape to a uniform grid and all, and we'll have to badges right on top like NAI or added source tag and a duration stamp. So and plus like a border basically that turns that accent colored when selected and theme colored when the asset's already on the timeline. So we'll see like what's in use at a glance. A tab basically does shift click and multi select and opens the preview tab and all. So those things is something we wanted to handle. So this body I'm going to just whatever we have, I'm just going to replace this completely and then walk you through brief about that. Okay, so let me add this. So here yep, so fixed 16:19 and 16:9 container with letterboxing, and then we'll have this thumbnail content and thumbnail badges which we will create. I'll create below, and then overlay if selected accent color and all those things, and then file name as usual, then handling this tab thing and all. So now we need to add this thumbnail badges and thumbnail content and all. So let me just add below. Okay, so this is just the thumbnail content. If grouping it, if it's generating, will showcase generating overlay, the one which we just created, and if it's failed will show it as failed thumbnail, and if you have thumbnail image, and else the proper system thing. So and thumbnail badges, if it's not generating will show the source badge, if shows duration badge, and will show this duration badge and all. Okay, and now the badges related stuff. So let me just add those components. Okay, functions. So this source badge is a simple badge with if it's generated AI or else added a background color, weight and all, and then duration badge will have proper formatted duration and background color and all, and badge is basically just the wrapper or the text thing itself, passing in this text and font, those things. That and failed thumbnail is just the vertical stack image and text like exclamation mark on it, failed and all, and format duration just the helper which we just created. Okay, yep, and yeah, pretty much. And then we need to add this state and this on timeline and all will just stay as is. So I'm just going to maybe add the header as well for that. Just this is related to state, so this is how it's going to be. So mark just the state is selected if it's containing that ID, and showing that duration badge. If it's an audio or video, will show that, or else no. And again, duration is greater than 0, not for images and all. So if it's on timeline, just trying to check the media ref with the asset ID, and handle tab, basically if shift held, we need to remove if it contains, else we need to insert and properly, and then open preview tab. Okay, so this is the simple asset thumbnail view. We'll see this in a while. Okay, and that's the thumbnail thing. And now media panel view. Here we need to handle a bit lot of things. Okay, let's go all the way to the top. So here also we'll try to change a lot, just kind of like new view to make it look better. So let's see what changes are needed for this. Basically we wanted to make this as a like browsable library, like, and with giving it proper controls and controls state for them. And so we dozen of some assets, like trying to show them all in import order, like stops being like we wanted to sort and filter and all. So those choices are something we need to provide. So like it's view state and not actual document state, because they don't belong inside project, so they live as local state on the panel, like sort mode, filter types, filter AI, plus the marquee and drop bits. So this toolbar or something we wanted to wire them to that, and also like and we'll wire them to our menu as well. So let's see like what and all is needed. Okay, so what and all is needed, I'm just going to keep and add new things. So this all these states that we have, I'm going to add it from the ground. So what and all I need: sort mode, filter types, filter AI, his drop targeted, asset frames, marquee selection and all. Okay, and the columns by default, maybe let's make this as 110, and this one as Excel spacing. Okay, and then the body, it's something, let me add completely replace whatever I have, so that with proper heading, so that it will be way cooler. And okay, so here we'll let's properly add this thing. There is some formatting issue. Let's me add it correctly, and then okay, let's just okay, I'm just undoing this, and let's probably add it what and all we need in our body. So clearly we need the top toolbar, and then the sort in the horizontal stack and all of them. So I'm just going to remove this and replace this and then walk you through on this. Okay, so first trying to add in that in vertical stack, and first is top toolbar. In the horizontal stack we'll have the first toolbar button, which is the import, and then the button to generate, just a sparkles icon and some space, and then sort menu icon, and filter by this AI type, or and so like normal sources and all, and then the padding and just and those things. And if it's empty state, we need to show the empty state view, or else media grids view if we have all the sources, anything that we imported. And if show generation panel is true, so we need to showcase this this generation view, and attach in this media assets, and render that view that we have. Okay, and just the background and on drop, we just need to handle those things and all. So that's the thing, simple the body view that we'll be having. And now this all other helpers that we need to add. So let me just add here the things that we need, or the ones that we were using. So now the error should be, yeah, okay. So okay, just selected media assets, trying to yeah, okay. Now the grid basically renders that derived view, and dragging one selected item carries them all, so rather than mutate the asset array on sort or filter. So let's see this things now. Okay, this selected media assets in order, show empty state, and sort mode, sort or filter, title, basically name, data, duration, and all these, and then as active filter. So this toggle filter, clear filtering, and all. And this filtered and sorted assets just computes the display list on the fly from raw media assets plus this current mode. The source of truth that just stays untouched, and the grid just reflects it. Okay, that's the thing and that we are just trying to do here. And this media grid view, we know the scroll view, vertical grid, and trying to render all the assets that we have. And yeah, so and then asset cell is basically the thumbnail view wrapper, which we are trying to use the component. And asset frame reader, yeah, simple geometry reader, and then passing in color preference and all, and toolbar, button component styling and all. A menu icon, just trying to have this image inside this menu content, and styling, menu indicator, and all those things. Okay, that is the simple addition. Okay, and then here drag payload. So now we can just trying to return that selected media assets in order, trying to join it by slash and okay, the payload that we need. Okay, fine. And this drag preview and all, I'm just going to, and this marquee gesture and all, let's try to fix this. So this drag gesture, I'm just going to, okay. So this lasso basically must not fight the assets it's drawn over. So dragging basically across empty grid space, rubber bands a selection box, like, but a drag that starts an asset means like something else, like dragging that asset out. So the gesture first checks whether the start point landed on a known asset frame and bails if so. So once active, it recomputes that box each move and unions every asset whose recorded frame intersects it, just trying to see it from the existing set when shift is held, and writes back only set actually changed and all. Okay, so this marquee overlay also we have an issue. So it should be just now using marquee selection dot rectangle, and we need to add this marquee rectangle private helper function. Just normalizes them into a well formed CG rectangle, mean for the origin, ABS of the delta for the size. So the intersection test just work whichever way we dragged. Okay, and then the empty state view. Okay, empty state, it's just a small correction. So I'm just going to, now it's here, instead of this selected tab and all, it should be photo dot on rectangle angle, some name. I'm just going to, let's add, okay, fine. And just the empty state view, I'm just trying to show this no media yet and all those things, pretty standard, so I'm not talking much on that. Okay, and then this button import media and all. I think I'm just going to drop this. Okay, just trying to keep it simple. And the draw pilot, instead of this, so I'm just going to maybe use color dot maybe accent color. Yeah, okay. And same here, I'm just going to, yep. And then this filtered assets, let's just remove this. Okay, yeah, we're almost there. And this import media, okay, this empty icon, we'll fix that. But in this import media, yeah, in here, this metadata sync, let's try to switch to switch case. So instead of the if conditions thing, so just proper way of handling. Yeah, if it's an video, generate waveform and thumbnails, audio generate waveform, and image just the thumbnail. Okay, so importing file is an instant, and so we know that for video we need thumbnails and waveforms and all. I think that should be simple explanation. Okay, and then the marquee selection private function is something we need. So maybe let's add that. I'm just going to add, yeah, this marquee selection, it needs a scrap of state, like, and hit testing needs to know where the every cell is. This is just a small value type holding, and the in progress lasso, it's rectangle, whether it's active on the selection it started from. So shift to drag adds, like, rather than replaces and all. So that yeah, and then the yep. So now we have an issue here for our empty icon. So I'm just going to remove this. Okay, anyhow we are not using that. Yeah, so that's the media panel view. And now let's try to build this and check it out, the difference in the media panel. Trying to build, and then let's see it run. I'm trying to give you an eye level idea, and then if you need very in detail info, you can just check out the commit and then understand by doing in any AI tool that you're using. Okay, so now let me just open this. Yeah, now you can see the difference here. We have here import generate button, and then the here like filtering by video, audio, image and all. So if I just like now just trying to clear this filter, so it should just work. And this is to sorting things, and this import just opens that file and just generate as of now we are just trying to show this, enter this API key in settings and all. And now you see this is the source added and the duration of that thing, so it's properly and the border and all those things. So So that is the thing that we just worked on, the media panel enhancement and trying to make it look better and all the filter way, kind of like gallery thing to search and all those things. Okay, fine. And now that's done. Now let's try to work on updating video project a bit. And so basically a Cutroom document, it's a package, basically the folder that macOS treats as one file. So holding the timeline, the media manifest and thumbnail, but it was missing the important part, the actual media. So like whenever we import a video, save and reopen on another machine, the clips points at the files that are in there. So this step, like we need to make sure that fold that project's whole media directly into the package too. So saved project is basically that is self-contained, so that's important. So let's try to do that. So let's collapse this terminal and open this video project. Okay, so here let's maybe add a media directory wrapper function, just a private function that I'll just add in. So maybe, yeah, I'm just going to add it here. And also now once we have this, let's update the above. Yeah, so now the thing is, just we are trying to save, must basically bundle the media, not just the metadata. That's what we are just trying to do. So what goes in this package, it already writes the timeline, manifest and thumbnail. So we are just compressing those two if blocks into a single thing. Yeah, okay, so now, and add a fourth, like if the project basically has a media directory on disk, we try to wrap it and drop it into a package, basically under the standard name. Now they basically save the document carries its own footage. And of course I need to update the definition of this replace child. Yeah, here let me just add okay. So here basically yeah, trying to pass in this wrapper now. So writing a directory needs this different way than writing a blob. So the old the one replace child only knew data. So embedding a folder means like old file wrapper. So we are trying to split into two. So the data version is a thin convenience, just box the bytes into file wrapper and forward to the worker. Okay, and the file wrapper version is the real one. So evict any existing child by that name and then attach that new one. Because it takes a file wrapper, it just embeds the directory as happily as a file, which is what the media step needs. Okay, so that is the thing. And yeah, now if you try to open and save, it should be working fine along with the whenever we are trying to use it elsewhere. Okay, fine. And now the timeline thing. So the zoom that we can do to what extent and all, so that we don't want to do to extreme thing, so need to control that a bit. So let's maybe first open this editor view model. Okay, so here I'm going to add in like timeline visible width. So that's the variable. Okay, so right now view model can't see how wide the timeline panel is on screen, so and that changes on every resize. So we try to add this plain stored property that view basically tries to wires into this. I'm trying to mirror what this the visible width and all, so trying to start at 0, and now we need to add a minimum zoom scale that fits the entire timeline with like 10% and padding and all. So maybe I'll just add that function. Somewhere, yeah, let me just add here. So minimum zoom scale, just zoom to fit is that like trying to divide this thing by the content we must show. So zoom scale is like pixels per frame, so to fit a total frames long timeline inside this available width, the scale can't exceed available width by total frames any higher, and contents basically spills off if we do that. So we just share that and multiply it by 1.1 just for 10% runway, and subtract this layout dot tracker header width first, since the track label column needs some fixed space clips never to draw into. So that's the thing. Okay, so that's the simple stuff. And okay, and then let's try to update constants, the maximum that we can resize and all that, like media panel max stuff. I'm going to increase that a bit. Right now I think we have 400 or so. So go to constants, and here, and now once we build and run, we should be able to extend a little bit more. Okay, that's the small thing. Okay, fine. All right, so now we added that min zoom scale, so we need to update our input controller and all those things. So let's open our timeline input controller, and let's first try to wire it in the zoom thing. Where do we have that? Should be somewhere. Yeah, here. So this zoom dot instead of this zoom dot min, so it should be now editor dot min zoom scale. Okay, so that is what minimum we can zoom to. And then in the timeline view, so let me just save this. Yeah, timeline view, in the update content size function, after this visible size, I'm going to add a constraint here. Okay, let me just add. So so what we do, we measure the viewport and never mutate observable state like mid layout. So this update content size, we know that it runs inside AppKit's layout pass, and writing an observable property there re-entrantly kicks basically Swift UI to recompute layout, which leads to crash. So we read the new width now, but defer the write to editor dot this timeline visible width onto the next run loop tick with the dispatch queue.main.async, so it lands after layout finishes. This default block also reclamps its zoom scale up to the fresh min zoom scale, so widening the window can't leave us below the new floor. So that's the thing, and we are trying to take care of this proper zoom thing. And yeah, so if you just now scroll to zoom the timeline all the way out, it now stops when the old project just fills the visible width instead of like shrinking into empty space, and resize the window wider, and again zoom reclamps to keep it filled, so with no layout time crash and all those things. Okay, so that's this way of trying to handle Okay, yep. And now let's update mm, the badges, thumbnail badges in our asset thumbnail view. Just let's make it little bit clear more. So like a plain imported video or audio file, they show no source badge at all. So while an AI generated clip just carries its purple AI tag once generation finishes. So this we know that currently we're showcasing thumbnails one added for every ordinary imported file and AI for generated one. So a label on nearly every tile in the bin, that's basically not helpful. So an interesting thing is only when clip came from AI generation, not that like normal file was added and all. So just we want to remove that added batch entirely, and just that's the thing. So to do that, yeah, here what we do, we'll do add one more condition. So here asset dot is generated and it's not generating. Okay, fine. And then the source batch where we have I'll just change this to just AI. Okay, and background just purple color. Okay, yeah, that should be it. That's a simple correction, and we wanted just the one which is generated and all. Fine. Okay, that's the small thing, and now it will be no more noise. It's just whatever was generated using the AI models we'll try to do. Okay, and now in our preview container I want a small scrub bar whenever we are trying to play like the progress of the video that we are trying to play or the thing. So for that let's try to add that inside our container view. So preview container view, and where exactly that basically needs to be added here somewhere if it's not an image. Yeah, above this transport bar. So I'm going to add this scrub bar, and we'll see this in action in a while. Okay, and it should be simple, the progress scrub bar. Okay, so all I'm just going to this, yeah, add here somewhere. Yeah, I'm just let me add. Okay, yeah, so this is a scrub bar, just a progress fraction we can just grab, and so the whole thing is just a geometry reader. So it turns positions into fractions and back, and we just compute the progress playhead like over total frames, and guarding like divided by 0, and the thumb size that basically swells from 8 to 12 while scrubbing, and a Z stack then paints this 3 layers back to front, like faint a full width track and accent fill clip to basically progress, and a white circle thumb at that fraction. Yeah, and that state is scrubbing flag just drives both the thumb size and its animation. Okay, so that's the thing, and now I'll just try to show you quickly. So that piece, just build it and run. Either way should be fine. So okay, I'm just opening something, and now you should see this thing. Okay, if I just
Everything
play
around you that you call life was
yeah,
made.
this is the scrub bar which we just added, and I can just move this, and accordingly it should help us to update our editor view model, which is the common state and all. So that is the simple thing, and also the difference now for general things, added thing is label the tag source badge or whatever. Now it's not there, only for AI will be adding it. So these are like minute stuff like we're trying to do. And also now so this slider we need to update toolbar to let tell the, instead of hard coded, we have hard coded that to 5 to 20 and all. I'll just change that, and that also works. You can just check zooming and zoom out. So yeah, if I try to zoom in, zoom out, and let's just update that minor detailing. So, and now let's just minimize this terminal. Yeah, this toolbar view, if we just go here, yeah, so instead of this I wanted to change this to like, yeah, editor.min zoom scale to the max that we can zoom. So let's, yeah, that's the simple thing, trying to remove the hard coded value. And now in our main menu, let's add this cut, copy, paste, select all things in the main menu section. So I'm just going to maybe, yeah, after this standard document operations, so after this separator, let me just add a cut, copy, paste, select all, and standard document things that we are just directly trying to take help of, and because the document is what made for that. Okay, fine. So now comes the real the generation models and the things is what we need to work on, like try to utilize that. So here we'll try to paste our fall.ai key. First we need to create that popover which will help us to persist that value so that it will survive our relaunch and all, and then pick some video model, drag an image from the media grid into the first frame slot, and type a prompt, and it's an let's see. Okay, so for that, okay, we need to work on a bit and let's try. And also like media panel constants minimum be increased maximum, and this minimum also let's just increase a bit. Like if I add more medias, it will be too shorter, so I'm just trying to update that. And okay, fine. And now in media manifest, I'm adding the image URLs for the generation input. Along with that, okay, so every generated asset now basically remembers the reference images that shaped it. So yeah, just trying to pass this reference images along for the generation input. Okay, all right, now let's we know that API keys that we're trying to add from fall.ai kind of the secret, so we need to treat that file system like a safe. So we'll try to keep that key in a file, like maybe at .cutroom/credentials instead of like user defaults, which writes to like word readable plist, fine for window sizes, but it's not good for credentials. So let's create our maybe open this generation, and inside this I'm going to create a file called fall keychain swift. And here let's add an enum with a private static function. Okay, so yeah, so this permission logs, we're just trying to restrict a directory to owner only. locks it directly to its owner alone, and this try basically everywhere means the first run race just fails to persist rather than crashing. And this chunk is enum, so it's computed file URL. Okay, and let's add the other functions just to save, load, and delete normal things from that location. Nothing much, just save, load, and delete. And load is the just the thing. So save writes the bytes automatically and then clamps the file to 600, the owner only. And load is basically just defensive. Stray new line pasted from terminal would silently break every request, so we trim white space and return nil for an empty file. That nil is just the signal the rest of the app reads to decide whether generation is allowed or not. So yeah, and then this is the simple thing to delete file manager, that stuff. So that's the simple keychain for all related stuff. And now we need to now little bit rework on the image model config and all those things. So now we had it basically one endpoint, like hard-coded one endpoint string and one payload shape for everyone. So that breaks basically the moment model wants like /edit endpoint. When we try to hand it reference images or different key name or for its aspect ratio, so this we need to take care a little bit over there. So instead of that, we'll try to describe a model by what it can do and not by outcoded string at all. So here what I'll do, this endpoint, will just rename that to base endpoint, and add additional the variable supported image reference, resolve endpoint, and build file input and all the closures. So let's add them. Okay, so yeah, so this now and these two sendable closures save to call across threads. So resolve endpoint picks that final URL from the reference images, and this build file input assembles the request body, like supports and this supports image reference is just a UI hint for whether to show a reference strip and all. Okay, yep, yeah, and I'll just create a function as to resolve endpoint and build input. So now this and all, I'm just going to remove this, and this should be very simple now. Fine. And let's add some shared builders like standard input and edit endpoint. So yeah, maybe I'll just add it here. So this most models basically share the same thing. So edit endpoint just encodes that rule 3 of 4 models follow. Just no references means like text to image at the base URL, and drop a reference in and it switches to the edit variant. And standard input is just a common JPEG payload, pulling both out as free functions. Just let's each model below just point at them instead of like repeating the body. So that's the thing. And now of course I just need to update this Nano Banana Pro, Nano Banana to Grok Imagine and all. So I'll just update that. It's just the simple the capabilities of the model that we'll be trying to leverage leading models in this domain. So this Nano Banana Pro ID is this display name, and the base endpoint resolutions aspect ratio supports image reference as to resolve endpoint, so edit endpoint and build standard input and all. So same thing, we are just trying to pass according to definition of the image model config, just we updated. And for Grok Imagine, this is the way that we need to set. And there is one more recraft v4 other models. Just check what is leading in the dash leaderboard, and in fall.ai and usage wise which is consumed, we can just take that. Okay, and then all models is something we're just trying to put it in that so that we can use. So now same way I need to change our video model config. I know this is bit of a rework, but that's how it is. So here also let me just add just complete reshape at once instead of trying to. Okay, so this struct I'm just going to, and yeah, let's generation. I'll just walk you through this a bit. So same way for the way we did for the image. Okay, so yeah, same capabilities: display name, base endpoint, durations, resolutions, aspect ratios, supports first name, last name, references, max references, resolved endpoint, build file input, and then initialization we are just trying to set these things, and the same resolved endpoint, build input, and then this is just the generation params. We're just trying to pass into this the closures that we have. Okay, and now this video model config, now we just need to change, and also same way I'm going to add the private helpers. So let's add in the standard video endpoint and then frame only endpoint. So here this is just a full tree, references win, and then start frame images means image to video, otherwise just plain text to video. This frame only endpoint is just a cut down version of the for models that only understands the start frame. These two just resolvers get reused across these several models that we'll be adding here, updating here. So I'm just that's why we grouped in that way. Okay, fine. And also we need here more helpers to build our cdance models input, and building cling input, and also building vo input and all. So let's add them. So this is just refer the input payload format that needs to be sent in the documentation of its in the file. You should be able to see that, and based on that it's just constructing that thing. Okay, so nothing much here, just the input construction, the way it respects and all. And after that the model config. So let me just add in here as from the minimax, LTX, grok, and VO things. So I'm just going to add. Okay, fine. So here this VO 3.1 video model config, all the capabilities, and the endpoint same thing, and then just trying to create this static function, so that now for VO31 fast, light, and all, we can just right away use this. So simple way, better way. And for cling v3, so this is the thing, and yeah, o3 and cdance model, cdance 2, cdance fast, and grok imagine video and all. So, and the other models, minimax, LTX, and all, they are like very leading things, and there are again every couple of months we'll see new models and all. Based on that, you can we can just update these whole models and add that, and we'll be able to see that list in our UI. So this is like whole family of the videos. I'm just these are just the consuming their API structure, and then call that APIs through this some hosting providers. In our case we are using Fall. Okay, so that's the thing. Okay, and now need to change the generation service. So let's open that. Also needs some, because some few corrections here. Okay, so first what I'm going to do is basically let's maybe remove this generate video, generate image and all, and then instead just create one generate thing. Okay, let's okay, I'm just trying to remove, and also this API keys and all. Now I'm adding this fall keychain, the function that we added, and trying to load from that API key, and this as API key boolean, depending on if its value is present here or not. We need to read from that, and here just the helpers to mask the API key just shows the first and last 3 characters with a middle blur to bullets and all, and so the popover can confirm a key set without leaking it and all. Okay, and then this set API key and remove API key just wire through to disk and update the in-memory copy, so that at the rate observable UI just re-renders instantly. This chunk just trying to replace that user defaults which we tried to take in before. And then this generation, let me add this new function. Okay, I'm going to this generate, basically we wanted to have a one funnel for every kind of generation with the model specific bits and in as a closure. So video and image differ only in like which endpoint and payload they need. That's it, right? So generate just takes in that build input closure that turns the uploaded reference URLs into that page. Then the flow just reads top to bottom, shows a placeholder clip immediately so the user sees the progress. Then in the task, upload any references and stamp the URLs onto the placeholders generation, the input, and we're just trying to call the build input and then hand off that to our run generation. So if the upload throws, the placeholder just flips to dot failed instead of vanishing. This chunk is the whole method. So yeah, that's this run generation. And do we have, okay, so yeah, that's the generate function, and now I need a function for image upload. That alone, if we add, I think we should be good. So let me just add below this. Yeah, I think, yeah, there's no issue. So this upload images, we know that references we are going to be local files, but file needs URL. So this function uploads them in parallel and keeps the order. So upload images just pushes each file on a disk to false storage. Yeah, we're just trying to, and 2 details here. We pick the file type from the extension, so PNGs stay PNGs, and we upload concurrently, like with throwing task group Swift's parallel task runner. Since it finishes in arbitrary order, each task returns its original index, so we can resort, and just order matters. So because first and last frame are positional, so this chunk is the upload helper that we are trying to use. So that's this generation service. Okay, fine. And now I wanted to create one helper for drop zone thing, and we'll come back to this generation. We will correct because we are trying to update a lot of things. Here let's create this drop zone view. Okay, so by default Swift's own like on drop is fine for files, but here we wanted to accept a like string payload dragged out of the media grid, like an assets URL string. Like AppKit's drag API handles that cleanly, so we need to bridge a tiny native view into Swift UI, and ordering also matters. So I'm just a simple thing drop thing. I'm just going to add this the drop zone view. Okay, so nothing, we are just trying to wrap this native view so Swift UI can drop it in like any other view. So NS view representable is just a standard bridge. Make NS view creates this AppKit view once, and update NSView just rewires its callbacks when SwiftUI re-renders. These two callbacks are the old contract, and each targeted flows out as a binding, so the SwiftUI side can islet and on drop uh, that we have fires with the dropped string. This chunk is just the that struct. So this whatever is I'm talking about. Okay, and this the drop target NSView. This is the actual AppKit view. Okay, with just 4 drag lifecycle overrides on in it. We just register interest in string drags. And then AppKit calls us as the cursor moves, and drag entered accepts this copy and turns the eyelet on. Drag exited turns it off and all. And prepare for drag operation just green lights the drop thing, and perform a drag operation just pulls the string of the paste code and fires our callback. So, and yeah, that's it. And required in it just the code is a storyboard initializer. We never use just the this is just NSView subclass and the standard thing. And now let's go to our generation view. Here now we have an error, so we need to address that. Okay, so we have a lot of state management that we need to do here a bit here. So maybe so related to API key and video frame references and image frame references and all. So let me just try to add them, and here selected assets, let's remove them. Okay, so yeah, I think those variables are just self-understandable. Okay, and once we have, then and while we are trying to submit, we need to be very careful. There's no key, then no submission. So yeah, services dot as API key, we wanted to be careful there. Okay, and then this UI here, I think now I can only show this thing, and I don't think we need if else and all. Okay, so because the enter your key in settings is just gone as a placeholder. So that's the thing. And now the generation form, and after maybe here I'm going to add the API key button, which I will add. And also now based on selected type, we need video frame strip and image reference strip. So because when we just removed selected assets and all, so I'm just going to add it separately here. Let's add it, and anyhow we need to add those things and yep. And yeah, and now in the on changes stuff, we need to reset settings everywhere and then clear the references. So let me just update that this thing. Okay, fine. Yeah, just we're trying to add a key button to the form and swaps its reference strip by media type. So yeah, the top row basically we're adding key button. I know I have not showcased this form, we'll see it in a while. And for front row we're just adding API key button, and below conditional picks the right reference UI. So first or last frame strip for video models that support frames, or the multi-image strip for image models, and every model or type switch calls clear references. Since a first frame like staged for view makes no sense once we clip to image model. This is the whole generation form. And yeah, we need to add the complaints that we have, video frame references and all. So let me add them. Okay, so I'm adding video frame references. So this video frame strip lays out one slot for the first frame, and when the model supports it, a second for the last. That's the thing. And frame slot here is the reusable cell, just given an asset plus drop a and clear closure. So it just shows the thumbnail with an X overlay when filled, or the shared drop zone when empty, just passing behavior as closures. Let's both frames like reuse this one cell. This is that thing, and that's what we just need. And the yeah, okay, fine. And same way I need to now add the image references. So I'll just add it here. Okay, yeah, so this image references are just the they are like growable row, not like two fixed slots, where like basically video has exactly first and last. Image models accept basically list usually. So this image reference step that scrolls like the horizontal row of ref cards, like each showing a thumbnail with its own remove button that deletes by index, like followed by a trailing drop zone to append more and more. So yeah, this is just the rename of the old reference strip reference thumbnail pair into this append and remove version. Okay, this reference card just image with the button to remove and all. So that's the simple thing. And now the shared drop zone we need to add, or else we have issue here complaining it's not found. So this drop zone, just one dashed like drop target, just trying to reuse in the image and the video references, backed by the native view we just built. Okay, yeah, both the frame slots and the image row needs the same drop and image affordance. So drop zone is just shared. Yeah, dashed rounded rectangle that tends towards the accent color while targeted, and with the drop target overlay layered on top. When a string is dropped, it looks up the matching image asset by URL and adds it to this on drop thing. Yeah, that's the helper that we need for image references, video references and all. And mostly yeah, and the prompt stuff and submit button, we already have, and that's the exactly the stuff. And now this references strip, I think I can just remove this because we are not using this anywhere. Okay, fine. That's what that was just the thing. Yeah, mostly that's the thing. And I think in settings picker, and I know we need to add API key button and all those things, but related to image and all those things, image and videos. Okay, fine. And yeah, in settings picker, now I'm just going to format this text a bit. This for each okay, yeah, just a one line tidy inside the settings picker. The for each we had like multi-line closure with a named option, so same behavior, nothing different and all. And the API key button, let me add that just here below. Okay, so this API key button, this is just key popover old key management, trying to add it in one button. This API key button, just button whose popover just shows with a mask T with a trash button when one is set, and a secure field to paste a new one. Yeah, and yeah, so that's the thing, nothing much here. And then save API key just trims the draft and ignores empties. hands it to the service and dismisses. That's it. The simple API thing we are trying to handle. Okay, fine. And now the actions, of course, needs to be changed a bit. And maybe I'll just update that to meet to the new thing, because we don't have generate video and generate image. It's now single thing. So let me just add replace this completely submit generation that I have. Okay, fine. So this is the submit generation. Now we know that it's a gather then route step. It's always like ends by clearing it all. So we are trying to build one generation input from the form. For video, we collect these stage frames and hand the service a build input closure that constructs that video generation params. Like first uploaded URL becomes the start frame, and second the end. Then asks this model for its endpoint and payload. An image is basically the same shape with its own closure, and audio no ops, and that's what we are trying to do. Yeah. And okay, fine, image and then audio no ops, and after that the clear references wipes the prompt and stage frames, and just yeah, that's the thing. Now mostly okay, we're almost there. And yeah, I think now let's go to inspector view. Okay, this inspector view, so currently it only speaks clip. Now that assets carry a generation input, like selecting a media asset before it's even on the timeline should show its details, and if AI made it's on those things. So that where we need to show is something, trying to have a look. Yeah, here this we need to change a bit in here, this body that I have. So I'm just going to update this body. So if clip is selected clip, we render this clip inspector content, and if asset is selected media asset, we need to showcase that. Okay, so now basically that's the renaming of that clip, the inspector content, so that just making it clear. Okay, fine. And now the media asset thing, so let me just add that. Yeah, I'm just going to add it here. Okay, so this media asset inspector content is just a metadata sheet plus an optional AI generated panel. So nothing. So the top basically shows the name, the type, and computed on the fly, and image dimensions will, and this image dimensions we will add, and so trying to showcase dimensions and then duration, file size, and yeah, if it's generation input, AI generated text, and then image sparkles, and then model aspect ratio, resolution, generated duration, prompt, generated prompt, and all. Okay, so that's what we'll try to show, and this is just the metadata row helper label value or row used throughout, and that will see that in a while. Okay, fine. And then okay, so now I need to add these helpers that we needed to use above. So selected media asset, this just the currently selected asset lookup just mirrors the clip one, just like selected a clip and all. So okay, and then the other helpers for formatting, duration, image dimensions, file size, and model display name and all, just the simple wrapper helpers. So I'm just going to add them here. Yeah, the panel needs to turn that raw IDs and URLs into human readable things, right? So these are that small helpers. Model display name just translates the stored model ID into its petty name by searching both catalogs, falling back to this new raw ID. The file size just formats bytes. Image dimensions just reads pixels size straight from the image file via the CG image source without decoding it. And format duration is just renders seconds as like yeah, m:/ss.ff, and also that's the thing that we have. And yeah, now we need to update our media panel view. Okay, so this media panel is something now we need to update. First let's go to the error. So now we don't have this selected assets and all, so let's just remove this because now it's self-sufficient. It used to receive selected assets, now the whole parameter is gone, so we need to just remove that. Okay, yeah, and now the gesture on drop, let's just remove this on drop and the overlay that we had, because we are just scoping the file drop to the grid, not the old panel, so that's why we are just removing that. And okay, so need to add that now to our media grid view. So where is that? Yeah, let's add in here. Okay, fine, that's the thing. And yeah, so now mostly everything should be tied up. Let's see, hopefully so just let's build it and then we'll try to run and then see. And I am trying to grab the API key. Hopefully it should help us generate something. And you need to have an account in fall.ai and load some money credits, some $10 or $20 or whatever. It's quite expensive, and try to minimize. As I'm not showcasing that, you can just try to just google fall.ai, create an account and then create an API key and grab that. Okay, okay, fine. So let's open this. Clicking on this generate, now we have this models and all, and let's try to set this key. Okay, so here I'm just trying to save this, and now I have this key. Okay, fine. And here the picker, is it image or video and all. I'll just stick with yeah, whatever, the video for now. References we can just attach. And now here you can just open aspect ratio, resolution, what and all the capabilities that it can help us provide. You can just select. So the same, like if I change this image to the video, and now you will see duration, aspect ratio, resolution. These are all the capabilities, at least the input the models can expand, first frame and last frame and all. Okay, so I'll just change this to image and keep that to I just don't want to burn a lot of money. That's the intention, nothing else. Okay, so here now I'm just going to add robo folding cloths or something like that. Okay, and then let's try to hitting it, and we can see now it's trying to generate, and we are trying to add it to our media thing, and generating that loader progress and all. And hopefully now if I select here, we can see the media the inspector thing that we were just added. showcasing the prompt type, file size, and AI generated what's the model, aspect ratio, resolution, the prompt, and all that. We are just going to, let's see, it is generating. And yeah, so now we can see the badge as well here, AI, the badge that we used. And so now we can just drag and use it. So this is the integration of, like, now I know still a lot of polishing and all is needed, but it's a good starting point for us, tying up this AI models. Video also works in the same way. Images and all, you can generate as many as you want, as long as you can load a lot of money into the file.ai base, because it's going to burn a lot of way quicker. I experienced that, so I'm just trying to say out loud. Okay, fine. Now that we have added this, let's focus on so we need to now again add some polishing things on extending our editor and models and preview stuff, and iterate these things to make it more polishing. All right, let's get to refactoring. So, like, for example, to build an AB foundation out of the timeline, we're doing in the same thing in a video engine and then export service. So we need to extract that out to some helper and then use this and all. Okay, so and we'll do that, and also transforming and cropping those things also is something needs to be handled. So first, in the timeline model, I'm just going to add the top left corner in normalized canvas space. So let's add so inside this transform. Okay, so transform, basically we know that it stored this clips box as a center point plus width and height. That's convenient for scaling around the middle, but every renderer and drag handle actually wants that top left corner. That's where the AV foundations affine translate lands, like, and where a resize handle sits. So we are trying to add that to convert between two conventions and to stay on screen. So that's this top left. So center plus size what we store, and the top left plus size is what we draw, and this top left is just one line bridge, and we are just trying to shift the center back by off the width and height and offset by 0.5. that makes like 0 the left edge, and then the init and alongside this top left that we have, just call as constructor box, and that's the simple thing. And then clamp all so all edges stay within 0 to 1. So I'm just going to add that here. So this dragging a clip towards corner shouldn't just let it escape the frame. So rather than clamp each edge independently, this clamp to bounds basically slides the whole rectangle back inside by exactly the amount any edge thing. So first the top left overflow, and then remeasure and push the bottom right overflow, just the same, just the small helpers. And now in the preview thing, I'm just going to build a new file called a composition builder. Okay, and since this is just the extraction, so I'm just going to add all at once and then give you a brief walkthrough of what this does. And pretty same, just we're trying to move it to different file as a reusable thing across multiple engines that we're trying to see. So yeah, that's just trying to turn that timeline into an AV mutable composition.